Chapter 1, Introduction to the Diary, and its author. This work is based on an untitled, anonymous manuscript diary containing a vividly written and often lively sequence of daily entries, with no omissions even for high days and holidays such as Christmas and New Year's Day. The diary covers the period from Saturday 1 November 1834 to Saturday 30 June 1835. Thus, it encompasses an academic year, in this case spent in Paris. The diary was written presumably with a quill pen in black ink now faded to a sepia-like color in an unlined exercise book bearing a mottled cardboard cover and measuring 17 cms wide by 21.5 cms long. There are 80 leaves in the book with writing on both sides of all but the final page. The leaves are numbered in pencil by another hand on the rectus side. Following conventional practice, these are designated or in each overleaf V or verso. The work with its dated daily entries of varying length runs continuously from owner to 74 per hour. There are thus 146 pages of text. These are followed by 11 blank sides. The manuscript is raw as first written. There is no post-Paris revision, and most of the daily entries are likely to have been written at the end of a busy, if not tiring day. And although there are occasional glimpses of the diarist's emotional state, the diary as a whole is a factual record of the observations, together with some valuable judgments, of a medical student following the work of a number of French surgeons and physicians performing either general or specialist clinical work in a wide range of Paris hospitals. The writer's observations on the cases examined in his presence reveals a generally sophisticated level of detail and analysis, indicating that he knew what he was looking at and for. Intermingled with these professional observations are the diarist's personal reactions to the sights he saw and to local social events and customs. Explicit details of authorship are absent, but internal evidence throughout indicates that the author was a final-year medical student from the University of Edinburgh. He refers to his notebook where, as well as lecture notes, he recorded in greater detail the individual history of some of the cases he encountered, indicating their management and daily progress to either discharge or death. But this document has not been traced. The notebook could also have furnished more precise details of gender, age, occupation, and social class of the patients on whom he comments in his diary. He indicates that at the end of his period in Paris, following his return to England, in late June 1835, he was to take his final degree at Edinburgh. This would have been an MD degree. Edinburgh did, however, also provide courses for intending surgeons. These were trained in the Edinburgh Infirmary under the auspices of the Edinburgh Incorporation of Surgeons. Further evidence within the diary strongly suggests that the diarist was James Siraj, who lived in Clifton, part of Bristol, in the county of Gloucestershire. The relevant evidence includes references by the diarist to letters sent to and received from Clifton, which he describes as home. There was also correspondence to and from Winkinton in Somerset. Furthermore, towards the end of his period in Paris, the diarist details a visit by his family, including his father, who was keen to see some of the hospitals in which his son was observing and gaining experience with certain of the leading surgeons. This suggests that the father was himself a medical man, possibly a surgeon. Lisa Rosner, in her excellent study of medical students in Edinburgh between 1760 and 1826, shows that the medical profession, the army, the church, and the legal profession represented the social background from which the majority of the 300 Edinburgh medical graduates between 1760 and 1805 came. They belonged to the same social class as that of the surgeon's apprentices between 1696 and 1730. As she expresses it, medicine, then, seems to have been primarily an occupation for genteel, though not aristocratic families. The list of members of the Royal College of Surgeons of 1840 lists 2 medical practitioners, James Siraj and T. Liddon Siraj, both in Winkinton. The older is Thomas Liddon Siraj, who had gained the qualification of NRCS in 1801, and whose address in the 1845 list is given as Clifton, Gloucestershire. The younger Siraj is James, who, like the diarist, had gained an MD degree from Edinburgh in 1835, having submitted a thesis on puerperal fever, a common cause of death among women in childbirth throughout much of the century. James Siraj then went on to gain the less prestigious RRCS. The MD was the mark of a university education and requisite for the more elevated status of physician in England compared to that of surgeon or apothecary, both of whom acted as general practitioners but did not command the same benefits and esteem as the smaller number of physicians. Nevertheless, surgeons regarded themselves as superior to apothecaries. Living and studying in Paris, like many other foreign medical students from the English-speaking world, especially North America, the diarist was, towards the end of his medical course, spending an extended period in Paris. By attending lectures given by many of the leading physicians and surgeons of the day in the École de Médecine, and studying the patients in some of the capital's great hospitals, he would gain valuable experience. The tone and contents of the diary suggest that the diarist was a confident, highly organized, but by no means boisterous young man of cultivated taste in his early 20s. He opens with a declaration that he has for a long time intended to keep a journal, and presumably considered November 1 when he was embarking on a completely new course in a new country. A most propitious time for putting his intention into effect. No motive for writing a diary is revealed. His observations on French women and details of his experiences during his midwifery course with Emmy LaChapelle would suggest that he was not deliberately preparing a gift for family reading. It seems doubtful, therefore, that he was keeping his diary as a justification for his time abroad. He sensibly sought a proper balance between his medical training and his cultural and social life in the French capital. An avid tourist who visited all the main landmarks of Paris and its environs, nevertheless, he did not skimp on his studies. To reach his hospital of the day on foot before 9 o'clock, he had to get up early if he was to be in time to accompany the surgeon or physician on the ward round, and he was extremely good at organizing his time so as to fit in his chosen single lectures or series of lectures on a specialist subject. He kept abreast of political events at home through regular reading of the imported English newspapers, along with others published in English in Paris, such as The Messenger. The local politics of his home district in England certainly interested him, and he saw developments there against the background of the somewhat turbulent national politics of the day, in which the Whigs were gaining the upper hand over Robert Peel's and the Tories. This process of ascendancy for the Whigs was anything but smooth in between 1830 and 1841. There were 4 changes of mainly Whig governments, but there was a Tory caretaker administration during November and December 1834, led by the Duke of Wellington. This was followed by another short-lived Tory administration under Robert Peel, which ran only from December 1834 to April 1835. The outbreak events in France in the late 18th and early 19th centuries were not isolated mainland European events. Calls for greater democracy for the population at large and anti-monarchist, pro-republican sentiments were not unknown in Britain, and in 1832 the Great Reform Act was passed. The diarist's observations on the results of a recent local election involving a member of the Russell family, the Irish question, and the fate of the government at home suggest that he was a Tory. Not surprisingly, given the still relatively recent Napoleonic War, the diarist shows his ambivalent, even at times xenophobic, attitudes towards French culture, social behavior, religion, modes of entertainment and food, as well as French theories and practice in medicine. Whilst he certainly displays some Francophobic tendencies, he is not totally devoid of objectivity, and does include some favorable comments on certain French surgical techniques. In any case, Edinburgh had not been impervious to the changes and advances in medical and surgical techniques taking place in Paris, and had among its professoriate those who looked southward to Paris with admiration. Catholicism is primarily the butt of his disdain, although he reveals a sincere appreciation of the architecture, art, organ music, and singing in the great Catholic churches, such as Notre Dame Cathedral. And he was curious about this alien religion. On one occasion, during an overheard conversation, a clever young Frenchman who was engaged in translating Bulwer's work on France assured the English physician to whom he was talking that there was no such thing as religion in the country. Only a few women and priest-ridden men continued to practice the faith. This comment, together with the diarist's declaration that the amusements and entertainments available to the French on Sundays distract them from sincere divine worship, hints at the active post-revolutionary moves against the predominant religion of Catholicism and towards the secularization of French society. As a non-Catholic, he dismisses the mass, smells, bells, and processions as flummery. He is also scathing about the amusements associated with the celebration of Catholic festival days, such as Mardi Gras, Shrove Tuesday, and the end of Lent, indicating sentiments that were not merely anti-papist, but also anti-High Anglican. His practice of eschewing the Sunday services held in the British Embassy for members of the Church of England among the considerable English community in Paris at the time is an indication that he was not a member of the Church of England. He was, however, a devout Christian who never missed attending a Sunday service in one of the 5 other English-speaking Protestant churches that catered for British nonconformists in the capital. Dissent from the established church had made great headway in England towards the end of the 18th century, not only among the working class in the large urban and industrial centers, but also in the more rural regions of England, particularly those with ports or market towns such as the area from which the diarist hailed. If he were a surgeon rather than a physician, the diarist's father would have belonged to the lower middle ranks of society. Members of this group traditionally found dissent more appealing. His nonconformism could have influenced the diarist's decision to study at Edinburgh rather than at Oxford, which preferred members of the Anglican Church. The church first attended by the diarist in Paris was in the Rue d'Aguesseau, where on his second Sunday he heard the well-known Bishop Luscombe preach. The sermon was dismissed as mediocre. Since Luscombe was said to hold high church principles, this criticism of him is not surprising, and the diarist soon sought out for himself a more congenial congregation. A main emphasis of nonconformity was on hearing and preaching the Word of God as told in the Bible. The diarist frequently expresses his admiration for the sermons, closely based on biblical context, of Mr. Newstead, the pastor of the church in the Rue du Boulois, which moved to Rue d'Anjou, Saint-Honoré in 1835. The diarist's admiration may have been enhanced by his enjoyment, as a sometimes homesick young man, of the social gatherings in Mr. Newstead's home. These seem to have been rather earnest occasions with much hymn-singing and praying. There are also references to visiting preachers attending this church. They are sometimes identified as Wesleyans. Whilst he acknowledges that he likes the Church of England services, his next preference was for those of the Wesleyans, and he gives as his reason the fact that they supported the need for an established church. John Wesley's Methodism, in comparison with the other Protestant nonconformist Baptist and Congregationalist groups, depended on an itinerant ministry. These other 2 groups had also, however, along with the Methodists, considerably increased their membership during the first 3 decades of the 19th century. Introduction. The diarist's dismissive comment that during the carnival procession on 1 March 1835, the boulevards were crowded with fools in masks, and his disapproval of what seems to have been tame gambling could have allied him to either of these groups. Nevertheless, he did not retain all traces of his somewhat strict upbringing, and soon after his arrival in Paris, he went to a dance attended by several other members of the English community. He was, however, acutely class-conscious. Dancing in a controlled environment where he could safely be sure of meeting his own kind, he obviously enjoyed, but he did not feel a great need for the company of others, including women. In fact, his remarks about some of the females he encounters are almost insulting. He idealized English women, but believed their main occupations should remain those of modest homemakers and cradle rockers. He certainly cast doubt on the probity of women in general when at a consultation in a free clinic in the Hotel Dieu in January 1835. The mother of a child with a deep syphilitic sore on its buttocks denied any connection with syphilis. The condition was known to be both contagious and congenital, and physicians dealing with the disease where children were involved were aware of the possibility of highly emotional contexts concerning parental responsiveness. Recriminations, litigation, ruined marriages, as well as spontaneous abortions, stillbirths, or damaged children. The diarist is still a very young man, and especially since he had not studied the disease in Edinburgh. may well not have developed sensitivity to these repercussions for the mother when, in criticizing her for her denial, he declared that women can never be believed. The diarist was always aware of the need to manage his finances prudently, although he does not appear to have been badly off. For the previous century, Rosner provides details of the cost of accommodation, candles, and fuel that students in Edinburgh had to cover, in addition to some meals and their fees. Professor Andrew Duncan Jr. had known some students who got through the winter session, 6 months, on less than £10, whereas others might spend £500 or £600. The diarist does not give details of his own rent and meals in Edinburgh, although he does on one occasion of homesickness speak tenderly of his room there. In Paris, he had the choice of finding a suitable hotel, taking a room with a professional student landlord, one who regularly took in students, and where he would look after himself, or entering one of the very numerous pensions and having an arrangement with a local restaurant where he could take at least his breakfast. John Wiblin, a surgeon apothecary who produced a Paris guide for medical students 4 years after the diarist's departure from Paris, definitely recommended eating away from the lodging house. He himself was in favor of the pensions, which were frequented by students of law and physic and were generally quiet places for studying. By contrast, he warned of some of the hotels that housed large numbers of undesirable medical students who were a set of dirty, filthy, and disgusting fellows. Their disorderly behavior, which caused a tumultuous uproar that is so constantly going on, included singing, music, blowing horns, etc. Alas, the diarist did not escape this in his first boarding house, where a violin player in the next room so disturbed him that he had to abandon his letter writing. The diarist was clearly not used to domestic chores. He had difficulty initially in lighting a fire in his room. Similarly, his efforts at making his own coffee compared miserably with what he could buy in the cafes and restaurants. But his skills improved. He seems to have taken his evening meals in restaurants and dutifully tried to use economical establishments whose food he came to appreciate, until on one occasion a clumsy waiter spilt soup all over him, scalding his hand and greasing his coat. When his family came to Paris, they generally dined at one of several restaurants which shot up after the Revolution, and which provided dinner including wine for 2 francs a head. One evening they dined at Perigord, one of the best restaurants in the Palais Royal. The superior restaurants owed much to the influence of the modestly born Antonin Carême, possibly the first celebrity chef, famous because he had cooked for the Tsar, Napoleon himself, and the immensely wealthy Rothschilds living in Paris at the beginning of the 19th century. Neither the diarist's first lodgings in the Rue de Front-Bourgeois, north of the Seine, nor his second abode in the Rue Enseignat, Etienne, near the Panthéon, south of the river, placed him within easy walking distance of the hospitals and other medical institutions he attended. This meant that inevitably he had to walk longish distances to and fro between them. Many of the non-medical locations, such as theaters, galleries, and national institutions that he visited were also in or near the center of Paris. But the diarist's student accommodation was, not surprisingly, more economically situated in less expensive areas. He occasionally complained of the distance he had to cover, especially on the winter evenings when he attended his classes in midwifery, which he enjoyed, and on bandages which he found less enthralling. The Latin Quarter, where some of the hospitals were to be found, also contained a number of the other institutions and activities allied to medicine. There were, for example, medical booksellers, instrument and equipment makers and suppliers, medical artists, and wax educational model makers, as well as those who prepared natural and artificial human skeletons. During his course, the diarist bought a range of frequently used and easily transportable equipment to take back to England, where these items would all have been more expensive. American students also generally returned home with preserved specimens, instruments, skeletal material, as well as books. And some physicians even traveled to London and Paris exclusively to shop for anatomical models, pathological specimens, books, and instruments, which would enhance the facilities of the American schools they represented. The diarist did manage to purchase a skeleton, albeit probably a composite from several sources. He was particularly pleased that its box was large enough to accommodate also some of his newly acquired books for the return journey home. Unlike many of the American students, and no doubt at least some of the English ones too, The diarist seems to have had no real difficulty in following the lectures and courses he attended. While acknowledging that it was more difficult to follow the colloquial French of individuals such as the garçons, he felt confident enough to make comparative judgments about the content and presentation skills of his French medical teachers. Thus, his school education, or even study with a crammer, would seem to have encouraged a good standard of spoken French, and some of his misspelling of French specialist medical terms does not invalidate this speculation. On the contrary, his not infrequent Frenchified English syntax, a common phenomenon in individuals who spend an extended period of immersion in a foreign language, would seem to support the speculation that he was fairly comfortable with the French language. On the other hand, his linguistic skill probably could not match that of American students from New Orleans or Louisiana, where French was still spoken, and who formed the majority of those few who enrolled for the longer and more prestigious diploma in Preston. The Faculty of Medicine, no doubt the diarist's comparative ease with the language, contributed to his gaining so much from his academic year in Paris. As a medical student aiming for an MD degree at the University of Edinburgh, his general cultural education seems also to have been good. He realized that he could, at a much lower cost than in England, and in addition to his medical books, build up a good library of general books to take home, as well as to enjoy as an intellectual distraction from his studies in Paris. Thus he tells of his pleasure at reading the works of Byron. He also developed considerable admiration for Peter the Great from reading Voltaire's work on him. Apart from a few minor episodes, the diarist seems on the whole to have enjoyed the robust health one would expect in a young person. Like many living abroad, he complained of intermittent bouts of diarrhea. At the beginning of April 1835, he developed a sore throat, cough, and temperature. Since his hospital visits included following Pierre Cai Lewis, who specialized in treating lung diseases, especially phthisis, tuberculosis, the direst symptoms could have been associated with a more serious condition, but he recovered. Hospitals with their diseased patients in the wards and in the day clinics have long been seen as sources of infection. He spent one disturbed night vomiting, but that was after an evening meal, which he had actually enjoyed. He also, on 3 occasions, suffered what seemed to have been severe headaches, which caused him to miss classes, but none of which heralded the onset of fever or any other illness. Headache or pain in the head was given a variety of non-specialist names depending on whether it was produced by some other disease and on the part of the head affected. According to Robert Hooper, there were very few diseases in which headaches were totally absent, and they were frequently associated with weakness or exhaustion. The diarist's first severe headache was around lunchtime in the middle of his first week in Paris, and the 2 further episodes in April and May 1835 were at the end of very busy days. Although he makes no reference to a long-standing chronic condition, the diarist's headaches could have been what were vulgarly known as megrims. It could be that these events were associated with the punishing pace of medical and surgical experience, plus the program of extramural activities to which he subjected himself whilst in Paris. More seriously, in May 1835, he pierced his finger with a scalpel during dissection. He describes in detail the incident itself and the subsequent symptoms of fever, pain, swelling of his hand, livid coloring within the lymphatics, rising up his affected arm, and his self-medication with silver nitrate over the inflamed lymphatics. He seems to have remained calm throughout and recovered in a couple of days, but he cannot have been unaware of the potential danger of such wounds. Perhaps it was the comfort of his strong religious belief, plus a little tender, loving care from his friend Bird that stood him in good stead. Dissection of cadavers definitely involved risk, and the pricking or cutting of parts of the hand was not an uncommon occurrence. Neither was contact between cuts sustained elsewhere and the cadavers in the dissecting rooms or the sponges used by students in wiping areas of their dissection, whilst most students recovered from the infection suffered. An American student, Henry Bryant, writing to his father from Paris in 1847, reckoned that he had no doubt that out of 100 persons dissecting there would be at least one dangerously sick and probably one death in the same number. Each session, in 1837, George Shattuck, another student from the United States, wrote to his mother, "A medical student from Philadelphia died yesterday." Such news could only have enhanced the anxiety of some parents already concerned about other dangers, real or imagined, and temptations to their offspring or other family members, thought to be lurking in Paris. In terms of his appreciation of the visual arts, the diarist really loved the Louvre, and his diary comes alive with the pleasure gained from his numerous walks through the galleries. He also enjoyed the theater, and, having on one occasion been so enchanted by the performance of the leading, and by then aging, comedy actress Memoirs in Molière's Le Misanthrope, declared that he would still have enjoyed the evening even if he had not been able to understand the language. This provides another indicator of the diarist's competence in French. Medical reform in Paris in the 18th century, particularly in the 1770s and 1780s, and even up to the 1820s, Edinburgh University was the most prestigious institution for medical education in the British Isles. It was widely acclaimed both in Britain and on the continent, and provided a model for medical schools in the American colonies as well. Its eminent professors, including William Cullen, John Gregory, and the Monroe dynasty, attracted students from all over the British Isles and America, far more so than Oxford or Cambridge. Gwenter Rhys emphasizes that medicine played an important role within the framework of ideas guiding the Scottish Enlightenment. And Stephen Jacina argues that this period of Edinburgh's medical school coincided with the broader intellectual life of the Scottish Enlightenment of Adam Smith and David Hume. By contrast, in the early 19th century, the medical school's importance had started to decline, partly as a result of faction and of the injudicious distribution of patronage that flowed from it. During the 1830s, there were pamphlet wars in Edinburgh over faculty appointments. In the 1820s, medical education in London had already been advancing through the establishment of University College London in 1826, with its Faculty of Medicine, the development of organized medical schools, and the establishment of anatomy schools. The latter were then overtaken around 1840 by the more scientifically based curriculum in the University of London, which now included King's College, and the hospital medical schools. On the other side of the channel, much greater changes in medical education were already well underway, and Paris became the preferred location for further training in medicine. Othmar Keel has examined the complex issue of the relations between Great Britain in a wider context than just Edinburgh and France at the time. Relating his analysis to the development of anatomical tissue pathology, he believes that achievements in this area predated the Paris school and owed much to a massive use of British works. He even speaks of appropriation of the work of such individuals as Matthew Bailey, William Lawrence, and John Abernethy, among others, by great Paris figures including Philippe Pinel and François J.V. Broussais. By the early 1830s, therefore, Paris, as well as the major London hospitals, was already on the itinerary for many overseas students who might formerly have gone on to spend longer periods in Edinburgh in 1828. A House of Commons committee noted that there were 200 English students of anatomy in Paris, and according to William Bailey, who was in Paris in 1835, 300 English students are here every year. Ambitious medical students or practicing physicians and surgeons seeking to widen their horizons went to Paris to gain, at first hand, experience of what was perceived as the new scientific medicine developing there. The supremacy of the French capital would, in its turn, after half a century or so, give way to Germany and Vienna with their development of prestigious laboratories devoted to new lines of chemico-physical research and its application to medicine. The massive upheaval of the French Revolution and the further less traumatic minor revolutions, for instance, 1830 did through what might be called their corporate endeavors, provide impetus for major, albeit not always smooth, change in a relatively short period in French institutions, including medicine. The Institut de France was established in October 1795, after the abolition by the National Convention in 1793 of all the elite literary and scientific societies called academies, which had been established during the reigns of Louis XIII and Louis XIV. By a decree of October 1795, the Institute was founded to replace the former academies. Thus it embraced the Académie Française, originally founded in 1635. The Académie des Inscriptions et Belles-Arts, established in 1663, the Académie des Sciences, established in 1666, and the Académie des Beaux-Arts, established more recently in 1816 from the union of the Academies of Sculpture, Music, and Architecture. To these was added the Académie des Sciences Morales et Politiques, established in 1795 at the time of the founding of the Institute. There was at that time no academy devoted to medicine. The Société Royale de Médecine, a Paris-based institution founded by the Crown in 1776, had been abolished during the Revolution. The Académie de Médecine was not established until 1820, and strove to raise its initial lower status toward that of the more prestigious Académie des Sciences. Indeed, as Wise points out, the pinnacle of success in an elite medical career was election to the Académie des Sciences, which had a special section for medicine and surgery. Competition for appointment to this section was so acute that the average age of appointment rose throughout the 19th century, and the place of clinical medicine over laboratory scientists working in the medical institutions decreased. By comparison, change in Britain was slow and still dominated by the Royal Society, which was not over-enthusiastic about having too many medical men among its membership. Furthermore, the conservative colleges of surgeons and physicians, unlike their counterparts in France, did not want a unified profession. Whilst there had been in Paris, as in Britain, a basic hierarchy of apothecaries, surgeons, and physicians, already by the 18th century, this structure had begun to break down. Towards the end of the century, there had emerged an elite corps of city surgeons, whose members had been educated in classics and philosophy, and who had trained in newly founded independent surgical colleges rather than through apprenticeships. These surgeons were by law, and much to the resentment of the physicians, entitled to professional rather than artisanal status. This and other features increased the tension between the three grades within the existing medical system. During 1791, in the Revolutionary period in France, the law permitted anyone to follow whatever medical occupation he chose, provided he paid a tax called a patent. All those practicing medicine were included in the general term officier de santé, which was adopted as part of a range of linguistic changes intended to democratize the language and remove the elitism associated with, for example, the title physician compared with that of surgeon or apothecary. This new term, which appeared to embody at least one of the ideals of the Revolution, égalité, failed to distinguish the trained from the untrained and unlicensed, who included the many charlatans, or empirics as they were often called, parading as medical practitioners. Later in the 19th century, however, the term officier de santé came to be applied exclusively to second-class doctors practicing mainly in rural areas. It was widely believed that the rural poor were healthier than the urban rich and needed only practitioners with a more restricted repertoire of skills to deal with commonplace acute diseases and chronic maladies, especially found in the village, such as scrofula. The elite surgeons were, in addition to their surgical procedures, capable of treating internal diseases and were, to the disapproval of the physicians, often seen as surgeon-physicians. On the Napoleonic battlefield, some of these individuals were more useful and generally more highly esteemed than physicians. They were assisted by officiers de santé, and this role in war was one justification for the scheme that had produced them in large numbers and in a short period. The diarist went one day to the Veterans Hospital of Les Invalides to see one such elite individual, the chief surgeon baron, Dominique Jean Larrey, 1766 to 1842. Among these eminent surgeons had been several reform-minded individuals, including Bichat, Laennec, Rousset, who later qualified as a physician, and Cruvelhier, through whose work France's surgery became famous, and Dee, in a Kirkneck's view of medicine, was ridiculed. There were at the same time reform-minded physicians who addressed their proposals to the Société Royale de Médecine. The secretary of the Société was the physician and comparative anatomist Félix Vicq Désir, 1748-94, who later could have been regarded as a physician-surgeon and who was to become professor of surgery and obstetrics. The National Assembly of the Revolution formed a number of committees, including the Comité de Salubrité, which Vicq Désir organized in 1790. Through its proposed reforms embodied in a plan, the committee threatened the existing medical system. A major proposal in the plan, already voiced well before the Revolution, was the unification of the profession. Although the apothecaries, now renamed pharmacists, were to remain separate, calls for such unification were widespread throughout Europe, but in Britain were realized much later than in Paris. The establishment of the British Medical Association did not take place until the 1830s. Other major aims of Vic Dazier's plan involved reform of the curriculum and the examination system. Courses in practical medicine and surgery were to be hospital-based. And while some of the proposals were not implemented, the cliniques as envisaged in the plan played a crucial role in the transformation of Paris medicine. The Paris hospitals, the majority of whose names indicate their original foundation and management by the church, were transferred to the nation. As Wiblin expressed it, the hospitals belonged to the city of Paris and were supported by an annual fund derived partly from donations, leases of property, receipts from the theaters, and most of all from the Montepiete from the Pancia. Hand in hand with the management changes, but aided by them, were the ideological changes, born of the spirit of the Enlightenment, on how medicine and surgery, which underpinned clinical practice, should be pursued and carried out. As in Britain, French physicians had, with their traditional emphasis on bookish learning and teaching, held sway over the surgeons. They now had to give way to the privileging of hands-on experience, more usually associated with surgeons, which made possible the acquisition and verification of knowledge gained through close first-hand observation of the sick, and also, if the patients did not recover and survive their disease, through the deeper gaze and analysis of their inner organs and tissues hidden in their corpses. In Edinburgh, Cullen had already advocated that physicians should always check their diagnoses in this way, since it is not improperly said that the earth hides the faults of physicians. This empiricist approach was seen as a means of exposing the falsehoods of the long-prevailing, rationalistic, speculative medical systems of pathology. And therapeutics? These had largely been generated and controlled by the great system builders, the physicians, who had always sought to maintain a certain professional mystery about their skills. Careful and systematic noting and recording of the results of post-mortem examinations or autopsies made possible the linking of symptoms observed externally with evident morbid changes within the body. This led to the questioning of ideas associated with the ancient regime and to the formulation of new theories about pathology. These centered on the interpretation of lesions and inflammation in the solid parts, organs, and tissues, rather than on the constituents of the body, such as blood and urine, on which the physicians had long depended and on which they had based their therapies. There were, of course, conditions such as septicemia, which were and remained both systemic and local. The seats of diseases could now be localized. In Mollitz's graphic words, it was possible to put one's finger on that abstraction, disease, at the post-mortem table. This new approach led to what is sometimes called tissue pathology or histopathology. It was first clearly systematized by the physician pathologist Xavier Bichat, 1771 to 1802, although he was not the first to articulate its characteristics. The son of a physician, Bichat's early training had been in surgery, but in a short life of 31 years, he had embraced medicine, physiology, histology, and pathology, as well as experimental work in pursuit of explanations of an appropriate treatment for the sick. The new approach in French medicine and surgery was allied to other developments, including the importance of quantification, associated but not originating with Lewis, whose tuberculous patients were observed by the doctor. The first chair of pathological anatomy was given to Jean Cruvellier, 1791 to 1874. Such a post had already been called for in 1799 by Pierre J.G. Cabanis, 1757 to 1808, described by Kuckerknecht as the best-known philosopher of the medical revolution in Paris, and who was a member of the philosophical group of social critics called the Ideologues. The chair was created in 1836 and was funded by the will of Guillaume Dupuytren, 1777 to 1835, the eminent surgeon whose work was commented on by the diarist, who also recorded his death in February 1835, another eminent Paris modernizer and critic of long-established medical doctrines, was François J.V. Broussais, 1772 to 1838, a surgeon-physician whose lectures the diarist attended. Broussais was initially a supporter of the doctrine which gave primacy to lesions and their location in diagnosing and treating disease. His own interpretation of diseases was described as physiological, since he came to see and claim that overstimulation of body functions led to the lesions. For him, they were almost always due to inflammation of the intestinal tract, and commonly called gastroenteritis, for which the best treatment, antiphlogistic, was bleeding and diet. Through his own practice and that of his supporters, Broussais was responsible for the use of thousands of leeches annually in Paris alone. He could, for example, recommend the application of 50 leeches at a time. Broussais' star definitely waned. After all, he was, with his all-embracing view of gastroenteritis, in his turn responsible for another catch-all explanation of disease. One of his harshest critics was Louis, also a physician, described by Warner as a radical empiricist, an enemy of rationalist medical system building. His major innovation was the application of numerical methods to the investigation of the efficacy of therapeutic approaches. He was right that single cases taught little or nothing, but data on groups of treated patients could yield valuable information. As a positive gesture to institutionalize his contribution to the new medical education, and against the spirit of system in the old regime, Louis established the Société Médicale Observation in 1832, embodying his numerical, statistical approach to the collection of first-hand empirical research data based on careful observation of his patients. Pointing out that revolutionaries are not altruists, Brockless considers the issue of who really initiated the reforms of the medical system, and who were the winners and losers, whilst there were reformers among the elite surgeons. He believes that the main impetus came from the physicians whose aim all along had been to extend and maintain their professional power and superiority, such that they should be able to train and practice surgery as well, if they wished. Brockless admits that this is a controversial conclusion, and that others, including Toby Gelfand, bestow the honor for the reforms on the surgeons. Courses, hospitals, and doctors. The diarist does not provide much detail of his medical curriculum at Edinburgh University, but a royal commission on the universities and colleges of Scotland, the first in 130 years, and called for by the Senatus Academicus, published in its report of 1830, following a visitation to Edinburgh in 1826. The course of study to be observed by candidates for the medical degree in all Scottish universities. In the first year, the course included anatomy, chemistry, and materia medica in the winter, and practical chemistry and practical pharmacy, which may be taken with a private teacher or lecturer, in the summer. Clinical medicine was included in the curriculum throughout the second, third, and final years. During his studies at Edinburgh up to 1834, the diarist would have gained much of his clinical experience in the large Edinburgh Royal Infirmary. Established on a small scale in 1729 and granted its royal charter in 1736. It had been founded to take care of the sick and hurt poor of the city, and had close links with the University Faculty of Medicine. Thus, many of the medical and surgical professors in Edinburgh held joint posts in both institutions and provided a medical course of high quality. In 1756, the hospital had created an orderly rotation of professors for patient care in its teaching ward and a systematic course of clinical lectures. The cases admitted to the teaching ward were medical ones, as were the patients discussed during the clinical lectures. Striking a critical note, Benjamin Bell, writing to his father in 1771 from Paris, declared, "For a surgeon, I assure you Edinburgh comes greatly short of either Paris or London," a claim in the 1792 prospectus for medical students that the Edinburgh Infirmary was much superior to any similar institution in Britain for the purpose of medical education was attributed to Alexander Hamilton. It is the case that hospital-based clinical training at the bedside, such as the diarist received in France, had figured in his Edinburgh education and was in fact quite widespread throughout Europe. He would therefore already have observed the relationship between hospital patients, mainly poor ones, and doctors, who were definitely in control, an experience he would meet on a much larger and more varied scale in Paris. Only doctors with private patients would have been able to judge for themselves the difference between this relationship with the poor and that between a doctor and a private patient who could follow or ignore his advice. There were a few smaller or ignore his specialist hospitals in Edinburgh, such as the Lying-in Hospital established in 1793, with the physician James Hamilton, son of Alexander Hamilton, professor of anatomy in the medical faculty, had hoped to establish a specialist teaching center for obstetrics. This hospital provided students with some practical obstetric training, but not of the range offered by Paris. In 1828, just before the diarist embarked on his medical studies, the infirmary had acquired the old high school building adjacent to it, which became the surgical hospital. Therefore, he is likely to have gained his surgical experience through observing operations in this new building rather than in the former attic theater. Nevertheless, the infirmary, with a capacity of only just over 200 patients covering a wide range of medical and surgical cases, as well as the mentally ill associated with a large urban population, remained the main source of clinical training available to students. As Foucault acknowledged, the Edinburgh Clinic was for long a model of its kind. It was organized in such a way that those cases that seemed most instructive could be brought together. In Paris, by contrast, the diarist had the invaluable experience of walking a number of the 7 general hospitals and the 5 specialist hospitals located across the city, which treated skin and venereal diseases, sick children, and women in childbirth, as well as elderly men and women with incurable conditions, surgical cases of all kinds, tumors, cancers, and eye complaints. He also observed the work, medical and surgical, of a range of first-class individuals, and noted the details of some of the prescriptions to be administered as treatments. This exceptionally wide range of opportunity asked for almost unlimited practical experience was much appreciated by the foreign students, particularly by the Americans who had been increasingly turning to Paris rather than Edinburgh since the early part of the 19th century. Furthermore, the diarist also paid for and attended a range of private courses. Those on aspects of surgery were generally held during the day, while some of the courses on bandaging diseases of eye, dentistry, and midwifery might be held in the evening. The diarist attempts to compare aspects of French medicine and surgery with those at home. He certainly makes clear that while syphilis is frequently indicated among the patients treated in the Paris hospitals, he had not studied the condition in Edinburgh. This is surprising, since there was a ward containing 12 beds in the Edinburgh Infirmary for treating women with syphilis. Nor had he previously had the opportunity of examining pregnant female patients that was now available to him in Paris. But in Edinburgh, he would have begun to learn how to take the patient's history and to note through careful and appropriate observation external features, such as color of complexion, condition of eyes and nails, which could be useful diagnostic indicators. The collection of such data was practiced on a much larger, more organized scale in Paris and was allied to other developments designed to increase understanding of the concept of disease. The numerous hospitals in Paris, many of which were larger than the Edinburgh Infirmary, as well as being institutions for treating the sick, also played an important role in medical education alongside the École de Médecine. A major aspect of this hospital education was provided through the system of cliniques, of which there were 2 types, official and clinics graduates, or free clinics. The official clinics, of which there were 4 surgical, 4 medical, and 1 obstetric, were, like the École de Médecine, administered through the Faculté de Médecine and were distributed between the Hôtel Dieu, La Charité, La Pitié, and the small Hôpital des Cliniques, associated with the faculty of the medical school. Attendance at these clinics was free for foreigners. The teaching was carried out by paid appointees of the dean of the faculty, and attendance was compulsory for third-year medical students. These clinics were therefore generally very crowded. The free clinics, of which there were about 30 in the diarist's time, were held in a wide range of hospitals, general and specialist, and conducted by a more diverse group of hospital physicians and surgeons. These individuals were not members of the faculty and received no extra payment, but still had to obtain permission from the Conseil Général des Hospices de la Ville de Paris, the body which administered the Paris hospitals. which were supported by the public authorities. All the civil institutions in Paris devoted to public charity were directed by the Conseil General. This council was set up in the first years of the Revolution from the ruins of the administration which had preceded it. Permission to hold the free clinics was rarely refused because many of the lecturers were experts in particular conditions and could offer education and training in specialist areas, such as venereal diseases, urology, skin diseases, and nervous disorders, some of which were not dealt with in either the école or the official clinics. Since these clinics were not compulsory for French students, they were less crowded and very popular among the foreign students, who had more chance of a ringside view. A further advantage was the fact that they were free on production of a passport and confirmation from the student's home institution of the entry qualification. The basic pattern of clinic education within the hospital setting had three components, although not all were provided in all hospitals. First was the ward visit, in which the chief surgeon or physician, followed by his team together with any visitors and students, walked through the wards. Ideally, the ward notes of each patient would be read, the patient questioned, and comments made on his symptoms, condition, and progress before the group moved on to the next patient. The diarist indicates that this protocol was not always observed, and indeed, on one occasion, he described a visit at the Hôtel Dieu as a sort of race through the ward between the surgeon Louis-Joseph Sanson and the students. On another occasion, he complained bitterly about the non-arrival of another chief surgeon, and since this had happened before, suspected that he was not genuinely indisposed. But it would seem that the real leaders of French medicine, like Louis and Dupuytren, were conscientious, making their ward rounds regularly and on time. During this stage of the clinic, as well as having their attention drawn to symptoms and treatments, the students themselves could examine the patient, making use of the new instrument, the stethoscope, take the pulse, and ask questions of the practitioner. This was truly hands-on clinical learning experience. The diarist was scathing about Philibert Joseph Roux's treatment of a patient for a tumor in the region of the colon. After several days on feeling the abdomen, he learned for the first time that the bowels had not been open for 2 weeks. Roux blamed the patient for not telling him of the constipation. The second part of the clinic took place in a lecture hall where the doctor gave an informal lecture on the cases observed and commented on in the ward, and discussed the diagnosis, possible causes, and prognosis, which could not have been done in front of the patients. In a surgical clinic, one or more operations might be performed in front of the students. The criticism sometimes included claims that there was a concentration on acute rather than chronic cases because they lent themselves more readily to instruction and were more interesting for students. A more serious criticism from the student's point of view was that some lecturers gave long, prepared, and much-used discourses unrelated to the observed cases. There would seem to have been an implied accusation of laziness here. The final part of the clinic involved, where relevant, an autopsy by the practitioner or his assistant, but never by a student. This could be carried out only on unclaimed bodies, and so would probably involve the really poor or destitute patients. The purpose of the autopsy was to check the clinician's diagnosis of the case. This had, of course, been based on external symptoms, and the autopsy, according to the prevailing theory of Broussais, which involved internal lesions in a particular organ or tissue as the cause of disease, should enable the physician to identify the location of the lesion. Because of the shortage of cadavers in Britain up until 1832, their use for anything other than autopsies was forbidden. They could not, as in Paris, be used for practicing surgical procedures. In Edinburgh, the Anatomy Act of 1832, legalized for teaching, purposes the dissection of the bodies not only of hanged criminals, but also of those who died in the workhouse. As Ruth Richardson has shown, the marginalized poor were never safe from the anatomist's knife. Nevertheless, it was still far easier to acquire bodies for dissection in Paris. Very important to the diarist were his sessions on dissection at either the École Pratique or the Amphithéâtre des Hôpitaux, for which he needed to purchase a cadaver for about half a franc. The Amphithéâtre was more generally known as Clamart and was his preferred dissection venue. During the Revolution, and for some time after, anatomy rooms for dissection were scattered throughout the city and represented a public health nuisance. Of the two facilities which replaced them, the École Pratique was controlled by the faculty of the École de Médecine, conveniently nearby, and could accommodate 200 students, but its dissecting spaces were dirty, damp, and wet. Clamart, established only the previous year in 1833, was controlled by the hospitals whose unclaimed dead were taken to it by cart each morning. It provided altogether more congenial conditions for dissection, but no one has commented on whether or not these more civilized conditions lessened the brutalizing effect of human dissection per se among those medical students who worked there rather than in the more ghastly conditions of the amphitheater. These Paris hospitals and the dissecting rooms provided excellent opportunities for overseas medical students, joined sometimes by experienced practitioners for short periods, to study alongside the indigenous students. Foreign students needed to provide evidence of their eligibility, that is, that they had reached a certain standard in their home country in order to gain access to the hospitals. Thereafter, they required a registration form or inscription for entry to each course, and to pay the generally low fee for private courses. They also needed these registration forms to be signed by the relevant tutor at the end of each course, as evidence of their attendance and as documentation towards the award of their final qualification at their University of Oran. Fevers and typhus, the diarist's opening entry on 1 November 1834, makes reference to beginning his day, a Saturday, at the Hôpital de la Charité, where the first case he observed was one of fever, typhus. 3 days later, he recorded 2 cases of intermittent fever in La Charité, one described as quartan and the other as quotidian, and a few entries later, he explains that in the opinion of the eminent surgeon Dupuytren, the English method of dressing wounds after surgery gives rise to a range of symptoms, including fever, as well as rigors and profuse suppuration. The diarist also records having observed patients with fever following surgery, another case accompanying phthisis, and the dissection by an intern in the dead house of the Hôtel Dieu of a woman who had died of puerperal fever. In addition, he attended a curious case of the true Arabian elephantiasis, which had been thought to arise following a slight fever. In his chapter on Cullen and the study of fevers in Britain, 1760 to 1820, William Bynum opens with, "There is probably no clinical subject in the whole history of medicine with a more extensive literature than fevers. This is hardly surprising, since acute infectious disorders accounted for so much of the medical experience of earlier generations." The diarist's own linking of fever and typhus draws attention to what was at the time a very complex and unclear picture of the status of these terms, which were not by any means always connected. Typhus fever was seen as potentially fatal, and according to Auguste Chomel, 1788 to 1858, at the Hôtel Dieu, it was more prevalent now than it had ever been. Hooper describes typhus as a most infectious and contagious fever, but Gabriel Andral, 1797 to 1876, had already told his audience that he was definitely an anti-contagionist with respect to typhus fever. He had never known even a single case to be propagated by contagion. In true Broussaian fashion, he declared typhus fever and inflammation of Peyer's patches, the follicles in the intestines, to be synonymous. 3 days later, when he was finishing his series of lectures on gastroenterite and entery folliculus, he declared that the latter was in fact the typhus fever of the English. This view, opined the diarist, was the prevalent doctrine in the French school, and it led to their being so inert about treating typhus fever, believing that medicines would only aggravate the intestinal lining and worsen the condition. So they confined their therapies to administering the mild substance of gum arabic and sugar water, common in hospitals, gaols, where it was often called jail fever, and in military camps, as well as slum dwelling. Typhus fever was associated with overcrowding, incinerator, and unhygienic conditions and poor nutrition, all of which the diarist would have met already as the background of many patients in the Edinburgh Royal Infirmary. Fevers were attributed to the products of putrefaction that polluted the air. Typhus could be misdiagnosed, as it was by Chomel, who had suspected that a case of arachnitis was also accompanied by pericarditis. The post-mortem dissection revealed it to be typhus fever, not accompanied by any cardiac pathology. Kammel did not believe that the glands of Peyer were necessarily involved in cases of typhus fever, but that they should be considered a secondary symptom. Not surprisingly, and echoing Bynum, Dalesmith claimed that at the beginning of the 19th century, typhus fever, or simply typhus, was one of the most extensively studied diseases. Skin diseases in their many and frequently bewildering manifestations, and corresponding nomenclature, including the common itch, ringworm, scabies, eczema, and others known from ancient times, would have been encountered in abundance by the diarist in Edinburgh. They were also among the most common conditions he met in Paris. Indeed, within a few days of observation in the Paris hospitals, he remarked that itch and secondary syphilis, noted for its skin symptoms, were the most common form of diseases among the outpatients. The scheme of skin diseases associated with Galen in the 2nd century could be seen as the basis of classifications which persisted in Western medicine until the end of the 18th century. As early as 1682, the English physician Thomas Sydenham, 1624-89, had advocated that diseases could and should be arranged with the same meticulous care as that employed by botanists in the classification of plants. Robert Willan, 1757-1812, a Quaker physician from Yorkshire who had been educated in Edinburgh, where he was a pupil of William Cullen, was greatly interested in the issue of nosology. Willan had a dispensary in London and was highly esteemed as a skin specialist. He looked at his specialism through the eyes of the ancients, but tackled the issue of renaming the diseases, which included conditions variously labeled as herpes, tetters, lichens, and impedigos. He attempted to do this on the basis of different types of lesions in the skin. Willan's work on skin diseases was initially published in 4 sections in 1798 and 1808, and was illustrated with artistically beautiful colored plates. The first of their kind see figures 15 and 16. These illustrations are iconographically accurate representations of disease conditions and, in some cases, even suggest the suffering of the patient. The work appeared in volume in 1808 under the title On Cutaneous Diseases. With its plates, it continued to be reproduced by his contemporaries and successors, including the fellow Yorkshireman Thomas Bateman, 1778-1821, who could be regarded as a Willanist. He had studied at the W. in Mill Street School of Anatomy, founded by William Hunter, and later at the University of Edinburgh, before joining Willan in London. Between 1813 and 1824, Bateman published 5 editions of a practical synopsis of cutaneous diseases, according to the arrangement of Dr. Willan. Bateman also completed the color plates, which Willan had commenced. There had been professional cooperation between interested individuals in England and France, but between 1793 and 1813, the two nations exchanged little but insults and gunfire. However, at the end of hostilities, French physicians and the Swiss Laurent Biot, 1781-1840, again traveled to London, where they met Willan and Bateman. Biot returned to Paris, where initially he criticized Willan's work as superficial. Nevertheless, Willan's treatise on skin diseases was acknowledged as the cornerstone of modern dermatology, despite the dismissive comments of, for example, Samuel Plumb. Not surprisingly, in an age that still lacked knowledge of microorganisms and modern concepts of infection, the Willanists' efforts at classification, including later attempts to apply the system of Carl Linnaeus to a nosology of skin diseases, simply could not cope with their range and number. In the second half of the 19th century, Willan's arrangement was abandoned, although his terminology was preserved. As Chrissy and Parrish point out, later developments in pathology revealed that skin diseases sharing the same elementary legend often shared nothing else. Hence, morphology alone could hardly serve as the basis for a classification that reflected the insights provided by the newer tools of science. In France, Jean-Louis Alibert, 1768-1837, the teacher of Biot, the two were later to clash head-on over the classification of skin diseases, was a provincial from the south. He had traveled to Paris in 1794 to join the École Normale. This had been set up by the convention, which was already seeking reform in the Paris medical system and intending that the new institution would revise the existing system of education, by training large numbers of teachers who could bring about the desired regeneration. The École Normale closed within a year, and Alibert transferred to the École de Santé de Paris, a school of medicine created by the Legislative Assembly in the early years of the Revolution to replace the long-established and conservative Faculty of Medicine and the Colleges of Medicine and Surgery. Crissy and Parrish point out that these institutions had regressed to a state of total decadence, revering the ancients such as Galen and Hippocrates, rather than embracing new developments. At the same time in England, expressions of dissatisfaction with the premier colleges of physicians and surgeons were also developing. Those in leadership positions in these institutions feared that the revolutionary activities in France were helping to motivate this dissatisfaction at home. The new École de Santé in Paris attracted. In addition to Alibert, who came to specialize in skin diseases, many illustrious figures, including Jean-Nicolas Corvisart and Philippe Pinel, who had played an important role in shifting the center of the medical world from Edinburgh to Paris. The Hospital St. Louis, regularly visited by the diarist, became the main center for the treatment of and research into skin diseases. Following his observations there, the diarist soon acknowledged a preference, in at least one case, for the French system of naming these conditions. He noted that whilst the term lepra vulgaris was commonly used in England, he had so far seen only one case so named in Paris, where the term psoriasis was more usually applied. He agreed that it was a good idea to discard the name lepra because of its connotations. For those he called non-professionals with leprosy, Yule comments on a case entering the Edinburgh Infirmary in 1849 and still listed as lepra, noting that after the middle of the 19th century, the term was confined to leprosy proper, other conditions being, as in Paris, designated psoriasis. Alibert was a colorful teacher and an energetic, engaging, and fluent lecturer who laced his exposition in his southern accent with attractive simile and metaphor. Thus, while speaking of syphilis, which with its skin symptoms was grouped with skin diseases, he designated a syphilitic prostitute as a priestess of Venus wounded by a perfidious dart of love. On another occasion, to illustrate just how much scale was shed in exfoliative dermatitis, he suddenly dumped a box full of scale fresh from the wards onto the occupants of the front row of his audience. On the absence of syphilis from his Edinburgh course, the diarist noted, "Syphilis is quite a new subject to me. I have never yet studied it." He did, though, in Paris gain considerable experience of the disease, either as a primary condition in itself or as an accompaniment to other disorders. Thus he encountered it through observing and listening to the lectures of the French-American specialist Philippe Ricard, 1800 to 1889, at the venereal hospital when seeing patients at the Hôpital St. Louis, or even when observing a few children as well as adults in the other main hospitals. Alibert became a leading member of St. Louis, where he was eventually succeeded by Biot. Alibert had published his observations in a large and expensive folio volume descriptions, De Maladie de la Peau, with colored plate engravings, in 1814. The plates are reminiscent of the earlier work of Willen. Alibert's volume was still organized on old-fashioned lines, in which skin diseases were divided into two large classes, those affecting the head, particularly the scalp, labeled tanes, and those occurring elsewhere on the body labeled. Alibert did at least add a number of extra categories to accommodate the obvious exceptions. But he was confronted with the classification problems that had troubled Willen and every other contemporary nosologist, the sheer bewildering range of diseases in the absence of any real knowledge of underlying causes. During his dispute with Biot, Alibert produced a tree of dermatoses resembling the attempts to classify the range of known animals. Biot dismissed it. Nevertheless, there is no doubt that Willen, Bateman, Alibert, and his successors, Biot and Alphée Cazenave, 1795 to 1877, contributed to the great achievements in dermatology of the later 19th century. Surgery, according to Rice, by far the most common surgical procedure carried out at the Edinburgh Infirmary between 1770 and 1800 seems to have been amputation, 73.6%. And considering the ravages of warfare still to come, some casualties of which would have reached Edinburgh, together with the increasing numbers of accidents associated with advances in industrialization of production, construction, and mechanization of transport. Amputations must have figured importantly among the cases observed by the diarist before he left for France. In Paris, he heard the lectures and observed the work of some of the most eminent surgeons. They included Guillaume Dupuytren, handsome, rich and self-assured, professor of operative surgery at the Faculté de Médecine, a member of the Académie de Médecine, chief surgeon at the Hôtel Dieu, and the great surgical showmen, his colleagues. Louis-Joseph Sanson, 1790–1841, popular, but in the diarist's opinion, lazy, and Gilbert Brechet, 1784–1845. He also observed Philibert Joseph Roux, 1780–1854, a less showy surgeon at La Pitié, and Alfred Armand Louis-Marie Velpeau, 1795–8, who was soon to succeed the older Roux as professor of surgery at La Pitié. It was sometimes difficult to get into even the back of the lecture theaters of those lecturers who were most admired. Velpeau was highly esteemed by American students who seemed to follow his slower delivery more easily than that of Dupuytren, and they bagged the best seats in his lecture theater. The diarist soon discovered that to gain a good seat for listening to Andral, in whose lectures one could hear a pin drop, he had to attend the preceding lectures of Broussais, whom he did not particularly admire. James Jackson, Jr. had made the same point 3 years earlier when writing to his parents after Broussais' lecture, which he did not want to hear, but had entered at the end in order to secure his seat for the following lecture by Andral. It was even more important to be in place at the bedside, especially early if one wanted a good view of the operative procedures of the surgical stars. Not surprisingly, the more central the hospital and the nearer it was to the École de Médecine, the greater the number of French students, and hence the greater the pressure on these coveted bedside locations, the hospitals of La Pitié and Saint-Ouen. Louis, as well as the Hôpital des Enfants Malades, being a little further afield, attracted fewer students and provided better opportunities of viewing case details and treatment scene. Inevitably, the diarist witnessed a variety of operations, including the removal of cancerous growths from a range of bodily locations, treatment of fractures, anal fistulae, hirelip, and on one occasion, under persistent parental pressure, despite contrary advice from the surgeon, surgery on a form of club foot in a young girl. The child seems to have borne the experience with amazing stoicism. The diarist also observed episodes of heroic surgery involving amputations such as tumors in a breast or a whole or part of a limb. He consistently criticized the method of post-operative binding of wounds to promote healing. On a number of occasions, he almost explodes with vitriolic criticism of what he implies is the self-centered careerism of surgeons whom he sees as prepared to sacrifice the life of patients in pursuit of their own research on surgical procedures. Velpeau, whom he observed in the Hôtel Dieu, was described as a murderer for his treatment of a man in whom he had tied a branch of the carotid artery about 8 days earlier for an aneurysm in the temple. On first seeing the patient, who had suffered 3 hemorrhages following the coming away of the ligatures, the diarist predicted that he would die. Unfortunately, he did. In the diarist's opinion, the ligaturing was inappropriate in such a small aneurysm which had not enlarged over the previous year. He felt Velpeau should have tried one of the methods used in England, probably including those of John Hennon, 1779–1828, who had dealt with cases of aneurysm and advocated leaving all but the most grave to nature. He cited cases which continued without any detriment to the patient for 20 or 30 years, and was of the opinion that it is both unnecessary and injudicious in the extreme to attempt any operation. The diarist harshly and consistently over the months and during his final weeks said of Roux that he slashed away as usual. An unfortunate patient had had his femoral artery accidentally penetrated with a seton. He perished despite Roux's attempts to plug the tear. This was for the diarist another case of murder. But as Riss, speaking of the Edinburgh Infirmary and quoting from William Nolan's 1786 essay on abuses in hospitals, points out, physicians and surgeons were not immune to the charges of cruelty. He quotes a sarcastic comment about physicians from a critic using the pseudonym Flogum, and notes that surgeons in their turn were criticized for their apparent propensity for attempting operations, especially amputations. Without the necessary consultations, there was a call for the setting up of a humane committee to act as a hospital ombudsman and patient advocate. But the proposal, along with others for reform in hospital practice, was shelved as Britain became engulfed in the Industrial Revolution. Hence, the diarist in going to Paris was not leaving behind such an unblemished reputation in medicine and surgery as he seems to have believed, according to the American surgeon Dr. Edward Reynolds, writing from London more than a decade earlier about his observations on French surgery. Theoretical surgery was better understood in England, but the mechanical parts of surgery were better understood in France. There are many contested claims from both English and American observers who had studied in Paris concerning the superiority, or otherwise, of the two countries' science, medical practice, and surgical procedures. With his sentiments of outrage about some of the Paris surgeons, the diarist is perhaps echoing those views rampant among American students in Paris at the time. Although in his diary he seems almost to ignore American students, he must have encountered some of them. For both nationalities there would probably have been genuine ambivalence since, on the one hand, they had chosen to study in Paris in order to avail themselves of its more advanced techniques and hands-on experience, and on the other, they felt regret at what they perceived as a move away from the more humane attitude to patients in their home countries. They were on occasions critical consumers of what Foucault saw as a dehumanizing development in medicine, in which the human body was converted into an object of study like any other. But nowhere does the diarist overtly indulge in self-reflection about the need to monitor his own attitudes and ensure that he does not allow his experiences in the dissection room and his perception of the behavior of some of his Paris teachers to blunt his own sensitivities about preserving humane attitudes and respect for his patients. And whilst he is sometimes critical of what he sees as brutal surgical procedures, he does on several occasions express real admiration for aspects of French surgery. The diarist observed his surgical cases and the post-operative care of the patient in what were pre-anesthetic days. Although amputation had been carried out even by the ancients, it had always been seen as a hazardous procedure performed under many disadvantages. These included ignorance of the best method of making the incision, stopping the hemorrhage, which itself led to many deaths among those who had had the courage to submit to the surgery, healing of the wound after the amputation, and the dressing and binding of the wound areas, which had generally been clumsy as well as irritating and inappropriate, although better than in earlier times, according to Samuel Cooper in 1822. Amputation did still, in the hands of some surgeons, require greater care and dexterity. The surgeons whose work the diarist observed included Dupuytren, who controlled 266 beds, and the work of a team of assistant adjoints, interns, and externs at the Hôtel Dieu. Dupuytren was among a number of Paris surgeons who had honed their skills during the fighting of the Napoleonic Wars. During this period, immense numbers of soldiers and seamen were wounded by grape shot or musket balls, and there had been few surgeons to deal with them. Furthermore, the field hospitals and the essential supplies were often far behind the battlefront or even captured by the enemy. Thus, there were generally not the facilities to nurse and dress the seriously wounded. Samuel Cooper, who became professor of surgery at University College London, had himself been a surgeon to the forces and had seen active service on the continent. The University of Edinburgh had in the 1820s a Regius Professor of Military Surgery, Dr. Thompson, surgeon to the forces, who had helped John Hennon in the production of his work on principles of military surgery. Hennon was described on the title page as Deputy Inspector of Military Hospitals. George Ballingall, Surgeon Extraordinary to the King for Scotland, and one of the surgeons to the Edinburgh Royal Infirmary, was also Regius Professor of Military Surgery in Edinburgh. He produced a syllabus of his lectures on military surgery, which were given on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 2 o'clock. Medical officers of the Army, Navy, and Ordnance, together with those of the Honorable East India Company's service, could obtain free admission on application to Dr. Ballingall. In his course, Ballingall gave details of the ambulance of his former French battle opponent Baron Lauredat, On the battlefield, as Cooper points out, it was considered wise to amputate as soon after the gunshot wounding as possible to avoid worse conditions, due, for example, to gangrene setting in. It was known that bad compound fractures of the thigh, especially if the injury were high up, had a low survival rate if left to heal. Cooper himself, in the hospital at Audenoche in the spring of 1814, recorded that of 8 bad compound fractures, only 1 had survived. This was probably due to the disposition of the thigh bone to splinter well above and below the gunshot wound or other injury, so providing sites for infection. Whilst it had been claimed that to save one limb is infinitely more honorable to the surgeon than to have performed numerous amputations, however successful, Hennon countered that it is much better for a man to live with 3 limbs than to die with 4. Away from the battlefield where orthopedic damage could be due to gunshot wounds in dueling, even though in the direst period it was against the law, being run over by a carriage or suffering from scrofulous joints. There were still debates about the process of amputation. These again concerned timing, location, and method of execution. Amputation could take place immediately following the injury, or after the fractured bones showed no disposition to unite, or even if the union of the bones looked satisfactory, if mortification gangrene had set in. The diarist would have been familiar with the miasma theory of infection, which persisted until much later in the century. This environmental condition was seen as an important factor that could lessen the chances of saving a badly broken limb, and hence needed to be considered in weighing the reasons for and against amputation. It had long been a matter of dispute as to whether the incision should be made through healthy or mortified tissue. The prevailing view in the diarist period was that the incision should pass through healthy tissue. He describes a number of amputations, some carried out using the procedure designated as the circular operation, a technique used in antiquity, and others involving what was termed a flap separation. Both techniques were used by Roux at La Charité, and although later criticizing Roux severely, the diarist had initially admired his work. Another variable in carrying out amputations was the treatment of the wound area immediately following the amputation. Thus, English and American surgeons generally favored promoting healing by what was termed the mode of first intention, in which the vessels were ligatured and the edges of the wound drawn together by means of sutures and adhesive bandages. The weeping of the wound was held to be natural pus and a good sign of healing. The diarist found that French surgeons preferred to promote healing by what was termed the second intention, in which the wound area was stuffed with charpie or lint to keep the wound edges open. This French method, which the diarist criticized because it was clearly opposed to the Edinburgh practice, was thought to allow better drainage and the formation of scar tissue from inside the wound. Roux, on his return in 1814 from a visit to England where he had studied under Sir Astley Cooper, preferred the English practice. In the circular operation, the surgeon's arm was placed beneath the limb to be amputated. Starting with the sharp blade edge above the limb, the surgeon drew the knife through the skin and muscle, cutting away from himself and around the limb in a circular motion, then towards himself to his starting point. The tissue above the cut was then dissected away from the bone and pushed back along it to form a cuff. The bone was sawn through at the level of the contracted tissue, which was then drawn back over the stump, sutured and bandaged. Introduction. The flap operation involved the dissection away of flaps of skin and muscle, which were long enough to overlap at their ends to provide a form of cushion over the stump. This form of amputation was less likely to result in the unattractive mushroom-shaped stump. The American Jonathan Mason Warren, writing in the previous academic year, claimed that Roux was very unsuccessful with his amputations. He believed that in general in Paris they did not save 1 out of 3 patients, even though Dupuytren claimed a 50% success rate. Whilst admitting that death did sometimes follow departure from the hospital in some patients, worn out by the lengthy cure. As part of the reform measures in France and Paris certainly preceded Edinburgh and London in applying statistical methods to investigate the outcomes of the reforms. The Consul General had since 1804 recorded the number of patients admitted to the public hospitals and the numbers who died, The data were published in the annual Comptes Generaux of the Conseil. The diarist had been aware of death among the surgical patients he observed. Unfortunately, it was not until after his departure in 1835 that the Conseil General separated out the surgical and medical mortality rates and further separated the amputation cases from the overall surgical ones. For the 2 years while the diarist was in Paris, there were 305 deaths out of 62, 132 admissions in 1834, and 952 deaths out of 6699 admissions in 1835. After this, more sophisticated data gathering was required, including monthly reports on the number, nature, and results of amputations and other grave operations. Further refinements followed, but amputation deaths continued to be high until the introduction of aseptic techniques. Clearly, the majority of post-operative deaths were due to infection, ignorance of which would persist until there were improvements in the microscope, and the work of Pasteur and others was developed later in the century. Eye diseases, whilst French surgery was highly regarded in the early 19th century, ophthalmology was by comparison very weak. Nevertheless, throughout his period in Paris, the diarist records his encounters with a wide range of eye disorders. He had in December 1834 tried unsuccessfully to obtain a copy of William Lawrence's treatise on diseases of the eye published in the previous year. This was a comprehensive account of the eye and its diseases and was based on Lawrence's lecture delivered at the London Ophthalmic Infirmary, in his introduction making the case for the importance of the subject to medical practitioners. Lawrence declared that everyone feels that sight is the most valuable of the senses, that it not only is in itself the most important inlet of knowledge, the most valuable medium of our communication with surrounding persons and objects, but also that it is essential to the full enjoyment of our other senses, to the free exercise of almost all our other faculties and endowments, so that these lose more than half their value when sight is gone. Hence, blindness is one of the greatest calamities that can befall human nature short of death. The hospitals did not up to that time have any departments or specialists devoted to ophthalmology, so the great generalist surgeons, including Dupuytren and Roux, also treated eye diseases. But in 1834, the German immigrant Jules Sichel, 1802-68, became a French citizen and acquired a French medical diploma. He had qualified in Berlin and had also studied under the ophthalmologist J.L. Schönlein, 1793 to 1864, in Vienna, already a prestigious center for the diagnosis and treatment of diseases of the eye. Sichel, who was apparently married to a Scotswoman and spoke English well, had ambitions of establishing an ophthalmic hospital in Paris in 1833. He had already obtained a ward in the same Antoine Hospital, where he conducted a clinic on diseases of the eye. According to the diarist's entries, it would seem that by 1834, Sichel had established a specialist dispensary where the young man registered on Wednesday, 3 December, and paid 15 francs for a 3-month course. He makes frequent and consistently favorable references to Sichel's work, which was, he declared, quite a new study to me. He felt that Sichel would give a man considerable tact in the examination of the diseases of the eye, and in that manner assist, if in no other, to make him a tolerably good oculist. He did, though, whilst acknowledging the efficacy of Sichel's treatments, criticize his skill as an operator. Later in the year, he even describes how, during the removal of an excrescence from the conjunctiva covering the eyeball, Sichel's knife slipped and pierced it. One wonders if the diarist was already speculating about a possible future specialism for himself. The wide range of eye diseases encountered by the diarist, chiefly in Sichel's clinic and dispensary, involve pathological conditions of the eye itself, including cataract and other disorders associated with diseases such as syphilis and gonorrhea, originating in other parts of the body but which also affect the eyes. He observed, too, the treatment of wounds involving the eye, but does not indicate whether Sichel acknowledged his blunder as a wounding or give details of the treatment for the damage. Eye surgery could involve the removal of an eyeball and its replacement by an artificial eye. The diarist was very impressed by two artificial eyes, which he encountered in patients of Sichel. He claimed that some students even wondered why the patients had come. Inflammatory conditions of the regions of the eye included conjunctivitis, which could also occur in neonates and be due to maternal gonorrhea, keratitis, iritis, and sclerotitis. More complex eye disorders included amaurosis, referred to as gutta serena in Arabic sources, which involved total or partial blindness but where there was no ocular lesion. Sichel provided sophisticated explanations of the conditions he was diagnosing and treating, and sometimes questioned prevailing ideas, offering his own explanations or speculations. He was of the opinion that amaurosis could be due to disease of the spinal cord. Sichel's external treatments, depending on the region of the eye affected, included applications of silver nitrate, a lotion of laudanum, and this was one of his favorite prescriptions, an ointment containing, he would also sometimes recommend purging with seedless powder, or local bloodletting with leeches applied to the temple. The condition of cataract involving development of opacity of the crystalline lens, or its surrounding capsule, was, according to Cooper, more common among those exposed to strong fire, such as blacksmiths, locksmiths, and glass. Other causes were held to be long exposure to bright light, wounds to the eye, and slow, insidious inflammation. Early external therapies had included bleeding and fumigations. Preparations of the plants eyebright, wild poppy, henbane, and hemlock had figured among internal treatments. By the diarist's time, surgery properly carried out in appropriate cases was seen as the best treatment. It was originally thought that this procedure should not take place until the individual had attained the age of docility and reason. This view was abandoned on the ground that clear vision was more valuable for the young. Auscultation and the stethoscope on the first day of his studies in Paris, when he visited the hospital of La Charité, the diarist had been impressed by the superior possibilities in diagnosis opened up by the use of the relatively new instrument. The stethoscope, devised by R.T.H. Laennec, 1781 to 1826. This indicates that he was developing some awareness of the importance in diagnosis of the role of the senses and of the possibility of their enhancement through the use of instruments. The stethoscope improved the procedure of auscultation, or listening to the sounds produced by organs, such as the heart with blood gurgling through it and lungs with their breathing noises. In immediate auscultation, the ear of the practitioner is placed close to the part without any intervening instrument. In immediate auscultation, an instrument such as a stethoscope is used. Having established familiarity with the repertoire of sounds associated with organs in a healthy state, skillful use of the stethoscope could reveal hidden pathology within. Thus, auscultation as a diagnostic skill depended on careful or precise differentiation of the sounds produced by both healthy and diseased organs. At La Charité, during the diarist's early observations, it was being used for examining a diseased heart. However, the diarist had already met the instrument briefly in Edinburgh, indicating that the medical curriculum there included some aspects of important contemporary medical advances. In fact, among the Edinburgh professoriate, the admirers of French medical education and practice advocated the use of auscultation. Mollitz points out that the Edinburgh professor of Materia Medica and editor of the Edinburgh Medical and Surgical Journal, Andrew Duncan Jr., 1770 through 1832, who was disdainful of the quality of medical education south of the border but favorable towards that in Paris, was a strong advocate of further developing medical science and its underpinning of chemistry. He was an admirer of Laennec and became an early champion of the use of auscultation in anatomico-clinical science. William Thomson, 1802 to 1852, son of John Thomson, 1765 to 1846, another Edinburgh professor of military surgery, had also become an early champion of Malcolm Nicholson in his paper on stethoscopy in the early 19th century. Edinburgh points out that Laennec's De l'auscultation media was more a text on pathological anatomy than on diagnosis. He also interestingly claims that due importance has not been accorded to the distinction between academic and practical knowledge of the technique of physical examination. Hooper described the stethoscope as a cylindrical instrument made of cedar wood, about 12 inches long, and with the diameter of a flute. He explained that the state of respiration could be ascertained by removing a stopper. Use of the stopper made it possible to determine the condition of the heart or the signs in the voice, indicating diseased states of the lungs or pleural membrane. In the words of Roy Porter, pathology could now be done on the living. It was important to use the instrument in such a manner as to avoid either escape of sound or entry of air, and to hold the appropriate end close to the ear. Silk caused a crackling sound, and thick fabrics a muffled one, and so should not be worn by the patient. Linen or flannel dresses, on the other hand, caused no problems. Porter looks at the emergence of the series of highly stylized acts performed by the doctor, including sounding the chest, which include procedures that in other contexts would be seen as intrusive and even offensive. The popularization of the stethoscope which followed this period aided the development of the ritual of the physical examination. Thus, the diarist had already realized that auscultation was no longer entirely dependent on percussion. That is, tapping some part of the body with the fingers and listening to the sounds produced. But he lamented that he had forgotten the majority of the sounds I knew when in Edinburgh. Despite his competence in French, it is doubtful if the diarist had already read the initial work of Laennec, or even the more extensive second edition. Laennec's ideas were propagated in Britain by Charles Scudamore's useful short text on the use of the stethoscope, published in 1826. Scudamore had visited Paris, where he had received personal instruction on the diagnostic uses of the stethoscope in the hospital of La Charité from the inventor himself. According to Scudamore, Laennec was considered as skillful and accurate in the use of percussion as in the use of the stethoscope, and he regarded it as an important auxiliary source of information on diseases of the chest. Laennec could distinguish between pulmonary ailments such as bronchitis, pneumonia, and the dreaded tuberculosis to which he himself succumbed at the age of only 45. The ears had joined the eyes as detectives looking for the footprints of disease. Introduction: Scudamore paid tribute to another work, that of John Forbes, physician to the Chichester Dispensary, on the use of the stethoscope and percussion. Forbes, who had studied in Paris, was an advocate of both. He acknowledged that to Auenbrugger alone belongs unquestionably the honor of the discovery of percussion, but it is to its reviver and second founder, Corvisart, that it is almost entirely indebted for the present rank and estimation which it has obtained. The major part of Forbes's work is based on the cases of his dispensary patients. He also included his own translation of Auenbrugger's original treatise, published in 1761, together with a selection of Corvisart's more important commentaries published in 1808. Forbes made occasional comments of his own on the opinions of both authors. To this, he added a translated brief extract from Laennec's original treatise on media auscultation, published in 1819. In his earlier treatise on diseases of the heart and great vessels, Corvisart pointed out that Cullen admits that he never used percussion of the chest in forming his diagnostic of hydrothorax. By this omission, he deprived himself of the means which would have enabled him to rectify his observations on this part of practical medicine. Forbes, too, joined in this criticism of Cullen with his stricture that Dr. Cullen, in his account of hydrothorax in First Lines MD-Cecilia, just alludes to percussion as a practice with which he is personally unacquainted. Nevertheless, it is clear that in Edinburgh, both auscultation and percussion were taught by the 1830s. The diarist went on to take a course on diagnosis with the stethoscope and the use of percussion with M. Roquet, the intern of J.C.A. Recamier. Roquet would have received a fee from each student, and, according to Wiblin, who commented that M. Roquet speaks English very well, he attracted many English students to his wards. The diarist describes the range of sounds he heard in Recamier's ward, sometimes under the supervision of Roquet, and they included that of a gegophony, which was likened by some to the bleating of a goat or to the hissing sound of speaking through a comb. Remembering his own immediate experience of forgetting his fairly recent learning in Edinburgh, the diarist emphasized the familiar phenomenon of losing unused skills. Thus he feared that the use of this instrument will never be so extensively diffused as its immense importance requires, for this reason, that persons not in the constant, almost daily habit of employing it will forget all but the most characteristic and well-marked sounds. Not surprisingly, the diarist was most concerned, not with the familiar and more easily remembered sounds, but with those less often encountered. These less frequent sounds often subtly blended into one another and were difficult to distinguish. Little did he realize what an icon of the physician and the medical student, the stethoscope in modified form, would become. Another piece of equipment which greatly impressed the diarist during his time in Paris was the speculum, an instrument which made it possible to view the neck of the cervix and to note changes in it brought about by pregnancy and disease. This was for him yet another opportunity of enhancing for diagnostic purposes, and through instrumentation, one of his senses, that of sight. To gain visual access to such a hidden region of the body, he appreciated it enormously as tuition in midwifery. The lectures were free, but there was a fee for participating in the practical sessions. The classes were run by Amélie Lachapelle, the daughter and granddaughter of two renowned sages femmes, or midwives, of the same name. Her mother had been the adjoint midwife at the Hôtel Dieu, where poor women were delivered until 1804, when the lying-in hospital, or maison d'accouchement, was established in conjunction with the institution for foundling children. Once delivered, women could either take their infants home, with linen and other provisions provided by the hospital for tending them, or make them foundlings. Lachapelle's mother had later become the organizer and director of the practical course of instruction for midwives and medical students in the new École d'accouchement, which was attached to the Maison d'accouchement. The law in France insisted that all midwives who had to be baptized and married must be properly qualified before they could practice. The pupil midwives, who were provided with board and lodging as well as their training, paid a fee of 600 francs per annum. The curriculum included the theory and practice of midwifery, vaccination, bleeding, and a knowledge of the medicinal plants most commonly employed in the treatment of pregnant and puerperal women. Following 2 approved courses of lectures on the theory and practice of midwifery, delivered by a recognized professor and examined before 3 professors, midwives could, for a further fee of 120 francs, gain admission to the Faculty of Medicine. This qualification enabled them to practice throughout France on production of their diploma. During the diarist period in Paris, there were 62 pupil midwives and 8 midwives who gained the coveted diploma in 1834. In 1835, the corresponding figures were 65 and 11. Following in her mother's footsteps, Amélie Lachapelle trained students, and hence future medical practitioners, as well as midwives in what the diarist referred to as toucher and maneuvers. The skills of diagnosing pregnancy and its associated problems and the processes of delivery and childbirth, including the use of forceps, she was well respected within the medical fraternity. The diarist had initially not been impressed by either Amélie Lachapelle's appearance or her manner, but decided to join her class because the classroom was comfortable, and on a cold, dark evening, that was an important factor. He mentions that pupil midwives were also in his class, but does not hint at this being a further inducement to enroll with Amélie Lachapelle. His teacher seems to have devoted considerable time, too much in the diarist's opinion, to teaching the important technique of turning, the maneuver used in attempts to correct the position of a foetus in the breech position. The diarist referred to this technique as maneuvers des accouchements contre nature, a magnificent series of illustrations of the stages of the foetus in utero during pregnancy and delivery, including cases of breech presentations and those described by Amélie Lachapelle in her lectures, where a limb rather than the head presents first through the neck of the uterus, had appeared in William Smelly's anatomical tables in 1754. As well as the use of forceps in difficult cases, Smelly's final plate shows the removal, with the use of the crochet, an instrument to which the diarist was introduced at almost his final session, of the head of a foetus decapitated during delivery. The diarist makes no comment on the inevitably lethal effects of using the crochet, which figures along with the scissors and hook, also used in some of the most difficult cases in Smelly's final plate. Smellie was criticized by more than one contemporary, including the physician John Burton, who claimed that he uses the forceps in cases that don't require it, and thereby increases the dangers to both mother and child. This dispute between Smellie and Burton on the use of forceps was taken up 2 years later by Jules Watts. William Hunter, one of Smellie's successors during the later part of the century, regretted that the forceps had ever been invented. Unlike Edinburgh, Paris offered hands-on experience of intimately examining the women, and the diarist teacher also maintained her own skills as a practitioner midwife, for on one occasion she was absent attending a woman in labor. There is no doubt that the experience of handling the pregnant women externally and even more internally created for the diarist an unexpected free zone, which he tried to make light of by referring to the shock waves it would cause back home. He regretted that some of our old maids in England did not pop in some night. It would furnish them with scandal and tableau talk for the next month. He also declared that the moral people of England would scout from society anyone who might suggest teaching the practical parts of midwifery as in Paris. Despite his enthusiasm for midwifery and hence by extension obstetrics as a possible career, he sadly admitted, providing the only indication of his own physical features, that since his fingers were very short, it made it difficult for him to experience bowel. This is the sudden moving away of the foetus in its amniotic fluid, on the uterus being pushed by the intruding fingers and its return to its original position. This was a reliable indication of pregnancy. Whilst the diarist had already encountered the stethoscope in Edinburgh, he did not declare a similar familiarity, however slight, with the speculum. He seems to have met it for the first time at the Hotel Dieu during his rounds with Alphonse César Robert, 1801 to 62, of whom he frequently spoke with admiration, declaring, perhaps deliberately for the benefit of the students, that a patient had a diseased neck of the uterus. Robert allowed all the students to pass one by one and examine her with the speculum. Robert's fears were not upheld, for, as the diarist observed, we all had a fine opportunity of seeing this part in a perfectly healthy condition. The diarist was amazed by his observations and, making a somewhat exaggerated claim for his newly discovered instrument, declared, "I had no idea that the neck of the uterus be seen so distinctly. This part is, since the introduction of the speculum, as much under the cognizance of the senses as any part of the exterior of the body." Dentistry, some other forms of forceps, which the diarist appeared to meet for the first time in Paris, were among those used in dentistry. On Thursday, 30 December 1834, he enrolled for a course on dental surgery with M. Lemaire and paid 10 francs. Initially, as with his first impression of Émile Lachapelle, the diarist did not think much of Lemaire as a lecturer, but, as with some of his other courses, the diarist felt that probably a good many practical remarks may be gained from him. He wrote, before the end of the first session, he was full of admiration for Lemaire's dexterity, declaring that from one of the patients present, he had already removed several teeth, whilst the general practitioner would be thinking of it. At this same session, he learned how to distinguish between primary and secondary teeth. He also learned how, with the straight forceps, also called the key, to draw the front teeth of the upper jaw. Warren, for his part, referred to seeking out Chevalier, the first dentist here, in connection with his own toothache. The diarist describes in minute detail the manner in which the patient's head was kept straight and still throughout the procedure. It involved what seems a considerable degree of intimacy of contact, with the dentist's left arm hooked firmly around the patient's neck, whilst at the same time he pressed the patient's head against his chest, whilst his left hand fingers held the lower jaw and intruded partly between the patient's lips. The pulling of molar teeth involved the head being pressed against the dentist's thigh. For extracting teeth in the lower jaw, he used a pair of powerful forceps, which the diarist had never seen before. At his second dental surgery class on Saturday, 3 January, he identified these as the Parrott's bill forceps needed for the more difficult process of extracting the lower incisors. He again describes in considerable detail the movements of the hands to avoid snapping off the teeth, whereas he clearly observed the rapid and dexterous extraction of real upper incisors. It seems likely that work on the lower ones was theoretical, as his descriptions of torsion, pulling and pushing with the forceps would surely have involved considerable pain to a patient. Of this he makes no mention, nor of any form of painkiller, such as oil of cloves, which was recommended for dulling toothache. At his final session on Tuesday, 20 January, Lemaire taught the class how to fasten in with silk or catgut a loose tooth, a process similar to that required in heat transplantation of teeth. The diarist learned how to screw into a still existing root an artificial tooth, and how, with sealing wax, to take an impression of the teeth for making a false set. He may have learned from Lemaire that the first porcelain teeth were made by a Frenchman, Nicolas Dubois de Chaumont, who had fled to England as a refugee from the Revolution. Chaumont replaced bone and ivory with his mineral paste or porcelain as the material for his artificial teeth. The diarist had also received instruction in removing caries from diseased teeth and filling, or as he described it, stopping them with tinfoil or an alloy of bismuth, mercury, and lead. Guidance on sophisticated orthodontics for correcting irregular teeth with the use of braces, which, according to Lemaire, could be made by any working jeweler, was also included in the course. The dental surgeon J. Menzies Campbell, who was interested in the history of dentistry, named the powerful forceps referred to by the diarist as being of the favorite French parrot beak pattern. He acknowledged that around 1800 dentistry in England was a very low status, and barbers still combined tooth extraction with bloodletting, hair cutting, and shaving. Nevertheless, whilst there was not yet a separate profession of dentist during the 18th century, there had been recognized surgeons who specialized in the care and treatment of disorders involving the teeth and gums. These included John Hunter, 1728-93, surgeon to St. George's Hospital, who declared in his detailed and beautifully illustrated natural history of the human teeth that most of his observations in the work had been made before 1755. In 1778, he published a supplement to the treatise in which he presented in greater detail the processes involved in the transplanting of teeth, a procedure already practiced in the previous century and criticized by Charles Allen, who wrote one of the earliest books in English devoted entirely to dentistry. A third edition of Hunter's work appeared in 1803 and contained a practical treatise on the diseases of the teeth. Thomas Berdmore, of the Surgeons' Company and Surgeon Dentist to His Majesty, had also at the age of 28 already published an informative but somewhat combative work on the not infrequent disorders and deformities of the teeth and gums. And referring to his privileged and hence lucrative cadre of patients rather than to the more numerous and needy poor, he considered the use and abuse of tinctures, tooth powders, and brushes. He also highlighted the far-reaching effects on the whole system following, on the one hand, from the care of teeth, including cutting of the teeth in infants, and on the other from their neglect. Thus, in addition to the offensiveness of the smell imparted to the breath by dirty, rotting teeth and the deleterious effects on digestion, he declared that the oratory of the pulpit and the bar, and above all, the art of pleasing in conversation and social life, are matters of the highest concern to individuals. But in these no one can excel whose loss of teeth, or rotten, livid stumps, and fallen lips and hollow cheeks destroy articulation. And the happy expression of the countenance, whose voice has lost its native tone, and whose laugh, instead of painting joy and merriment, express only defect and disease. Berdmore was clearly interested in the professionalization of dentistry, which did not come about until the mid-19th century. He saw simple tooth drawing and tooth scraping as but a part of the skills needed by the surgeon-dentist. He wanted the public to realize that it was inappropriate to place on an equal footing with the surgeon-dentist, the tooth-drawing barber, and the itinerant mountebank. In his section on tooth transplantation, Hunter said of the practice, "Although this operation is in itself a matter of no difficulty, yet upon the whole, it is one of the nicest of all operations, and requires more chirurgical and physiological knowledge than any that comes under the care of the dentist." He described the transplanting of living teeth, referred to as scions, which could be teeth pulled out by mistake, or, as in one case included by Hunter, knocked out, in cases of donated living teeth, often sold by impecunious individuals for cash. The importance of the ages of the recipient and donor. Women were mentioned as the most suitable donors because their smaller teeth were easier to fit into the gaps. The maturity and soundness of the tooth to be transplanted and the condition of the receiving socket were all considered in terms of the outcome of the procedure. Hunter also included details of the transplantation of dead teeth, which, although harder to match in terms of color, had always been more numerous, not only due to the reputed activities of resurrectionists or the plundering of cadavers on battlefields, such as Waterloo. Following the actual transplantation, the tooth had to be tied in place in a manner similar to that demonstrated to the diarist by Lemaire for tying in a loose tooth, or attaching an artificial tooth to a remaining root. Hunter is clear about the outcomes which could be expected. The procedure was not always successful, and if successful, could take different lengths of time for the root to unite with the socket, such that the retaining silk might need to be left in place for a while. Hunter included in his supplement the details of what was at the time probably considered to be a curious but fascinating experiment, which clearly illustrates his scientific approach to his work. He took a tooth from a person's head and plunged its root deeply into a wound made in the thick part of a cock's comb, fixing it in place with thread. Some months later, the cock was killed and the head injected with a very minute injection of an unnamed substance. The comb plus tooth were then removed, placed in acid, presumably to soften the tooth by removing the calcareous components, and the whole preparation slit lengthwise. Hunter observed that the vessels of the tooth were well injected, and that the external surface of the tooth adhered to the comb by vessels similar to the union of a tooth with the gum and sockets. In a footnote and with great integrity, Hunter admitted that the experiment was not generally successful, he himself having succeeded only once out of a great number of trials. At the beginning of the 19th century, the surgeon Joseph Fox, 1776 to 1816, who on the death of his father had become a pupil of Henry Klein, lecturer in anatomy and surgeon at St. Thomas's Hospital, published an illustrated work with a title similar to that of Hunter Fox, includes an account of the chemical analysis of teeth. He also includes some fine engravings of irregular dentitions in need of orthodontic treatment, and also of the bridge mechanisms described by the diarist during his course with Lemaire. Furthermore, extending the publication of Hunter, Fox deals with and illustrates some problems of the jaws, such as disease of the antrum, maxillar, and cleft palate, conditions which the diarist saw in Paris. He also adds a section on the effects of mercury on the teeth. Whilst he sees mercury as a useful therapeutic drug, he is aware that injudicious use could lead to serious mischief within the mouth. It could adversely affect the teeth and gums, resulting on occasion in actual loss of teeth and even to shedding of parts of the jaw bones. Fox recommended washing the mouth with a mild astringent lotion of infusion of roses with alum and also with tincture of myrrh if necessary. Depending on the severity of the damage, the bones and gums could recover following cessation of the use of mercury. Although the diarist, if indeed he was James Siraj, appears not to have become a celebrity in his own right. He certainly enjoyed a prestigious introduction to his chosen profession of medicine under the influence of several French medical celebrities. The Edinburgh Medical School, where he had followed his formal academic medical curriculum, and the Royal Infirmary, where he had gained clinical experience, although both less illustrious than a few decades earlier, had benefited greatly from the Scottish Enlightenment, which had still left its mark on the discipline and the institutions. By continuing and completing his studies in Paris, which had taken over the mantle of excellence from Edinburgh, the diarist could be said to have had the best of both worlds. There is no doubt that he was in many ways an admirable young ambassador for his country. He was very competent in the French language, seems to have done a prodigious amount of homework in preparation for his sightseeing within and around Paris, and had the organizational skills of a mature individual. His unbounded energy for following both his programs of study within the Faculty of Medicine, including the large number and disparate range of hospitals in Paris, some of which were centrally located, whilst others were far away. And his sightseeing comes across clearly. He appears, however, to have lacked one essential ambassadorial skill, in that he was a loner. He does not even seem to have participated very actively in the meetings of the Société de Médecins organized by English-speaking doctors, in Paris for the purpose of exchanging medical views. Nevertheless, on one occasion, he laments the departure of his compatriot Bird, whose company everyone enjoyed. The diarist did occasionally commit to paper his expressions of homesickness, which he could still have felt even in the midst of a hectic social life with his fellow students. Since he was mindful of the need to watch his expenses, his solitary condition may have been self-imposed, in order to escape the temptations of wasting time and money with his peers. In spite of a very busy schedule, this unknown young man, with admirable daily dedication, kept a diary which provides some invaluable insights into the life and studies of an early 19th century English medical student in Paris. He spoke of collecting portraits before his departure, but unfortunately does not tell us whose images he was seeking. Weiss comments on the work of the medical journalist Louis Peace, who described the new building of the Academy of Medicine in 1850, some 15 years after the diarist's departure for Paris, as a monument not only on account of the building itself, but for its artistic contents including paintings, busts, and statues. Some of this art could be seen as providing a visible history of certain of the leading figures and their contributions to medicine. The painting of the Surgeon Larry on the battlefield is one such example. The portraits collected by the diarist could be seen as his desire to select and create his own collection of likenesses to embody for the future memories of his year in Paris. His records of walking the wards of some of the great early 19th century Paris hospitals has thrown additional professional and personal light on aspects of both British, especially Edinburgh, and French medicine and surgery of almost 2 centuries ago. Diary of an Edinburgh medical student, 1834 to 1835. Chapter 2, November 1834. November 1st, 1834 Saturday. I have intended for a long time to keep a journal. Today being the first of the month, determined to put my intention into effect. Went this morning to the hospital La Charité, saw a case of fever, typhus, with complication in the chest, and suspected also an abdomen. He has been admitted about 10 days. Lips and cheeks are livid, skin moderately warm, rasping, very oppressed, 50 in a minute, considerable mucus raw in the smaller ramifications of the bronchi, pulse 120. Skin is dry and very dirty, has had no bath or tepid ablutions in sea. Tongue is protruded with considerable difficulty. On first coming in, he was bled from the arm and had leeches on the chest. Has been taking lemonade alone since. No antimony or purgation. This morning, as his bowels have not been open for 6 days, he was ordered an enema and thresive magnes. Sulph. If this pat die, of which indeed there was considerable likelihood at one time, his physician ought to be prosecuted. Saw an excellent case of herpes zoster improving rapidly under simple baths and diet. Case of diseased heart came in today. It is easy by means of the stethoscope to detect considerable brute de souffle in the region of the left side of the heart, whilst under the sternum, the sounds are not apex is perceived immediately under the margin of the 6th rib. Hence, of course, enlargement of the left side of the heart was diagnosed. There is a remarkably curious case in the wards which has puzzled the stethoscopists not a little. A man who has been in the house some time with cough, and on a muco purulent expectoration, has had ever since his entrance a very loud pectoriloquy, and apparent cavernous respiration in the region of the subspinous fossa of the right scapula. Superiorly, he had loud bronchophony. The chest is universally duller. Today, the pectoriloquy has extended over the whole extent of the posterior part of the right side of the chest. The man has not a physical countenance. His pulse is only 76, and he has no hectic. The subclavicular regions cannot be explored on account of 2 issues in these situations. This curious case has received no elucidation either from pupils or physician. A man who has been in the wards for some time with chronic pleurisy and copious effusion is rapidly improving under anaphlogistic treatment alone. Respiration and clearness on percussion are gradually extending downwards. I heard a remark today worth remembering respecting this disease. Dr. Brandreth of Liverpool, being called into a chronic case of pleurisy with effusion, recommended riding on horseback, which was attended with the happiest effects. Went to the Goblins, but this being All Saints' Day, the manufacture was closed. Afterwards walked to the cemetery of the Père Lachaise, where a fête is annually held at this time of the year. An immense crowd of persons were present, carrying garlands of flowers to crown the tombs of their departed friends. The tombs are many of them very neat, and the grounds tastefully laid out. After my return, sat down to write a letter, but so confoundedly annoyed by a fellow in the next room playing on the violin, that I was obliged to lay it aside when no appétit, no case of much interest there, determined after breakfast to go to the English church in R. D'Aguesseau, but from mistake, did not get there in time, walked in the Champs-Élysées and Tuileries Garden. The former represented nothing so much as a village feast in England. On every side were some places of amusement. In one place parked Punch and Judy, in another peep shows, swings, and sea. In every direction were booths for the sale of viands of all kinds, and in many of them billiard rooms. The Louvre and Luxembourg are open to the public every Sunday, and on that day alone, in fact, the policy of the French government, UD, almost seemed to be to prevent as many persons as possible from attending divine service read, and took a French dinner for 2 francs in the Palais Royal, beginning now to relish French dinners. Palais Royal so crowded this evening that it was with considerable difficulty that I had forced my way through it, particularly in the central arcade. The crowd round the theater very dense. Wait for the doors to be opened. Writ. Home at 8 o'clock and finished my letter to Clifton. Monday, November 3rd, was very ill during the night, but after Vom became easy and had a tolerable night. These French dinners don't at all agree with me. Am generally ill after taking them. Went to Hôpital St. Louis, an excellent institution and exceedingly instructive to the pupils attending it, but a long distance from my lodgings, nearly an hour's walk. Saw some very interesting cases of skin diseases, particularly of a rare species of acne, the A. sebaceae lately discovered and described by M.C. Be it occurred in a man about 40, situated at the side of the nose, presented several of the characters of impetigo, was covered by a thick yellow scab, about the size of a shilling. All the forms of psoriasis in the various stages were here collected. There was a curious case of the true Arabian elephantiasis of the penis and scrotum. Diet intends to try the effects of pressure in this case. For this purpose, he introduced after some concid trouble a bougie upon which the pressure is to be kept up, so as not to injure the urethra. The treatment of skin diseases is principally external, consisting chiefly of baths, fumigations, frictions, and sea. Medicines are but rarely administered, but lemonade and various diet drinks are occasionally employed. The visit, together with the gratuitous consultations, lasted from 9 till near 1 o'clock. Itch and secondary syphilis are the most common forms of disease among the outpatients. Today, the winter season commences. The first lecture on clinical surgery was delivered by Sanson at the Hot Dew. Orfila commenced his course of chemistry at 10 a.m. The lectures are only delivered 3 times a week and continue for 5 months. The courses must consequently be very brief. Went today to inscribe. Gave in my certificate C, and was desired to return tomorrow morning at 10. Engaged this evening to a dance at M. Fallon's. When at 10 p.m. found most of the company assembled. Dancing soon commenced, and was kept up with very great spirit till past 2 a.m. The greater portion of the company were English. Only 2 or 3 girls worth looking at in the room. One of them a very fine girl. French, but too fond of displaying a fine foot and ankles. There was, however, something in her countenance that was far from pleasing. She danced gracefully. I may mention that I was quite surprised with both the French men and women. I expected to have seen them, not only graceful figures, but graceful dancers, in both which respects I was quite disappointed. With the exception of about 3 men and 2 women, a more unsightly and slovenly set of beings scarcely had been met with even in England. There was one girl in the room. Oh, I would have given the world for Cruikshank to have seen her, such a mass of affectation. She had a bustle sticking out, nearly half a yard from her body, acting, I suppose, on the same principle as the rudder of a ship, fastened to the sterns. Oh, ye heavens! Such a creature one does not see every day, she evidently considered. Herself the finest girl in the room, but unfortunately others did not seem to think so. For after the first dance, she sat back in a corner and no jetting. appeared to take any notice of her. As for myself, I was afraid to approach her, fearing lest I may figure in next week's gallery of comicalities as her partner. Her dress was absolutely, to my mind, more ridiculous than that which is represented in many caricatures. Her name I did not discover, but her dress, manner, and everything betokened her to be a French girl. There was another girl who pretended to waltz, nearly as thick as she was long, a kind of flat beauty, flat in every respect if she had had the bustle of the other girl. And mask on her face she might have passed for the Hottentot Venus. She had on an extremely gaudy scarlet silk gown. I danced but very little, but I don't know when I have been so amused. I like occasionally to spend an evening so. It affords one matter for mirth and amusement for a week afterwards. One of the neatest dressed girls in the room was Miss F. She had on a white clear muslin with large sleeves, and trimmed with satin ribbon she wore some roses very tastefully entwined with her hair. In fact, I may say generally that the girls wore their hair tastefully, and many of them had flowers of different kinds in their headdress. Some of the old folks were playing at a curious game of cards in an inner room. The name I was told, but have forgotten. 4 persons sit round a table, and they have their cards dealt to them, and one turned up. More than that, I deal. Not discover, it appeared a very gambling game, for the 5-franc pieces changed owners in an incredibly short time. The dancing continued till 2:30, when the ladies and most of the gentlemen retired, but the young men clustered round these tables, and I left them at 3 a.m., when I retired to bed, deeply engaged in the play. How long they remained there, I cannot say. I must have been sound asleep when they came to bed, for they always make a terrible noise. And yet I did not hear them. The refreshments were handed round between every dance, consisting alternately of ices and cakes, punch, and a kind of almond emulsion, very good. The room was small, the company numerous, and 12 couples stood up in every quadrille, producing, of course, inextricable confusion. Instead of the last figure usually danced in England, there was introduced a kind of gallopade, which was highly amusing. The custom in France is not to wait for an introduction to a lady, but ask anyone whom you may see to dance with you. By the by, I did mention a conversation which occurred this morning at the Saint Louis between an English physician and a clever young Frenchman who is engaged in translating Bulwer's work on France. He, the Frenchman, said, it was a work which Wilde have very little circulation in this country, though very well calculated for affording information to the English. It was much too superficial for the French. B's observations on the gaiety, frivolity, and vanity he acknowledged were very correct, but his remarks on the influence of the women and his selection of bon mots detestable. From this subject they wandered to that of religion, and the Frenchman said, there was no such thing as religion in France. There are a few women and priest-ridden men in the departments, who adhere to old established customs, but that the intellectual and educated classes, the lawyer and the physician, had no religion, they most of them considered. There was a God who watched over them, but beyond that, they neither knew nor cared. In this opinion he himself joined, and nearly all the rising generation. Tuesday, November 4th, 1834. Went this morning to La Charité. There was a man with syphilitic iritis recovering rapidly under the antiphlogistic treatment, and the plan of blowing calomel into the eye. A case of lupus also considerably improved under Dupuytren's plan is poulticing till the scabs are removed, and then to apply arsenical paste to the sore. Dr. A.J. Thompson says he has seen cases cured in this way. There are 2 cases of intermittent fever in the ward at present, 1 quart and the other quotidian. To both patients, Mr. Rare is giving 16 gurrs of quinine once a day, MR2. Has some theory about ague being an affection of the cerebrospinal system. He pointed out the quartan as being an example of this, being attended with cramps in the feet and hands and a dragging, painful sensation in the neck. And upper part of the back, M. Roux performed the operation of extraction in 8 cases of cataract. This is his favorite plan. He rarely couches, whereas, on the contrary, the other Parisian surgeons, following Dupuytren's example, always depress when it is possible. Roux's plan is, of course, the most secure and satisfactory, but is the most dangerous in the hands of a moderately skillful surgeon. Couching, on the other hand, is most easy in the performance, and is less likely to be followed by dangerous symptoms afterwards. About a week ago, MR had an operation for fissured palate. He first introduced 3 sutures. Leaving the ends untied, he then, by means sometimes of a knife, sometimes of scissors, succeeded in making the surfaces of the wound raw. These were then broke together by tying the sutures. The operation lasted a considerable time, but was borne with much fortitude. The woman is going on tolerably well. In a case of simple fracture where there is much bruising of the neighboring soft parts, the Parisian surgeons apply a large poultice, over which the apparatus of Sculpt is put on. By the by, I do not exactly like this plan as employed by Gerson in some cases of recent fracture which I saw him treat. I should be afraid of producing some constriction on the parts by means of the ends of the many-tailed bandages. After breakfast, I went down to the École de Médecine to get my inscription ticket, but after keeping me waiting a long time, they told me I must come again tomorrow morning at 9, as they had not had time to make it out. Confound the fellows, why don't they get more persons to assist them and not keep us waiting day after day for our inscription? The weather has been delightful for the last 3 or 4 days, quite like summer. Have not taken to fires yet, but must soon, quite cold morning and evening. What, coffee pot and tea this evening? Shall try tomorrow the plan of making a cup of cafe in the morning. I question much whether I shall like it as well as my present plan, but it will be economical. By the by, I heard this morning that a celebrated physician in Italy, who had considerable experience in intermittence, cured them all by small doses of quinine administered. Just as the fit was coming on, this is worth remembering because the funds of a hospital are sometimes most lavishly expended in this manner, much larger quantities of quinine being ordered than are, according to this Italian necessary. Wednesday, November 5th. Tried this morning for the first time to make my coffee in the morning before going to the hospitals. Miserable stuff. Must endeavor to make better tomorrow morning. Went to La Charité, in which Roux performed the operation of extraction of the crystalline lens, are going on very well. Roux treats his cases of fracture of the neck of the femur in the manner recommended by Dupuytren, viz. By placing the extremity on a double inclined plane formed entirely of pillows. At 9 o'clock was obliged to go to the École de Médecine to inscribe. After a deal of trouble, and being kept there nearly an hour and a half, succeeded in getting my inscription ticket. It is a sad annoyance to have anything to do with these fellows. Clothed with a little brief authority, they are uniformly a set of impudent upstarts. At DT past 10, went to hear Orfila lecture on chemistry. Magnificent amphitheater, completely crammed. Many persons only able to peep into the door. Being back on the last seat, did not hear much of what he said. Had terrible headache, which obliged me to come home after taking Rissolet. Intended to go to Andrel's lecture at 3 p.m., but headache prevented me. Heard that the theater was even more crowded than before, so many persons were obliged to go away without having been able to get inside the door. Andrel is very popular, and I hear an extremely eloquent lecturer. After dinner made a strong cup of cafe, which carried off my headache. By the by, this morning, a gent asked the dead house man if there were to be any post-mortems. No, says the man. We have not had any deaths since Thursday. Quite unusual. There must surely be an epidemic of health at the present time. This, which sounds very dull in the English language, is a very witty speech in the French, at least when uttered with all the peculiar naivete of the lower orders in France. Went to La Pitié this morning. Immense crowds of students CLD, not get within 3 beds of the Pat, whom Velpo was seeing. Saw a very bad case of burn in a woman extending down the whole of the left side. Implicating the breast and whole of the arm, the treatment appeared to be brown paper imbued with cerate. The burn was of the 3D. And fourth, classes of endocrine, in some parts merely the superficial layer of cutis destroyed. In others the whole depth of it. Velpo afterwards gave us a lecture introductory to his clinical course, on the difference between surgery and medicine, on the opinions of the solidists and flutists. Professing himself to belong rather to the latter class, and no other lectures today. Tomorrow I must go to the Hotel Dieu. Friday, November 2. 7th, went to the Hotel Dieu this morning. Saw a case of typhus fever, in which they were trying the effect of chloride of lime in large quantities internally and externally in the form of cataplasms. Hitherto, it has not been of much advantage. Afterwards heard Sanson give a clinical lecture, but he was very indistinct. Went to see the Hotel de Monet, viewed the process of coining 5 franc pieces in its various stages, thence went to the place where the medals are kept. The entrance to this room is up a superb staircase with 16 Doric columns. The room is magnificent, and the ceiling handsomely decorated with painting and gilding. The medals are kept in numerous cases round the room. In recesses were chemical instruments, small laboratory instruments used in mining, and those employed in the various stages of coining. In one recess there was a small but apparently very accurate plan of the column in the place Vendôme. The large apartment was surrounded by a gallery, which contains a small cabinet of mineralogy and the cast by which the coins and medals are struck. Among the medals were a complete series of those coined by Louis the Great, and by Napoleon in commemoration of their conquests. Among the latter was to be seen that of Waterloo. I was rather surprised at seeing this here, but I suppose it is accountable for on the fact that Bonaparte W.D. never allow, even to the day of his death, that he had been beaten at Waterloo. So difficult is it to convince some people of what they do not wish to believe. At 2 p.m. went to H. Broussais lecture on general pathology, a tolerably good class, but towards the end of the lecture, students began to pour in from all parts to get good places for Andrew, so that when the latter commenced, the theater was crowded in every part. Even the doorways were filled. He gave us an excellent lecture on the fundamental parts of pathology, such as anemia and sick. Afterwards went to take my dinner. A fool of a waiter upset a lot of potage over me, scalded my hand, and I fear very considerably greased my coat. Confound these awkward fellows. Why can't they take more care? Have a mind not to go to that restaurant again. Saturday, November 8th, went to La Charité. Cases almost all fractures in persons on whom they operate, for cataract has been performed. Only one new case, and there was such a crowd round that bed that I CLD not get near it. After the visit, Roux performed amputation of the leg by the circular operation. This plan, I believe, they are fond of on the continent. In fact, it seems the favorite everywhere except in Scotland, at which I confess I am very much surprised. The flap operation is more difficult, but in all other respects, it seems so much superior. There must, however, I suppose, be some advantage in the circular incision, which I have never heard of. Otherwise, surely, the many eminent men in London and on the Cont, W.D., not adhere to it, for it is nonsense to suppose that they do not perform the flap operation because it is more difficult. The latter has always appeared to me to form the best stumps, to be the shortest time in the performance, and on every account to be excellently adapted for amputations below the knee, where a flap can be so nicely obtained from the calf. Roux performed it neatly and carefully, but he was a long time about it. The subject was a little girl who, from some cause, I don't know what, had her foot bent back, so that when she walked, she rested her weight on the instep instead of on the plantar aspect of the foot. M.R. told us it was very much against his consent that the operant was performed, but the friends of the girl were so very anxious for it that he CLD, notwithstand their entreaties, but operate undertaken to cure deformity, he said, were generally unsuccessful. The poor little girl bore the operation with very great firmness. After the vessels were tied, they proceeded to dress the stump. First, adhesive straps were applied to bring the edges of the wound together, but these were placed so closely together that there CLD'd be no possible room for the escape of any fluid matter, which may be effused from the edges of the wound. Next, an immense quantity of charpie was laid thereon to absorb the liquid, which CLD not possibly escape from the wound. Then 3 of 4 pieces of linen, folded 4 times double on the charpie, and over all a large thick bandage. This is what they call the English plan of healing by the first intention. After seeing this, one no longer wonders that Baron Dupuytren speaks of the English dressing retaining the blood which causes a separation of the lips of the wound and gives rise to rigorous fever, profuse suppuration. One would, indeed, imagine that Roux wished, in this case, to establish a drain from the system by means of suppuration, in order to counteract the evil effects which might follow from removing an extremity in a person in robust health. But this, I understand, is their usual method of dressing when they wish to obtain union by the first intention. I need not say that in this they very frequently fail the next operation. was one in which Mr. intended to employ a new instrument invented by W.A. Thompson. It consists of a small circular saw, worked by 4 wheels, turned by a handle. It cuts very rapidly. The subject of this operation was a man, i.e., 35, who had a small tumor on the right side of the upper maxilla. Mr. first made an incision underneath the eye, extending down the side of the nose to the lip. He dissected back this flap, which exposed the superior maxilla. There was a considerable hemorrhage, probably from one of the large arteries of the face having been opened. He then removed 4 teeth and applied the saw. The diseased portion was removed with considerable facility. The flap was then readjusted in its natural situation and retained there by means of the hair-lip sutures. The operation was very coolly and dexterously performed, but not in so showy and rapid a manner as Liston would have done it. Altogether, I like Rua's style of operating very much. Sunday, overnight. This morning, went to Hotel du followed mind the absence of ambulance. Gresham saw a case of fractured patella. The apparatus employed was simple and ingenious, different from that recommended by Baron Dupitre. It consisted first of several pillows. Truly, a splint long enough to extend from the tuber ischii to the heel, having 4 stout iron pins, 3 inches long, projecting from the 2 sides, viz. 2 about the union of the upper with the middle third, and the 2 others at the union of the middle and lower third, 2 long rollers, 4 of a thick and soft cushion, rather longer and broader than the splint, 5 of 2 thick compresses. The pillows are so placed as to form a very steep inclined plane. On this the splint is laid, the cushion upon it, and the leg is laid on the ladder. With one of the rollers, a few turns are made round the leg, then round the foot. Continued up the leg to the upper part of the calf, one of the compresses is then laid on the superior portion of the patella. The bandage is brought over it, carried down beyond the 2 lower pins in the splint, thus allowing considerable force to be used. The bandage is broke. Again over the compress and behind the pins, till it has been entirely applied. The ends are then fastened as usual. The other bandage is fixed by a few turns round the thigh, is brought over to the other compress, which deplaced on the injured portion of the patella, and continued round the upper pins, then again over the compress and under the pins till the whole has been applied. This appears to be a simple and efficacious contrivance, and should it not slip, will probably be superior to the complicated apparatus of Dupitre. I saw in this ward a stump of a thigh, in which amputation had been performed a few days ago. It appeared to have been dressed in the same manner as that one at La Charité, and suppuration had consequently occurred. Nearly the same treatment, however, was conducted. Adhes. Plaster was applied, then an immense lot of charpie, 2 cloths folded 4 times double, and a thick bandage. The great error of French surgery appears to me to be in loading their wounds with too much dressing. Thus there is a case of abscess of the mamma, which has been opened in 2 different places, one at the upper, the other at the lower part. This case, if in England W.D. He thus treated the upper wound, from which no pus necessarily flows. W.D. be healed by the first intention. The lower wound W.D. he covered with simple dressing, and the whole breast supported by a thin handkerchief, or by 2 or 3 turns of a bandage. It W.D. form an excellent case for Scott's treatment. In Paris, however, the case is treated on entirely a different plan. Longs troué covered with cerate is thrust into both openings, to the great inconvenience and pain of the pack. A great lot of charpie is laid on the breast. 2 cloths folded are placed on this, and a long bandage surrounding the body several times supports the whole. Thus they prevent the upper opening from healing. For what reason? It is difficult to say, for all the pus will flow from the lower opening. They fill the latter with longs troué to prevent it from contracting, until the sore has healed from the bottom, than which I believe there is scarcely a greater error in surgery. They moreover keep the breast so warm as to encourage the suppuration as much as possible. I scarcely need say that the smell of the purulent discharge was exceedingly great, and that they were forced to have recourse to chloride of lime. One other case I will mention, illustrative of their treatment of Compi D fracture. A woman fell down, broke her leg. and the inferior extremity of the superior portion of the tibia pierced the skin about 2 inches above the incisi malleolus. She was bro to the hot, due last evening about 6 o'clock, almost immediately after the occurrence of the accident. The intern reduced the leg, put Charpie on the wound, and bound it up with Scultett's bandage this morning. Mr. Robert examined the limb. It was quite straight, and of the same length as the other. He applied some adhesive plaster over the wound, to induce, if possible, union. By first intention, over this he applied Charpie, then compresses, 4 times doubled, all the way from the instep to the knee, upon the many-tailed bandage, and over all 3 splints and enormous cushions. He wetted the compresses and the bandage, but of what use is that? Without keeping them wet. Besides, no evaporations take place on account of the thick cushions, now surely in a Comp D fracture, where so much inflammation is to be expected it sheet. Be the object of the surgeon to keep the parts as cool as possible. This might have been done easily by leaving out the upper splint and cushions and desiring the sister to wet the compresses very frequently. This process would not have injured the usefulness of the apparatus, and would more effectually prevent the inflammation. There was a curious case of neuralgic disease, attended by excessive pain in the region of the infraorbital nerve, extending down the shoulder, arm and side of the thorax, together with great difficulty of swallowing. There was also great pain in the back of the neck and scapular regions. These symptoms occurred in a man in whom a portion of the superior maxillary bone had been removed for osteosarcoma, and who has a cancerous tumor, now forming and distending the maxillary sinus of the same side. Seemed to demonstrate disease, either organic or functional in the second branch of the fifth, in the pneumogastric, in the external respiratory, and in the brachial plexus. The treatment adopted was the application of 1 or 2 blisters to the nape of the neck and under the jaw, the 2 be dressed with ointment of acetate of morphia. There was a case of amaurosis in a boy 13, of 6 months' duration. He was ordered calomel and aloes as a purg, and a blister with nux vomica ointment, a case also of psoriasis guttata improving under the use of simple baths. M.E. Robert gave us an excellent clinical lecture on the cases afterwards. There were to be 2 operations, but as I had an appointment, could not wait to see them. Went at 11:15 to the English church. Rue d'Aguesseau, a perfect cram, did at last succeed in getting a seat. It is a new church of Gothic structure, with an arched roof, receives light from above, and from 2 painted windows at the further extremity. Bishop Luscombe preached. Sermon very mediocre. Afterwards went to the Louvre. Sauntered through the statue gallery for an hour. Some extremely fine statues. The figure of Melpomene particularly struck me, and the beautiful pavement at the base of this statue. The ceilings are remarkably handsome. Must go there again, some future day. Dined at a 32 sou place, tolerable dinner, but had to wait a long time for it. Remarkably stupid waiter. Will not go there again. Monday, November 10th. Have been in my present lodgings a month today. I should not like to exist always in the same state as I have during my residence in this metropolis. It is very well for a time to have a room where you can poke in your head during the night, and to live at the cafes and restaurants during the day. It is all very well, I say, to live in this W.A. for a time, but heaven defend me from passing my whole life in that way so. I already begin to sigh for my neat, pleasant room at Edinburgh, and my solitary meal in it. The dinner may not be so nicely cooked, nor the cafe be so good, yet there is something delightful in being entirely in one's own house. This, I know, is entirely wholly an English prejudice, but it is one which I would not exchange for all the French ideas of happiness. Went this morning to the Hotel Dieu, went round with Sanson, or rather ran through the wards with him, for it seemed quite a race between him and the students to see which would go to the further extremity of the ward, and back again to the door first. After this was finished, went to Robert's ward. Compt, fracture going on very well, the curious neuralgic case worse and worse. Some symptoms today of slight opisthotonos. From the Hotel Dieu, went to the Hospital St. Louis, very few new cases, saw an excellent example of the power of mercury in constitutional syphilis. A man this day week came in with tubercular syphilis. Over the whole forehead, he was ordered baths and calomel pills. 3 days ago, his mouth being affected. The latter were omitted. The tubercles are now entirely gone, and only spots remained. D. Thompson, WDLD. Probably say that the baths and regular manner of living had cured this patient, but as long as I see such cases, so long shall I continue to use mercury, whatever theorists may say to the contrary. Saw an excellent case of herpes among the outpatients. In France, they scarcely seem to acknowledge such a disease as lepra vulgaris. They call such a case as Wishdie. Term examples of the latter, psoriasis, consequently, though lepra vulgaris, according to the English physicians, is so very common, I have only seen one case so termed in the Hop, St. Louis, since my attendance there. It is probably advantageous to do away with the term lepra as much as possible, because non-professionals are very much frightened at it, considering it synonymous with leprosy. The case of elephantiasis is no better, I observed today, that a piece of sponge was thrust into the urethra. Attended the lectures of Brousset and Andral. Had my hair cut, and a most frightful object they have made me. It was my own fault, for I was warned that they CID not cut hair properly this side the water. Tuesday, November 11th. Went this morning to La Pitié, followed Velpeau. I like this hospital very well, and the professor speaks distinctly, but I don't like their cases. They seldom get any accidents. There is but one case of fracture in the ward, and that is a month old. There are, however, some good cases of ophthalmia. Velpeau gave us a clinical lecture, first on a person who had died in the hospital, having an artificial anus in the groin and an inguinal hernia as well. The dissection was very interesting. He afterwards continued on abscesses in the palm of the hand. After the lecture, I went over to the Bank of France and changed one of my notes. It is a confounded annoyance that they have no gold in circulation. I was obliged today to bring home 500 francs in my pocket. Since I have been in France, I have not seen one of their gold coins. I don't know even the name, unless indeed Napoleon's be still in circulation. Went to Gertie's lecture on surgery. Did not much like him, but being an introductory lecture. It is not fair to judge. He seems very eloquent. Was never for a moment at a loss for a single word. Most of the professors are eloquent, Andro most particularly so. The instant he commences, the pupils are all attention. One may almost hear a pin drop in that immense amphitheater. After dinner at 7 p.m., went to hear Madame Lachapelle lecture on midwifery tonight. She gave her introductory lecture. I was rather disappointed both in her appearance and manner. I think, however, I shall enter to her. The classroom is very comfortable, which is more than can be said of the most of such rooms in Paris. After the lecture, there were 3 women to be examined, first by the lecturer, and afterwards by the pupils in rotation, the professor stating at the time, what was to be felt? The lecture is public, but the toucher must be paid for it in addition, so that, as I had not entered, I did not make this examination. What double auto of the moral people of England say such a method of teaching the practical parts of midwifery were introduced there? I double have been utterly shocked, and the person proposing it, be scouted from society, yet here the thing is thought nothing of. Wednesday, November 12th. There is a book now in course of publication in monthly livraisons entitled Encyclopédie des Sciences Médicales. I have a great mind to become a subscriber, but the work will not be concluded in less than 8 years. The first 10 parts are published, containing by-chat on descriptive and, I believe, general anatomy. The latter I want badly, but not the former. If I bought the one, however, I should most likely get the other, as for 7 or 8 francs, it will be worthwhile to break the continuity of the series. Went to the Hotel Dieu this morning, an immense crowd going around with Sanson, so followed Robert. I like the latter best. For 2 reasons. First, there are comparatively few persons with him. Secondly, he seems to pay great attention to the cases, and to give the students all the information he can on them, unfortunately. He does not deliver a clinical lecture. Sanson has so many cases that he cannot, if he wished, pay much attention to them. He moreover seems an idle fellow, but he lectures and has Dupuytren's wards, and consequently the crowd following him is immense. The woman with the broken breast is much better. The charpie was not put between the lips of the lower wound yesterday. And secondly, it has healed up. The superior opening is still, however, dressed in the same manner, and still discharges very fetid pus. comp fracture going on extremely well. Not a single bad symptom. They have since Monday been keeping the extremity constantly wet with cold water. The person with the nervous affection is almost moribund. It is astonishing he has existed so long. A man was brought in last evening with comminuted fracture of the leg, complicated with 3 wounds in the integuments. M. Robert gave us a clinical lecture on the case, and then amputated the extremity. He professed himself an admirer of immediate operation, but said that he did not perform it, in this case, directly he was brought in. Because the hemorrhage being venous, he considered he may safely wait till 1 this morning. His style of operating pleased me very much. He does not appear so irritable as Roux. He was not careless. Yet he amputated the limb in a much shorter time than the latter did at La Charité. He first made a circular incision through the integument's, dissected them back nearly an inch. He then made an incision through the muscles inclining obliquely upwards and inwards. He was a considerable time in tying the vessels, on account of the badness of the light in the theater of the Hotel Dieu. He dressed the stump, which was very well formed, truly à l'anglaise. He applied strips of adhesive plaster over its face, leaving interstices between them, through which serum and seep may drain. He then put over this linge troué endued with surratt, and over all a single cloth and a few turns of a bandage. This patient deserves to get well without secondary suppuration. During the visit, there was a woman whom Robert suspected of having disease of the neck of the uterus. He and Meddy introduced the speculum, and we had all a fine opportunity of seeing this part in a perfectly healthy condition. M. Robert made us pass 1 by 1 in front of the pat and examine for ourselves. I had no idea that the neck of the uterus CD be seen so distinctly. This part is, since the introduction of the speculum, as much under the cognizance of the senses as any part of the exterior of the body. Went to Broussais and Andral, more and more delighted with the latter. It is very tiresome to sit in the lecture room from before 2 till nearly past 4, and to keep one's attention on the stretch the whole time. But in order to get a good seat for Andral, it is necessary to attend Broussais. Went this evening to hear M. Masson lecture on midwifery, entered to his toucher. I don't know why. I did not like the man much, but it was necessary to get fixed with someone. I shall not attend his lecture, merely go to the toucher at 8 o'clock. The price is 10 francs for 40 teas. 2 women were introduced, and we had one after another to examine them, sages femmes and students together. It is a pity some of our old maids in England did not pop in some night. It would furnish them with scandal and table talk for the next month. In the first woman, who was 6 months pregnant, the os uteri was, as it were, torn and jagged, still long, open at the vaginal orifice, but still completely closed at the internal part. Ballotment could be felt but feebly, at least by me. I found the disadvantage of having short fingers, for I have reason to know that to others the feeling of ballotment was more distinct. The os uteri was situated very high up. The second woman was, she believed, gone nearly 9 months in pregnancy. The os uteri was much lower. The labia majora were swollen and slightly edematous. The vagina made a kind of curve, so that to reach the uterus, it was necessary to pass one's finger first upwards and backwards, and then upwards and forwards to follow the curve of the sacrum. In short, the lips of the womb were, or rather their projection was, scarcely sensible. The fingers passed into the cavity of the uterus, and ballotment was extremely evident. Thursday, November 13th. Went to the Hotel Dieu this morning with Robert again. There were more persons following him this morning on account of there being no clinical lecture on Thursdays. The case of Frack. Patella going on very well. The apparatus seems to succeed admirably. The woman with Comte de fracture. It is going on extremely favorably. The wound is closed by a coagulum, so that there is every probability of her getting well rapidly without suppuration. The same apparatus, condyle, and cold water to be diligently used. The poor man with nervous affection is not yet dead. A woman came in several days ago with a severe bruise of the ankle joint. They employed 80 leeches and a liniment, inflamed. Afterwards ran very high. They again and again applied 80 leeches, and bled her from the arm. Yesterday the joint was again excessively painful, insomuch that she actually shrieked. When any person touched it, the foot was not red, nor was there much tension. Taking all these things into consideration, Robert determined to delay taking any more blood from her and to try the effects of a large cataplasm. This was done yesterday, and today she is quite easy. She can bear the joint to be moved about without feeling much pain, and all symptoms of inflamm have departed. In France, they are much more partial to the use of cataplasms than in England. I think very properly so. A large poultice is one of the most soothing things which you can apply in inflamm. And in bruises, it appears to me particularly indicated. An excellent case was brought. And last night, a girl who broke her radius, as I have detailed this case, in my notebook, I shall not further allude to it here. As I was obliged to go to Chomel to get a card of admission, I was prevented from going round the men's ward with Robert. Terribly annoyed about the card of admission, went to the bureau, was sent to Chomel, referred to his intern, got a cart from him, which I must take to Chomel tomorrow to be signed, and must then take it back to the bureau to be signed and registered. I had heard a good deal about division in labor in Paris, but I had no idea it was so considerable as it is, at least if we may take this as an example. Attended Cruvelhiere's lecture today, like him tolerably well. Have a mind to follow him regularly, but am almost tired of anatomical lectures. He was today on the joints, on cartilage and synovial. Mem. He is lecturing this year on gentle. Anatomy, a branch of knowledge, I believe, not to be obtained in England. This is one grand inducement to me to attend him. Afterwards went to hear Richard on operand. Surgery and bandaging, a horrid old stick. Don't think I shall go near him again. Went to Gertie. On surgery at 3 o'clock. Don't like it much. But was rather too far distant. It is not therefore fair to judge. By the by, was today in the dissecting room of Hotel Dieu. A woman of Chomel's who died with symptoms of disease in the kidney, great pain, lumbar region, and we found the kidneys nearly entirely absorbed and their pelves filled by calculi, the same in gall bladder, 13 Friday, number 14. Almost frozen last night, am determined to have a fire tonight. Went to the Hotel Dieu with Robert, no new cases. First endeavored to get near Sanson's patients, but there was such a crowd that I could only see one, an old case of fracture of the leg. Went to Chomel's clinical lecture, a great crowd, could scarcely get a seat. He was on peripulmonary. Excessively cold this morning. Went to hear Broussais. Can manage to follow him tolerably well. He was on pleuritis. Afterwards heard Andral. Get on capitally with him. Can even take notes. Find it much more difficult to understand persons speaking to me on common subjects, particularly garçons at the house, than the professors or even the patients at the different hospitals. Andral appears much more Broussaisan than I imagined. He did not directly mention the name of Broussais, but appeared to say that almost all the diseases under the sun arose from gastroenteritis, and he described among the symptoms of this disease precisely those of fever. These doctrines are very much on the increase in Paris, and I think it is not extraordinary for a person's mucus mem. Seems here to be in a most irritable state, whether from the diet, the water, or what else. I don't know, but certain it is. That almost every person who comes to the hospital complains of colic or bowel complaint of some character or other. And as for myself, I have scarcely been free from diarrhea since I have been in Paris. After dinner determined to light a fire. Had a sad piece of work at first, but at last succeeded. But the fires are miserable things, after all, scarcely worth the trouble of lighting. I suspect I shall find my cloak a more comfortable thing after all than a fire during the winter. Both together, however, will be better than either separate. Just returned from my toucher. Did not go to the midwifery lecture. It would take up too much of my time at present. Moreover, he is only now on the anatomy of the organs, or on the peculiarities of the Fuda L anatomy. I may probably attend him when he is on the practical parts. The lectures are public, so that I can attend them whenever I please, and when I have more time than at present. 2 women were there, as usual. One, a young girl who was not, and had never been pregnant. The vagina was rather small, the os uteri projecting into it at its upper part, inclining slightly backwards, hard closed. The other woman old, who had had several children, and was now more than 8 months gone. In her the vagina was large, os uteri soft, dilatable, considerably open, admitting the point of the finger within it, the fundus uteri CD. be distinguished more than halfway between the umbilicus and xiphoid cartilage. Went to the Hotel Dieu this morning with Robert as usual, the case of amputation after Comte. Fracture, n degrees, 33, it's all same. Agnes, going on very badly, evidently sphiculus of the intems of the whole stump, great QT of bloody serum, horrid smell and sea dressing as before, with the addition of liquid chlorine and carbon. Where's my case? Have been inclined to use the terbinthonate liniment or the poultice of stale beer grounds. Amor ordered the patient the quinine mixture. In England, they would conjoin porter and beefsteaks, but in France, they have no such nutritive diet. It becomes a question now whether if a different plan had been pushed, the same unfavorable symptoms would have shewed themselves. There was one circumstance which I forgot to mention exceedingly against the pat, which was ossification of the arteries, as probably together with his great age have rendered the same tout ensemble symptoms the result of any treatment. If operate had not been performed, there cannot be a question but that he would have died. Into the merits of the operation, after suppurative stage had passed, I shall not enter. I think, however, if amputation of the thigh had been performed, the operation might have been different during the operation. Robert told us that the cellular tissue of the leg was infiltrated with pus blood. Now, surely this would be very much predisposed to the occurrence of inflammation and gangrene. I fear the poor patient has but little chance of surviving many days. He is a sad example of the dangerous effects of drinking to excess. An excellent case of fracture of both bones of the leg through the malleolus bro. In today, M. Robert applied M. Dupuytren's apparatus for fractured fibula. Made fire this morning, rather more fay at it now than before. Went to hear Beardy, don't like it much. After dinner, received a letter from M. Fallon desiring me to look out for other lodgings, as he is expecting some new boarders, and much obliged to him for his information. I have been wishing for an excuse for leaving him some time past, and am obliged to him for giving it me. But it will be a tremendous bore packing up all my things again and looking out for lodgings. See, I've been very comfortable in my present room during the winter, had it not been for my next-door neighbor being rather too fond of music. I am at a loss now, whether to go into a pension or into an hotel garni. The latter would suit my habits best, but I find I am gaining but very little knowledge of the French language. If I enter the latter, I must join a pension for my dinner at all events. I don't know what to do, and I'm very glad I did not order in a load of wood as I at one time thought of doing. Sunday 16th, went to the Hotel Dieu this morning, but unfortunately missed Robert, felt very poorly, took breakfast and sat down before my fire to study, but a friend calling, we went off together. To find an English church, we did not succeed in this, so about 1 o'clock we read it. And I sallied forth in quest of lodgings, saw a great number, but not many that I liked, and hesitating whether to go into an hotel garni or into a pension, think the latter most probable, at least for 1 month. It will be dearer, but probably on the whole rather more comfortable. I should like very much to take my dinner and lodge in one, but to breakfast as at present, I shall begin packing up a medley. If I can get away tomorrow night, I shall be the better pleased. But my present little room seems more comfortable now that I am leaving it than ever it did before. Monday 17th. Went this morning to Hoppel St. Louis. Biet did not come, but sent Guibert in his place. Did not know it, and therefore lost the opportunity of seeing the cases in the hospital. Went into the outpat room. No very good cases. Almost all the itch. One, an excellent specimen of tubercular syphilis. One of impetigo of the lip. Read about 1 o'clock, then went in search of lodgings. Very difficult to procure and very dear. Had determined last night to leave this evening, but must try another day without taking more trouble. Could go ahead, Saint. Etienne. If it were not so far to my toucher in the evening, just read. From my toucher, in one woman, the os uteri was placed rather low and very forward, as though there were a retroversion of the uterus. The os tinsa was nearly an inch in length laterally, easily discernible. Anterior lip soft, posterior hard, with a small projecting point in the middle. Posteriorly and laterally a hard tumor CD. Be discerned, this was the uterus distended by a foetus of about the 3rd month. This woman had had 5 children, and the lines on the abdomen were very distinctly marked, extremely perceptible to the touch. She was now pregnant to her 6th month. The abdomen was more distended than in the other, the lines less distinct, the os uteri much higher. Situated more posteriorly, the lips were hard-shortening and slightly open, admitting to a short distance the point of the forefinger, ballotment sidiu. Not be distinguished, but the uterus evidently appeared when balanced on the point of the F-incher heavier than usual. Tuesday, 18th. Went to Hotel du Brechet, was there, did not much like him, went to take my breath. At Café Voltaire, the first news I read startled me not a little. It was that the ministry of Lord Melbourne had been dismissed by the king. I confess, I tremble for the consequences, particularly, as they say, that Wellington has been sent for, and will be desired to form the new cabinet, I hope. He has too much good sense than to commit the cause at present. When the country is not fit for a good Tory administration, the papers will now be worth reading for a few days. We are in a very critical state. One false move, and the game is lost. If there be anything like a rebellion, there is no man so fit to be at the head of affairs as the Duke. I am all anxiety to see the papers of tomorrow morn. When in search of lodgings again, find none to please me. All in this part of the town are full. Was obliged to go over to the RN St. Etienne to enter on Thursday at 65 after the month. For my room and dinner, I intend living as at present during the forepart of the day. Entered this evening at one of the reading rooms. Wish I had done so before. Many an idle hour I might have spent to great advantage. Only 5 for 4. Rooms open from 8 a.m. Yeah. It is an excellent plan for those who cannot afford fuel to subscribe to such a place. Wednesday 19th, went to the Hotel du Brechet very late, did not commence till considerably after 8 a.m. Followed him round one ward and then started for the Hoppel. St. Louis Biet not there again, fear he is ill. Gibert there in his place, saw an excellent example of tubercular syphilis affecting the inside of the thighs and scrotum. The tubercles are in great number close together, flattened on the top, nasty smell arising from some matter secreted by them. He will not confess how long since he had chancres. I heard a gent say he had seen such arise from the matter of gonorrhea. Afterwards went into the pavilion, to Albert's clinique. There was an interesting case here of elephantiasis affecting particularly the face, wrists, and lips. Another case, also very interesting, of psoriasis, which was produced in the arm by the application of a blister. It was of exactly the size and shape of the blister in the same situation as it. This fact is worth remembering, shewing how great a tendency there is in some persons to the production of these diseases. And if Albert shewed us a person affected with eczema, which he treated on Friday, by applying pure undiluted muriate acid with a feather to the parts affected. The disease is considerably improved. He treated a case of psora in the same manner. I saw a curious example of congenital macula in Biet's ward, simulating erythema very closely. The poor fellow with elephantiasis of the scrotum, penis, and groins remains in the same state. Came back to Andrew's lecture, and afterwards went to my room. This place doubled be very economical, has but an exceedingly small cudi of wood and candle. Double do sufficient to last during the winter session. Only one woman at the toucher, who was 6 months gone in pregnancy, os you tarry so high, that I see thee day. Not properly reach it, came home, great annoyance, moving house, or flitting, as the Scotch term it tomorrow. I hear the D of Wellington is made premier. It cannot, however, be known certainly, because Wednesday is always a blank day with reference to English news on account of no mail leaving London on Sunday. On dit that a courier passed through Paris today for Sir R. Peel 15 fee, Thursday 20th. Went down to Hotel du with Brechet. Nothing new. Like be better than I did, rather unpunctual, no particular news from England today. After packing up my few books, went to my new lodgings in RN St. Etienne. Left my address with Mr. Fallon, paid her but did not receive a receipt. She promised to send it me. I hope she will. I was a fool for not having it at the time, but her mother was in the country. Mentioned to her aptly. My collars having not been sent home from the wash. She promised to make inquiries apt them, and if they see thee, I'd be recovered to send them to me. Do not much relish the dinners at the pension. They consist of potage, tolerably good. Bouilli, miserable stuff. Boiled potatoes à l'anglaise, excellent. Roti too much dressed. 1 dish of vegetables. Cheese bad hitherto. Dessert tolerable. I hope to be able to pick up a little French here, but the living is much more expensive and not so good or comfortable as at a restaurant's. My room is very tolerable, rather too large and scantily furnished. Must ask M. Lee Comte to give me another chest of drawers. I think on the whole it is warmer than my room at M.E. Collins, except indeed the wooden floor and the bookshelves. I find nothing to regret in my change of rooms, and in my present lodgings a woman makes my bed, cleans my chamber, and which I consider vastly superior to those beastly garçons at Ardefran Bourgeois. Went to Sitchel's today to hear a lecture on diseases of the eye, but for some reason or other he postponed it till Tuesday. Saw some excellent cases of diseases of the eye. Have a great mind to join his dispensary. 16 Eaner Friday 21st. Went to Hotel Dieu. Heard good lecture from Como. By the by, went into the dead house yesterday and saw a very interesting specimen of disease. Very considerable. The membrane was thickened and hardened, nearly as thick as a shilling and cut like a piece of cartilage. This was the case over the whole right hemisphere and over part of the left. On the right also, it was universally adherent to the brain, except at a small space on the upper part, in which situation there was an abscess which, when emptied, left a cavity capable of containing a filbert. The symptoms were those of arachnitis, followed by those of apoplexy, and hemiplegia of the whole of the left side. Disease of the heart was suspected, from there having been violent and irregular action. This, however, was found after death not to be the case. The heart was smaller than an owl, and quite healthy. Went to Andral, he professed himself decidedly an anti-contagionist in respect to typhus fever. He had never, in any one case, known the disease to be propagated by contagion. He considered typhus fever and inflam of the follicles in the intestines to be synonymous. This is the prevalent doctrine in the French school, and it influences their practice very much. I was happy to hear Andral say a few days since that he had never known purgatives produce gastroenteritis, but if this were present, they double decrease it. This, then, is the reason why the treatment of the French physicians is so inert in fever, considering it follicular inflam. They think they shall only increase it by giving medicines, hence they confine themselves to potion gamuse and eau sucrée. Went to the toucher this evening, nothing very particular. Miserable to have to walk so far after dinner. Saturday, 22nd. Went to the Hotel Dieu with Brechet. The woman with Campide. Fracture of the leg is going on tolerably well, but the wound has not healed by the first intention. They neglected one day to order the cold applications, and consequently, inflam and suppuration came on. There is no actual deformity, but I fear she will not walk perfectly straight. They do not appear to take sufficient care to prevent inversion of the foot. We have no very good cases now under treatment, and we are getting a larger class. The students are beginning to find out that it is more useful to follow that surgeon who has the smallest number of pupils with him. Went to Gertie's lecture. Still on hernia. He has been on this subject ever since the course commenced. The lecture today was occupied solely on the formation of trusses and on the question of which were the best. He recommended salmon and Odie's. He is terribly tedious. Think I shall cease to attend all lectures, except the clinic and Andral. Sunday 23rd. Went to La Pitié this morning. Attended Louis for the first time for many weeks. Not very many students with him. There never are many on a Sunday morning. Have a mind to attend this H. Regularly 3 times a week with either Louis or Andral, and exercise myself in the stethoscope as much as possible. Heard Louis say this morning in reference to one of the patients in the ward that he had touched the os uteri in a state of chronic inflammation with nitrate of silver and apparently with good effects. There were 3 post-mortem examinations. In one person, the heart was of an immense size, 6 inches long and 5 broad. I did not hear the history of the case particularly, but there was very great oedema of the lower extremities, and there had been strong action of the heart and arteries. The aorta had several patches of ossification in it. Semilunar valves shortened and ossified. Left ventricle hypertrophied amazingly. Right, on the contrary, much enlarged, but with peria S thinner than natural. In another patient, who had likewise very considerable edema, the heart was natural. The aorta with a few patches of ossification in it, the liver in a remarkably diseased state of a bluish-yellow color. Externally, there were numerous inequalities, apparently produced by the projection of a large number of tubercles nearly as large as small grapes. The organ throughout appeared composed of the same substances united together. In the third subject, there was carcinoma of the neck of the uterus extending downwards into the vagina, and posteriorly there was an ulcerated opening communicating with the rectum. I was very much pleased at seeing how extremely minute and accurate Andrew was. He measured everything with a small ruler. Went to my reading room, intended to have gone to church, but instead took a walk through the picture gallery at the Louvre. At dinner, today had an excellent pudding œuf Solange. Must get the receipt. Monday 24th, went to the Hotel Dieu. Brichette did not come. Went on to the Huppel, St. Louis. Be it not there again. Cuber in his place. Do not like the latter so well as the former. Saw some excellent cases among the outpatients. One particularly good example of impetigo, a large, perfectly round spot on the upper part of the leg. Two famous specimens of lichen circumscriptus with difficulty, distinguished from herpes circinatus. Several remarkably good examples of itch 17 Phi in one, mixed with pustules of ecthyma on the elbow and prurigo on different parts of the arm. Went to Andrel's lecture. I believe he has at last terminated that almost inexhaustible subject, gastroenterite and enterite folliculosis. The latter he considers the typhus fever of the English. He told us that the chlorids so much recommended of late in the cure of this affection had been tried on a large scale by M. Chomel, and found perfectly inefficacious. He said he was now engaged in XP on the use of purgatives. Went to Toucher this evening. There is a great sameness at these, but I suppose one's organs of touch become educated from constant practice. Remained to the lecture this evening. Was much surprised at hearing him state that the junction of the bones in the pelvis, the sacroiliac and the pubic syngindrosis, became relaxed towards the latter end of pregnancy. That such a notion had been started in the 17th or 18th century is not astonishing, but that such an unsupported theory be brought forward again in the 19th is truly wonderful. Tuesday 25th, went to Hotel Dieu this morning. Brichette very late. He did not come till nearly 9 o'clock. It is too bad to keep the students waiting an hour for him, losing the best part of the day. If he were to say he would not come till 9, the pupils may employ themselves profitably in going round with some other surgeon till that hour. Saw in his wards a good case of femoral hernia in a man. He did not reduce it, but attempted it. There are none of the signs of strangulation, but the tumor is very painful. Ordered the man to be bled and put into the warm bath, and if reduction, CLD, not be performed, the operation, WD, be necessary tonight or tomorrow morning. In one ward there is a case of injury of the upper part of the thigh. He does not think there is fracture of the neck of the femur, but he is one not certain. He had therefore put him on Dupuytren's double inclined plane, formed of a number of pillows and a cloth folded in cravat placed over the limb and tied one either side of the bed. A similar cloth tied over the leg. This is the plan which they adopt here in all cases of fracture of the neck of the femur. The woman with combi fracture was in consid. Pain, but the leg looked well. They had an ingenious method of keeping the bandage constantly wet. It was a bucket slung from the crossbar of the bed and a siphon with one leg in the bucket and the other over the part to be kept wet. We had an examination today of a tumor with all the appearances of inguinal hernia extending from the abdominal ring to the bottom of the scrotum. It proved to be not a hernia, but a collection of hydatid in a sac. Anterior to the cord and testicle, saw at the consultation, gratuit, a case of incomplete luxation of the knee. Wednesday 26th. Went to the Hotel Dieu with Sanson this morning. A great number of cases students with him, and but few cases worth looking at. Have a mind to go no more with him. Heard his clinal. Lector. But he lolls about so negligently in his chair and speaks so indistinctly that it is painful to listen to him. Afterwards went to Brichette's wards, but he was not there, and kept us waiting nearly an hour for him. A fat little brute, I like to toss him in the blanket. The Hotel Dieu was differently served when Dupuytren was attached to it. Went to Andrel's lecture, still on that everlasting subject, gastrite. I am sick hearing of it. It is quite enough to give one the disease itself, to hear their eternal harping on the subject. Went to the toucher tonight. I do not think Messon has a good collection of females at all. We have only once before tonight been able to distinguish the ballotment. Heard from Bristol today? Had been expecting a letter for some days past. GM dead, at which I am not surprised. What an event. It is more pregnant with consequences as far as the neighborhood of W. Canton is concerned than the dismissal of the minister. Thursday, 27th. Went to Andrel's ward to see a case of catalepsy, but all the symptoms were gone off, and the woman quite well. Afterwards went to the Hotel Dieu. Nothing particular. Thursday is nearly a blank day in Paris. No clinical lectures, and C attended Richerand today. He is really such a miserable stick that I think I would rather risk getting a certificate from him than go again to his lecture. Friday 28th. Went to Hotel Dieu this morning with Brechet. One new case of consequence, fracture of both bones of the forearm. He treated it with the long splints and 2 very thick graduated compresses to press between the bones, and thus prevent them from uniting together and being impeded in their actions. This plan is universally adopted in the Parisian hospitals, and apparently with good effects. There are not so many operations at the Hotel Dieu, as I had been led to imagine, before I came here. Went to Berard's lecture for the first time. Quite delighted with it. I think I shall frequent that course often, remained to Broussais, and afterwards to Andrel. The latter was on chronic gastrite, or what WDB termed indigestion in England. It was a most excellent lecture, but too long, nearly an hour and a half. Saturday 29th. Went to the Hotel Dieu, was at Sanson's clinical lecture. He was on some eye cases in the hospital. I am sorry to say that I did not learn much from it. I dislike S more and more every time I hear him, and I always vow after coming from his lecture that I will not attend him again. Afterwards went round with Brechet. His Comte fracture case not going on very well. There is a great deal of suppuration. The pus, however, is well formed and of good nature. The woman complains of an immense deal of pain in the whole limb and has sleepless nights among the outback. Was a woman who was knocked down by omnibus last evening and broke her humerus just at the head. Crepitus was very manifest when the bone was rotated on its axis, but CD only be felt in one spot at the inner edge of the deltoid, just in the hollow between the muscle and the pectoralis major. Sunday 30th. Went to La Pitié. Neither Louis nor Andrel there. Afterwards went to Hotel Brechet, not there. Quite a blank morning. Went to hear an English Wesleyan preacher in the Rue du Boulogne. Liked him exceedingly. I think I shall frequent it every Sunday. Must write a letter to Mr. E this evening if I have time. The only difference in Paris that I can discover between Sunday and any other day is that on the former we have in our pension an excellent dish, or US à la neige, and that there are fêtes in the Champs-Élysées. In every other respect, things go on as usual. Chapter 3. December 1834, Monday, Dec 1st. We are at last come to a new month, which has been ushered in Paris by very powerful winds from the WW. The weather altogether seems to approach nearly to the Norfolk. Weather of England went down to the Hotel Dieu this morning. Brechet did not come, followed Chomel. Went thence to the Hoppel. St. Louis saw a fine collection of cases, particularly some excellent eczemas and one of an eruption, which gathered CD. Not named, though, most like lichen circumscriptus, but which Biet declared to be psoriasis. Another also of Pityrius versicolor, characterized by a nasty scurfy eruption and yellow color of the part in front of the chest. Wrote a long letter to the doctor at Winchendon today. Nothing particular at the toucher. Tuesday, December 2nd. Went to La Pitié. Saw a case of erysipelas faciae in Andrel's ward. The bowels had not been opened since Saturday. He therefore ordered a Seblitz powder. This requires no comment. Afterwards went to the Hotel Dieu with Brechet. The woman with Combi. Fracture appears perfectly hectic this morning. Tongue is moist but red. B says she has gastroenterite. This may be the case, but she certainly has hectic fever. Saw a case of fracture of the leg just above the malleoli with dislocation of the foot backwards. I fear Brechet did not treat it properly. This, however, remains to be proved. Was at Sichel's introductory lecture. Rather like him. Think I shall attend regularly. Wednesday 3rd. Went to St. Louis today. Some very good cases, particularly one of lichen agrius, which I am convinced W. built. Have been considered itch in England. On the arm, the eruption was perfectly characteristic of lepra, but on the hand, especially between the fingers, were 2 or 3 vesicles, or vesiculopustules, exactly like those of itch. Also, another excellent case of Porigo larvalis under Alibert, and tubercular syphilis, also under Alibert's care. Case of Greek elephantiasis in the arms and legs. Several cases of eczema, acne, and a multitude of syphilitic ulcerations, tubercles, spots, crusts, and C. Went to Sichel's dispensary and entered fee 50 NF for 3 months. The cases were not very good today, but one was excellent. Traumatic cataract, apparently situated in the capsule. There had been iritis and subsequently adhesion of iris and irregularity of pupil. Another case also of iritis with pustules on the cornea. Had 2 new additions to our English society today. Confound them. I wish they had stayed away. Read this evening from my toucher, miserably tired. Have been on my legs all day. Thursday 4th. Went down to Hotel Dieu this morning with Brechette after writing a very long letter to Clifton. Saw a few cases, but nothing of very great interest. Came back to my salon littéraire. Afterwards went to Sichel's. Saw a few common cases of Catterhall conjunctivitis, 1 or 2 of staphyloma, and amaurosis, and one of what he termed conical cornea, but which by no means answered the description given of this disease. By English authors, I fancy I improve every day in the conversational part of the French language, at least I hope so. Friday 5th. Went to the Hotel Dieu this morning with Sanson. He had a capital case of fracture of the thigh about the middle. He employed a new apparatus, 2 long splints, one to extend from the crista laeta to 3 or 4 inches beyond the foot, the other from the groin to the same distance beyond the foot. These were joined together below by a crossbar of wood. 2 tapes fastened by means of a roller around the ankle enabled the operator to keep up as much extension as he pleased. The upper extremities of the splints were hollowed to allow of the fixture of bands to prevent their slipping. He had also a case of dislocation of the scapular end of the clavicle. Being in a hurry, he did not dress it, but left his intern to apply the proper bandage. This is one of the bad effects of having too many patients under the care of one surgeon. The accident is easily recognized by the prominence of the X of the bone, but the latter is with considerable difficulty repressed into its proper place. I wish particularly to see the bandage by which they proposed retaining it there. Probably I shall have an opportunity tomorrow morning. His eye cases are not worth seeing, as there is so great a crowd of students, and the light is immediately removed when Sanson leaves the bed, that one never has an opportunity of looking at them. From the Hotel Dieu, went to the begin. Andral had a case in which brute disci was heard in the carotid, apparently from a narrowing of the artery, produced by the pressure of an enlarged thyroid gland. Went to Sichel's at 1. He had some capital cases. If it does nothing more, it will give a man considerable tact in the examination of the diseases of the eye, and in that manner assist, if in no other, to make him a tolerably good oculist. Saturday 6th. Went to the Hotel Dieu, heard Sanson's clinic. Can't say I was much benefited by it. Saw his outpatients, and then went round with Brechette. Confound this little fat brute. He kept me waiting for him nearly half an hour. Saw him pare the edges of an old ulcer on the heel of 15 IRS standing. There was a pat under treatment for varicocele of the cord, other pats, much the same. Sunday 7th, went this morning to the chapel in the Arbula. Did not like it quite so well as last Sunday. In the evening was tempted to return, to hear a celebrated independent preacher from London. Quite disappointed, not nearly so good a preacher as I expected, vastly prefer the usual pastor. After all, nothing pleases me so much as the Chapter of England service, and if Bishop Luscombe were not so poor a stick, and the church so far off, I should frequent it constantly. Next to the Chapter of England, I certainly prefer the Wesleyans, probably because they use our own beautiful and eloquent liturgy, and because they support the opinion of the immense necessity of an established church. Hence, in place of going to the Episcopal Cathedral, I frequent the Wesleyan meeting. Rue Boulois, miserably tired this evening, and by no means feel well. Something or other sadly disagrees with me. My present manner of living has scarcely been free from diarrhea since I came to this house, and for the last 2 days have been sadly plagued by hemorrhoids. Monday 8th. Went down to Hotel Dieu early this morning. but saw nothing worth going down for, thence went on to St. Louis. Several excellent cases there, particularly of syphilis and herpes. Came back to Sitchell's, a good case of central capsular cataract and prolapsus of the iris, and several persons affected with sclerotitis, iritis, and night. Went down to Sanson's ward at the Hotel Dieu this morning. Absolutely nothing of any consequence doing there. Came back to La Pitié with Andral. Heard the brute de souffle very loud indeed, in a pat in the ward, in the carriage. Went to Lisfranc's clinical lecture. Never saw a man make himself so perfect a buffoon at Mary Andrew. I was quite disgusted with him. It will be some time ere he sees me there again. Indeed, I should not have gone today, but I knew he had an amputation. I was disappointed in his operating. His sawing, as with so many professional men, was miserable. The disease for which he amputated was white swelling of the knee. There are much fewer operations in Paris than I had been led to imagine. Indeed, hitherto they had been really rare, though probably from not attending Klein. Lectures I have not seen many which have occurred. Went to Sitchell's, am delighted with this dispensary. It is quite a new study to me, and will assist in keeping me employed now that I have nearly finished Dupuytren's Clinique and Cazeneuve's Sur les maladies de la peau. I have bought Wells in the French translation, Sur les maladies des yeux. I wish to have obtained Lawrence or Mackenzie, but neither of them seed. Be had in Paris. I dare say J.B. Billiard worked there. Have obtained them from London for me, but probably will be more advantageous to read a French work. Its price is a trifle, only 8 francs. There was a rare case at Sickles today of dark brown effusion between the layers of the cornea produced, according to S.B., by effusion of albumin followed by effusion of blood, the liquid particles being absorbed. The Kolff part remained to tinge the albumin. Wednesday 10th. Went to the Hotel Dieu this morning with Sanson, afterwards with Comuck. I saw a case in his ward of well-marked pleural parapneumonia brought in last evening. The bowels had not been opened since Friday last, but nothing was ordered, as an aprion. Afterwards, went into Brichette's woods. He kept me waiting more than a quarter of an hour. Saw a case of fracture of neck, of scapula. Crepitation was distinctly felt. Went to Sitchell's, but it was such a miserable day that there were very few patients there, Thursday 11th. Went to La Pitié this morning with Louis, and afterwards heard part of Velpeau's Clinal lecture. Thursday is always nearly an idle day at the hospitals. At Hotel Dieu particularly, there was nothing going on. Went to Sitchell's dispensary. Saw some good cases of iritis and C. Heard a capital story of Roux at La Charité. He had a case under his care for a tumor situated in the region of the sigmoid flexure of the colon. After the pat had been in for several days, and he had well fingered and examined it, he asked one morning whether her bowels were open. The patient answered that she had not had a stool for 15 days. The physician exclaimed with an oath, "Why the devil did you not tell me of this before?" As though it were not the duty of the physician to make such necessary inquiries, particularly under disease such as the one under treatment. The doctor ordered red alavement, Friday 12th. Went this morning to Hotel Dieu with Sanson, and afterwards attended his Clinal lecture. He told us today the reason why in the Parisian hospitals in a case of fracture of the leg, this limb is raised nearly 2 feet from the bed by pillows, and the thigh is on the inclined plane. The reason is that when perfectly straight, pats complain of pain and sore in the heel, and when they are laid on their side with the knee bent, they are apt to turn round on their back and have a crooked limb in consequence. The elevated position of the leg reunites all the advantages, without any of the disadvantages of both positions. Kammel was poorly and did not lecture. Went round with Brichette amongst his outpats. He had a case of small molesserous and cystic tumor under the scalp. He opened it through its whole extent, then laid hold of the cyst with a pair of forceps and drew it out entire. Went to Sickles. He had 2 excellent cases of cataract and of staphyloma of the iris, and another in which he had performed a famous cure of inflamm of the choroid. Just read from my toucher, tired and fatigued, Saturday 13th. Went down to Hotel Dieu this morning with Sanson. Attended his Clinal lecture on diseases of the eyes. He performed an operation for a tropium produced by a cicatrix underneath the eye. He cut out a V-shaped piece of the lower lid and united it by the hair-lip suture, remained to Chalmel's clinical lecture, and was afterwards in time to go around with Brescitt. By adopting this plan, one has great opportunities of seeing practice. Received a letter from Clifton today, Sunday 14th. Went to La Pitié this morning, nothing particular there. Heard cavernous respiration and one or two physical pats. And C. Heard an excellent sermon from the preacher at the chapel, in the R. de Boulogne, Monday 15th. Went down to the Hotel Dieu this morning. Sanson applied a pomade of chloride of zinc to a cancerous sore. This was the only thing of consequence. Walked on to the St. Louis, saw several cases of eczema, one uncommonly good of a venereal eruption in the forehead putting on the characters of eczema, and another very similar to lichen agrius. A beautiful and most distinctly marked case of herpes zoster, two of lepra, one of psoriasis syphilitica, of erythema papulatum, and a great many cases of that ever-varying protean disease, itch. Cazenavi declares there is no such thing as pocky itch, but I saw as good a case of it today, combined also with eczema impetiginose, as one CD possibly desire, and C. Indeed acknowledges that pustules do occur, but he considers them pustules of eczema. I saw in the wards today a tremendous case of eczema impetiginose extending down the whole of the back of the legs. In a case of sciatica, I saw the immense benefit arising from the application of a blister dressed afterward with morphia. The man was, when I saw him last, in constant torture. He is today quite easy. There was a nice case of herpes shellis in the wards, easily distinguished from syphilis, yet I dare say has by many men been frequently mistaken. I find that I begin now to be able to recognize some of the more characteristic diseases of the skin. At first, when I commenced, everything was a desert, I thought. I never she'd remember the names, much less apply them properly, but I quite despair of recognizing the various forms of the itch. Read to Sickles at one, several good cases of diseases of the eye, but most of them old. By the by, today at the St. Louis, a man took out one of the small animalculae from the vesicles of an itchy pat. Lord Brougham was to visit the Hotel Dieu today, Tuesday 16th. Went to La Pitié this morning. I'm always unfortunate whenever I visit this hosp. Andral has no dissections, and when I do not, he generally has. It is by far the best place in Paris for studying pathological anatomy. At Sickles, we had some good cases, one in which the lymph-producing adhesions between the iris and the capsule of the crystalline CD be distinguished by means of the magnifying glass. Another, in which there was union between iris and capsule of crystalline and discoloration of latter by the uvea. In another case, there was a dirty brown effusion between the layers of the cornea, covering a portion of the pupil. The difference of color between the tache and the pupil was so trifling that without great care and without a certain light it would not be discovered, and a practitioner would be apt to say that there was nothing the matter with the eye. Wednesday 17th, went to La Pitié this morning. No autopsy. I'm paying some attention to the stethoscope again. Find I have forgotten the majority of the sounds I knew. When in a dome, I fear the use of this inst will never be so extensively diffused as its immense importance requires, for this reason, that persons not in the constant, almost daily habits of employing it will forget all but the most characteristic and well-marked sounds. These, when a person has once heard, will ever remain afterwards firmly fixed in his mind, but I defy a man with moderate opportunities of observation to distinguish between a loud mucus rawl and a gargouement. The differences may be laid down in books, but in many cases they approach each other so closely that it is almost impossible to say where one ends and the other begins. These observations are prompted by the consideration of a case in Andral's ward, in which gargouillement is present in the upper part, and a loud mucus rawl almost precisely similar is heard throughout the right lung in the upper part of the left. There is a loud puerile respiration, which in one spot was thought by some to be cavernous. The dissection in this case will be very interesting. I heard today of a case in the H. infants malades in which the bigwigs were completely out. A little child was considered laboring under the third stage of pneumonia in both lungs. A friend of mine one day, when there, told the intern he certainly heard gargouillement, but the latter said, "Indeed, be no such thing." On examination, in this spot there was found an immense cavity, 3 or 4 smaller excavations throughout the 2 lungs, and an immense development of tubercles. Surely such a mistake as this must have arisen from pure negligence on the part of the medical attendants. I did not go to the same. Louis this morning, and consequently they had some admirable cases, one of congenital ichthyosis, 5 with impetigo figurata on the face, another Barboto's leg in a man who had never been in warm climates, several syphilitic sores, and 1 or 2 of noli me tangere. Went to Sitchel's a miserable day, and consequently few patients there, Thursday 18th. Went to Andrel's ward at La Pitie, nothing new. Went to Velpeau's lecture. He is on diseases of the eye every Thursday. Did not like his matter much, so I left in the middle and walked off to my salon literaire. This, I believe, is the end of my month there. Don't think I shall subscribe again. Was at Sitchel's, nothing particular. Thursday is the most idle day in the week. Friday 19th. Went to Sanson's this morning at the Hotel Dieu. Saw nothing there of any importance. Returned to La Pitie. Andral was not there, followed Louis. And I'm quite surprised at the number of pats. With tubercles in the lungs in these wards, if indeed Louis is to be believed and his diagnosis to be trusted, more than half the pats have, according to him, tubercles. This is the diagnosis always when there is any dullness under the clavicles. Frequently, I have no doubt he is mistaken. I like Kommel better as a practitioner than any other that I have yet seen. Went to Sitchel's, several capital cases of staphyloma, treated by application of nitrate of silver. He is very fond of using an unguent of endent of Si, hide, and ext belladon. He is successful in his treatment generally, but a most miserable operator. He says that the difference in appearance between inflam of the mem, of the aqueous humor, and of the substance of the iris itself, was that in the former the striae altered in appearance, CLD. Be distinguished in the latter, they sealed it on that. Now I have been reading Bulwer's pamphlet on the present crisis, addressed to one of the late cabinet ministers, Lord Duncannon. It is powerfully and forcibly written. It will do his cause service, and what is of more consequence to him, it will ensure his re-election. There can be no doubt that Parliament will be dissolved, but I question much whether a sufficiently powerful Tory party will be returned to give the ministry hope of retaining the reins of government. God grant we be not cursed by a Durham administration. If the Tories be defeated, it will be entirely owing to the refusal of Stanley to join them. I care nothing and say nothing on politics, but I am surprised that Peel's prudence so far have deserted him as to allow anything to induce him to endeavor to form a high Tory government at Senate. 20th, went down this morning to Hotel Dieu, had an excellent lecture from Kommel. I like him better than any physician I have seen in Paris. Have been in my present lodgings a month today, paid madame. Still continue as before not to take my breaks. In the house. Entered this morning for another month to my salon literaire. Sunday 21st. Went to Andrel's wards at La Pitie this morning. Capital PM examination, one which proved most incontestably what I had suspected ever since I have been in Paris, viz., that the physicians marked down many cases as phthisis which are not indeed produced by tubercular excavations in the lungs. In this woman, the diagnosis was tubercular infiltration of the whole of the left lung and a large cavity on a level with the left breast. On examination, not a single tubercle in either lung and no cavity, but the whole of the left lung in a state of hepatizations. Having mentioned this case more at length in my notebook, I shall not further allude to it here. Wrote to Clifton today and sent it by Ainsley to be put into the London office. Also sent by the same hand a letter to Syme at Edinburgh to inquire the latest time at which I may have an examination, Monday 22nd. Went to Hotel Dieu and thence to the H. St. Louis, nothing particular there this morning. Several cases of itch, but nothing else. In the wards, though, is a case of superficial lupus of the hand and elbow, very rare. Went to Sitchel's, several interesting cases, but S not there. Great annoyance. Tuesday 23rd. Ainsley left last evening. Wish I did leave this horrid place. I firmly believe Paris is the most miserable hole that any poor mortal was doomed to exist in during the winter. It is even worse than Bristol, and that I think anyone will admit is bad enough. To an idle man living in the neighborhood of the Arts de la Paix, Paris may be pleasant, but to a medical student dragging out his life in the Quartier du Jardin du Roi, it is miserable. Went this morning to Andrel's ward, and then to Brechet's at the Hotel Dieu, nothing very particular in either. Was at Sichel's, saw an old case of Staphyloma iritis, covered by false mem, subsequent to purulent ophthalmy. An excellent case also of scrofulous conjunctivitis, ulcer of the cornea, large and superficial keratitis effusion between the layers of the cornea, sclerotitis, iritis. His treatment was very judicious, Vruse purging every other morning with eau de cédulite, calomel, and sulph. Antium A.G. d'Alterdie leeches to the temples, cras, and applique of belladonna. Also an excellent case of deep lenticular cataract. Wednesday, 24th. Went to the Hotel du Sansonaire very late, so went into Chomel's ward. Several fever pats. Went off to the H. St. Louis, followed Biet. Afterwards went into Alibert's lecture. Saw him apply strong, fuming muriatic acid to the arm of a person with eczema. It produced an immediate eruption of vesicles to another case of same disease on the finger. He applied it of silver. I shall be able to see which is the best, both act in the same way, by altering the action of the surface to which they are applied. The former produced some conceit. Pain in the latter has the inconvenience of rendering the part black. Saw a case of scrofulous sore, superficial of the cheek. He had applied pomade of protoxide of mercury with the best effects. After the visit, I went round the premises with Mr. Strauss, the extern of Baron Albert. Saw the place where fumigations of all kinds are administered. The apparatus consists of a wooden box with a kind of chair for the pat. To sit in, the cover has a hole through which the head projects. The bottom is of iron, which is warmed by means of a stove placed underneath. On the bottom, the herbs for aromatic, sulfur for sulphurous, the sulph of mercury for mercur. Fumigations is placed. The pat sits on the chair, his head projects through the hole, and a blanket is wrapped around the neck to prevent the fumes surrounding the face and head. When alcohol is employed, it is poured through a long pipe, reaching from the cover to the bottom. After coming out of his best bath, the patients are wrapped entirely in blankets and remain for some considerable time in the bathing room at an elevated temperature so as to perspire freely. The warm and cold baths are arranged in rows with 2 pipes to each, 36 in a room. These bathing tubs are used not only for simple, but for medicated baths of all descriptions. Thus gelatinous are formed by adding a solution of glue, about tolbs, to the simple alkaline by adding potass or soda and C, and so also with acid baths. In another part of the premises, we found a large digester in which they made the soup for the supply of the hospital from the gelatine of bones. It is necessary for this purpose to have a higher temp than that of boiling water under the usual pressure, hence Pépin's digester is used. In another part of the premises we saw some outhouses in which gas for the lighting of the hospital was made, together with 4 large gas emitters. Altogether it is quite a village within itself, covering a very large space of ground and containing a considerable number of inhabitants, 1,200 pats, I think. Went to Sichel's, saw some capital cases, principally of Staphyloma. A very favorite ointment of his is an on hide ext, bellad bium fract equal, disdutent circ. Went to Andrel's ward, thence to Brechet's, B, did not come, started at 10 to hear high mass. In St. Roch delighted beyond measure, the music was beautiful, truly sublime, but the effect was much lessened, at least in my opinion, by the horrid mockery of the service, 5 or 6 priests walking one after the other, holding aloft the cross, dressed in yellow silk and gold, preceded by 2 servants splendidly attired, wearing gold epaulettes and swords and carrying each a large staff. Several boys followed with candles and small white surplices, and the whole procession concluded by the march of several minor priests. How is it possible that any persons of common sense can belong to such a church as this? The edifice of St. Roch is magnificent, and several of the altars superb. The whole of the interior was crowded, and an immense number of persons, similar to myself, walking about to see what was to be seen. It was quite impossible for the really sincere worshippers to come to the house of God with what the Protestants consider a proper spirit. They appeared to say their prayers mechanically, looking around them at the multitude and at the procession. And every few minutes they were obliged to get up to move their chairs to allow some functionary or other to pass. And then in the midst of it all, it was so amusing to see a person come round to collect the sous for the use of the chairs. None of these disturbances seemed to interrupt the saying of their prayers. They appeared to be in a very enviable state of indifference. After coming away from such a display as this, one ceases to wonder at there being so little religion in France. The extraordinary thing is that our Catholic Church should find a single supporter in the 19th century, from St. Roch. I went to the Art de Blois. Here everything was conducted as I think it ought to be. All the persons appeared imbued with proper feelings and proper ideas. There was no fuss, no ceremony, and no disturbance. It was quite impossible not to feel the immense superiority of the Protestant over the our Catholic form of worship. In the evening there was a kind of family party assembled at this pension, ICD. Not help contrasting the difference between it and our usual Xmas parties in England. This beastly Paris, I detest it more and more every day of my life. Friday 26th, went to the Hotel Dieu. Heard a capital lecture from Kommel, has proposed himself decidedly a believer in the fact that the anti-various power of vaccination becomes diminished by time. This appears to me, from all the arguments which I have seen and heard on the subject, to be the only rational opinion which we can arrive at. And hence I think it is right that every person should be revaccinated after a certain length of time. As Chommel said, if it does not rise, no harm is done. If it does and goes through its regular stages, it is certain that the system was not before fortified against variola. Greshik came early this morning, viz. at 9 o'clock. Whilst I was with Kommel, I therefore lost the opportunity of going round with him. He seldom visits his wards before 10. Went to Seychelles, saw some very good cases of staphyloma, coronitis, and C. Afterwards, to Andrew's lecture for the first time for weeks. It is most tiresome to me now to attend lectures, and the professors are too fond of splitting hairs, to use a common English expression. Since I have been attending at Seychelles, I have seen 2 persons with a glass eye each. They were so well made, and so exactly like the other, that it is with considerable difficulty that the deception can be discovered. IWD. Much prefer one of them to the squinting eyes one sometimes sees. The artificial eye is moved slightly by the motion of the remains of the ball, forming its cushion and support. This, together with the action of the eyelids, prevents the deformity from being very manifest. In each case, many of the students were puzzled to discover why the pack came to the dispensary, Saturday 27. Went to Chommel, saw Sanson, endeavored to reduce a dislocation of the shoulder of 2 months' standing. It appears there had been a fracture of the humerus, which prevented the dislocation from being reduced when it occurred. He had no pulleys, merely assistants, and had not used any means of depletion. After continuing extension for about 1 minute, he gave up, sent the man back into the ward, and ordered him a warm bath and to be bled. It was perfect folly to attempt the reduction without these preliminary measures being had recourse to. Kommel gave us a capital clinical lecture on a case of typhus fever terminating fatally with peritonitis by escape of fecal matter through a perforating ulcer in the intestine. Ulcers were very numerous in both the small and large intestine, more especially in the former. Went to Sitchell's lecture. He was on wounds of the globe of the eye and traumatic ophthalmia. Was in Brechet's wards this morning, saw several very interesting cases. Amongst them was one of phlegmasia dolens or crural phlebitis in a very fine girl of 18, following suppression of the menses. Remove an insisted tumor from the side of the face. He ran a straight bisturi through the cyst, evacuated the caseous matter contained in it, then laid hold of the membrane with a pair of forceps, and extracted it with considerable ease. At the consultation gratuite, a man applied with partial dislocation of the knee. Sunday 28th, went to Andrew's. Not there. So went into Lewis' ward. Nothing particular there, but as usual, all said almost every pat. Had tubercles in the lungs. Went to the Art de Blois. Had an excellent sermon on self-examination. Mr. Newstead is certainly an extremely good and energetic preacher. I like him very much. Went again in the evening. The shops and streets are exceedingly gay today, and have been all the last week, with toys, bonbons, clothes. And see, this being the season of the year at which persons make presents to all their acquaintance. Monday 29th went to Cholmondeley and thence to the H.S. Lewis. We had some excellent cases of impetigo, of eczema, impetigonodes, of lupus, of pityriasis, and of psoriasis. At Sichel's we had some good examples of adherent iris and of strumous ophthalmia. Afterwards walked down to the Institute, but there was no public meeting today, as the Eloge on Cuvier is to be read. This indeed was what we wished to hear, but for this reason the doors were shut against strangers. Tuesday 30th. Went to Andrel's ward and afterwards to Breschitz at the Hotel Dieu. Nothing particular in either. At Sichel's some very good cases. Saw him remove with a knife a large staphyloma of the cornea with an adherent iris produced by ophthalmia neonatorum. There was a very interesting case there. The man could see very well with each eye separately, but not with both together. Entered today a course of dental surgery, 10 francs. He, Mr. Lemaire, is a miserable lecturer, but I think probably a good many practical remarks may be gained from him. He told us today that the primary may be distinguished from the secondary teeth by there being striae on the latter, whilst the former are entirely smooth. He taught us to draw the front teeth of the upper jaw today with straight force. His method of fixing the head was very good. He stood on the right side of the patient. Sitting in a chair, he passed his left arm around the neck of the pat, keeping the head back against his chest. With the index and middle fingers of the left hand, the under jaw was pressed down, and the inferior teeth guarded. The upper lip was pressed up by the thumb. The forceps in the right hand were made to embrace the tooth, and the latter was bent over. Rather moved in 4 directions, from before backwards, from behind forwards, rotation and traction downwards. With the bicuspid, no rotation is necessary. In drawing the molar teeth, he employs a very good plan of fixing the head, viz., to rest the thigh on the chair and press firmly the head against it. After the lecture, he had in some patients on whom he operated, and I was remarkably struck with his dexterity, removing several teeth, whilst a general practitioner, W.D., be thinking of it. For teeth of the under jaw, he used an inst, which I never remember to have seen before, possessing very considerable power as a lever, yet not like the key, making the gum a point of support. I think it likely to be a very instructive class. Vos left this afternoon. I am extremely sorry for it. It is impossible to be in his company without learning something from him. Wednesday 31st went to the H. St. Louis this morning. Not any new cases. I find that every visit to this hosp makes one more expert at naming skin diseases. Saw some very good cases of scrofula and syphilis in Alibert's wards, and a case of psoriasis diffusa over the whole body in Biet-Sal, getting rapidly well under a milk diet, alone without baths or any other treatment. There was a PM examination today of a person who died of apoplexy, considerable effusion of blood into the left ventricle with softening of the cerebral substance, the heart of the usual size. But the left ventricle in a state of concentric hypertrophy, valves healthy. At Sichel's there were some interesting cases, one of palsy of all the muscles supplied by the third. Pair of nerves. It was of several years' standing and appears to have arisen from disordered stomach in the first place. Another of dark coloring of the posterior layer of the capsule, another of deep-seated cataract and seat. Went to the Tuileries today. The bands of all the regiments in Paris were drawn up in front of the Palais, and played various tunes alternately, 12 bands. Nearly 400 drums once struck up alone, without any other accompaniment, a most dismal noise they made as far removed from music as a donkey's bray. Altogether, I did not think any of the tunes so good as the martial music of Old England. I was quite disappointed. Have been reading Gibert's Manual of Diseases of the Skin. I like it much. It is not so dry and uninteresting as most of such works. Sickle told us a few days since that though astringents and stimulants are good in conjunctivitis, yet, when the tarsal cartilages are inflamed, they do considerable harm. Chapter 4, January 1835, Thursday 1st, John 1835. This is one of the greatest holidays in Paris, and throughout France generally. The courses and schools are all closed, and everyone seems determined to enjoy himself. This morning went to La Pitié. No examination and nothing particular going on. Went down to Hotel Dieu. But Brichette was there early this morning, and had finished his visit, before my arrival. Entered Notre Dame. As I understood, Grand Mass was to be celebrated. But I was misinformed. I, however, heard the organ, which is only played on great occasions. It was magnificent, its rich tones accompanied by the voices of the choir swelling through that magnificent cathedral were truly sublime. It is impossible not to be struck with this on visiting the places of worship belonging to the Our Catholics. Went afterwards into the Church of St. Roch. But there was nothing more than usual. Today, for the first time since my arrival in Paris, I went to the reading room in the neighborhood of the Our de la Paix. They take in, there, all the English and American journals, reviews, and see, whether literary, scientific, or medical. The terms of subscription are, I believe, 5 for a month, 10 sous for a single visit. If it were not so far, I doubly subscribe regularly to it, for the terms are very moderate. Took a 2 for a dinner at the Palais Royal, and afterwards went for the first time since coming to Paris to the Opéra Français. We intended to have gone into the parterre, but this being full, we were obliged to go to the amphitheater quadrille and take one of the very back seats. The opera played this evening was Robert Le Diable, and an admirable production it is. The house is much larger than Drury Lane and beautifully decorated, lighted with gas, and having an immense chandelier in the middle, which may be elevated or depressed by means of pulleys and chains. The entrance to the opera is magnificent, and the public gain admittance without any bustle or annoyance. A soldier standing at the entrance prevents more than 2 or 3 from being abreast, and all confusion is prevented by a railing enclosing a narrow space, throughout which the crowd must necessarily pass to arrive at the open place, where the entrance fees are demanded. During the progress of the play, and between the acts, all noise is strictly prohibited. Not a word is uttered, so entirely different from the uproarious noise, and often met with in the disgracefully conducted theaters of England. Into the parterre no females are admitted, and I was particularly struck by the extremely small number of women in the whole house, and those who were there were remarkably well behaved and appeared to belong to the middle or bourgeois and not to the lower class as in England. The salon is common, as a promenade, to all persons in the house. It is very long, but not square as in Drury Lane, forming rather a kind of gallery. It forms a most agreeable promenade between the acts, and the most respectable ladies need not be ashamed to be seen there. It was impossible not to be struck by the extreme attention to propriety in every respect. As a friend of mine well remarked, it is left for modest England to encourage the admission des dames de plaisir, by setting apart a particular portion of the house for their reception. It is the usual custom in France not to change the scenery during their acts, but in this opera they were obliged to shift them twice during the evening. They did it admirably. A kind of curtain beautifully painted to represent clouds arose slowly from underneath the stage, so as to have sufficient time for the scene-shifters to make all their arrangements. Robert Le Diable has had a most capital run. Tonight was its 120th performance, and though probably rather too long, yet the interest is so kept up during the whole that one feels very sorry when it is brought to a close. It lasted this evening from 7 till 11:15. It is in 5 acts. The principal characters in it are Robert, Duc de Normandy Bertram, his friend, discovered afterwards to be his father, and a devil incarnate, Alice, a Norman peasant, Isabel, the daughter of the King of Sicily, and various monks, nuns, and sea. The plot is not deep. Robert comes to Sicily attended by Bertram, who leads him into all kinds of temptation, and at last attempts to seduce him to give himself to the devil on condition of enjoying all this world's goods and marrying Isabel, of whom he is devotedly fond. But Alice appears with a letter from Robert's mother, and succeeds in causing him to resist all the seductions of Bertram. The music is very fine, the scenery admirable, particularly the church in the 8th scene of the 3rd act, when the ghosts rise up, and the dancing was inimitable and certainly much more modest than I had expected in France. Altogether I was pleased and delighted much beyond my most sanguine anticipations. Ami Cinti Damoreau as Isabel, and Doris Graal as Alice had splendid and most powerful voices, such as it was never my good fortune to hear before. As for the acting, I cannot say anything about it, as I was too far off to detect minuter shades. And as I did, of course, not understand it sufficiently to give an opinion, Friday 2nd, went down to the Hotel Dieu. There were several accidents, such as fractures, burns, and sea, brought in since last evening. Most probably, I think, New Year's night is something like Xmas night in England. Every person considers himself privileged to get intoxicated. Such is also the case in Scotland. Went to my salon littéraire and was presented with a paper of bonbons, miserable things as ever were, much worse than anything of the kind in England. It is the custom in France to present something or other to every body you know, and to call upon or leave your card with all your friends. Fortunately, I know no one, and therefore am free from this nuisance. At Sichel's, nothing very particular. Saw him remove a vascular fungus from the conjunctiva with a sharp lancet. Bought a copy of Byron today for 15 francs. Exceedingly cheap. Excellent type. Saturday 3rd. Went to La Charité this morning. Saw Roux perform amputation of the leg by circular operation. He was a considerable time about it, but very cool. There were 3 ligatures, applied adhesive plaster, plenty of Sharpie, 6 layers of linen, and a bandage. What is the use of so much? Went to hear the second lecture on dental surgery today. He first taught us to use the parrot's bill forceps for the incisors of the lower jaw. The head is held firmly as before. The index finger of the left hand guards the teeth of the upper jaw, whilst the middle finger is applied against the under teeth and serves to raise the tooth inst. Grasped in the right hand, is applied with the straight part of the forceps against the outer and the point of the convex blade against the inner side of the tooth. The latter must be well forced down, otherwise it merely embraces the crown of the tooth. Making the short straight blade a lever, the tooth is lifted from its socket, the handle evinced, being pressed down and the point forced up by the middle finger. The same plan may be adopted in drawing the molars. He showed us also the method of applying the common curve forceps to the molars and bicuspid, the Inststief. He made with the edges nearest the handle rather farther separated than the opposite otherwise. The whole tooth is not grasped. Extraction by these forceps must be performed by bending them inwards with the tooth. In order to effect this easily, the hand must be placed on the upper face of the inst in a state of supination when one of the teeth on the right side of the lower jaw is extracted, and the hand and inst. To be turned into a state of pronation, on the opposite of the jaw, it must be exactly the contrary. The hand being applied in a state of pronation to the undersurface of the inst, and gradually turned into pronation. I forgot to mention that in a parrot's bill, forceps both legs must not be on the same level when they lay hold of the tooth, otherwise the latter may be cut off. I vastly prefer the key for molars to his force. Sunday 4th. Went to La Pitié this morning. Louis not there. Went round with his intern. No particular cases there. Miserably cold today. Was obliged to take a walk in the sun to warm myself. Monday 5th. Went to the St. Louis this morning. Yet came very late. Some capital cases of impetigo and eczema. These diseases of the skin are uncommonly difficult to understand, and still more annoying to treat in practice. At Sichel's, a considerable number of good cases. Went to Rickard's today and obtained a card of admission to the venereal hospital. I like him very much. He was extremely polite. He must be a clever fellow, or he'd be. At so young an age, have obtained so many honors, and got so much the start of all his comforts. I understand he is a very neat operator. He lives in a capital house. And the 2 rooms that I saw were well furnished and more comfortable in appearance than any I had met with in Paris before. I suppose the reason of this is that it is not a Frenchman, but an American. He had several pats waiting for him and I dare say manages to pick up a considerable sum by his practice. This evening, I went to the Église. Etienne, the music was admirable, particularly the Portuguese hymn. Such mummery I never in my life beheld before, especially the throwing up and down of the incense box. 130 honor, Tuesday 6th. Went this morning to the Hospital du Midi. There were some very good cases among the men. I saw nearly 50 women exposed and examined with the speculum. Rickard has some peculiar notions about gonorrhea in the female. He employs mercury in almost all cases of syphilis, quite an anti-Thomsonian. I saw a Sichel removed by the knife, a large staphyloma, a she-deer, in whom he performed the same operation a few days since, is completely cured. the wound is cicatrized and the deformity greatly remedied. There was a case of incipient amaurosis, very much relieved by the application of the following around the eye. 3 times a day, or either sulfur threstlic amon 3em. Lemaire gave us a lecture today on the application of the key to the extraction of the molars of the upper jaw, more especially. He always draws them outwards, fixing the lever within and the fulcrum without, and the rule he gave us was to make the latter always rather higher than the former. The head of the pat is fixed by the left hand of the operator as before mentioned, forcing it back against the right thigh for the right side, and the left for the fay left. The thigh sheet rest on the corner of the back of the chair or on the seat of a second. The fulcrum ML covers with common Indian rubber, forming an elastic cap to it. The claw is not like the English, but somewhat in this shape. The straightness of the back enables it to be pressed down more easily by the forefinger than when made in the common way. Went to the Hotel Dieu this morning, and to my great astonishment met Bird there. He left Dover Saturday last, went on to the SLU, the old case is still there. One new one of ecthema, I think, and an excellent one of psychosis. And Alibert gave us a kind of clinique. The first example he showed us was lupus, cured by caustic, and hydride of potasse. Psoriasis, 1 or 2 of impetigo, and a splendid specimen of psychosis, extending all round from the ears and under the chin. The tubercles were of considerable size, nearly as large as marbles. The lymphatic glands in the neck were affected, and there was considerable salivation. It was of 2 months' standing. Called at the General Post Office, but no letter for me. At Sichel's, but few pats. One excellent example of amaurosis, apparently produced by disease of spinal cord, which Sichel said he had seen more than once, and attributed to the disease being transmitted upwards to the tubercula quadragemina. On examining the eye, the pupil is found somewhat dilated, not contracting quite so much as it ought. On exposure to the light and at the bottom of the eye, there appears a kind of green shade which Sichel considered characteristic. The reason of his imagining that the disease arose from disorder of the SBL cord is that pain came on in the back, between the shoulders, after an accouchement, followed quickly by dimness of sight, Menton Salmon's case, combined with paraplegia. The treatment adopted was VS 4 pallets, 15 leeches between the shoulders, R. Ungu, Hyde 30, Laudanum de Rousseau 3M Fortang, Applicand part Dolan Dorsey quarter die. I can't well see how this treatment can be of much avail. However, it is worth trying. It probably be not a bad plan to put the part under the action of mercury. Saw today a curious case in the Gaz, des Tribunaux. It appears that in Paris there exists a society termed the Society of Devils, which meet every Saturday evening in a subterraneous cellar, which they term Hell. They meet to eat, drink, smoke, and sing blasphemous songs. They were arrested and tried, but nothing could be proved against them, of which the laws take cognizance. They were accordingly acquitted. What an extraordinary people these French must be. In England, such a thing as this would never for a moment have been thought of. By the by, Alibert this morning paid us a very high compliment, he said, speaking of our not adopting his nomenclature, that we were not a scientific nation, but that we observed for ourselves, and observed well and followed out our own notions in practice with success. He is evidently annoyed that we do not adopt more extensively his natural system. Thursday 8. Went down to the Hotel Dieu this morning. Bresci not there. Went round with his intern. Several cases of old fracture inscribed today at the École de Medicine. This will be my last inscription. At 12 entered to a course of bandaging. At 15 francs, cheap enough indeed. Nothing particular at Sichel's, nor at Lemaire's. He showed us how to employ the punch, with which, indeed, he elevated a dense sapient in our presence very skillfully. But others who have not his experience, I suspect, will do well to adhere to the key. Friday night. Went to the Hotel Dieu this morning. Sanson performed the operation. For fistula in ano, he introduced the probe, brought the inner extremity out of the anus, and then divided upon it. This is by far the most successful method of performing the operation, and he dissected out some of the callous edge of the fistula, and removed a small fibrous substance growing from the margin of the anus. Attended Chomel's clinical lecture, and afterwards went round with Brechat, who was only just arrived 10, his time being 9. He has had 2 cases of varix of the cord. Under his care, completely cured by Dupuytren's plan of fixing small forceps of a peculiar construction on the enlarged veins, taking care at the same time to keep the parts constantly wet with solution of acetate of lead. No phlebitis of any consequence is manifested, but the veins become obliterated. Frequently superficial sloughing takes place. Another pat was put under this same treatment. At the consultation gratuite, a child was presented, having a syphilitic sore on the buttocks, surrounded to a considerable extent by a deep red or copper color. The ulcer was deep, grayish-white at the bottom, and with the borders perpendicularly cut. The woman, the mother, denied and C, but women can never be believed. A man applied with varicose ulcers on the leg. Bechet pointed out this case as remarkable. Varix occurring in the right and not in the left leg. I was not before aware that the same rule applied to the leg and the spermatic cords in this respect. Went and bought a skeleton today for 100 francs. I am told it is a bargain, but I am by no means certain of it. However, I cannot be much taken in. It is beautifully articulated. I certainly never saw one better fitted up altogether, and moreover, it is a female pelvis. I am very sure that the man declares it to be a male. At the course of bandaging today, we went over the croisé sur un œil, sur les deux yeux, sur la mâchoire, sur le cou et la tête. Confound these long French names. At Sickles, we had some very excellent cases. One of keratitis and pannus cured by depletion and a lotion composed of oxymir of mercury gyrre and ichi laudanum. Sickle declared today that authors were wrong in saying that great intolerance of light always existed in scrofulous ophthalmia. I have seen, I think, 3 cases of what he called strumous ophthalmia without this symptom. Intended to buy Gertie on bandaging today, but I am so much disappointed in it that I have given up my intention. I hear that Chapman has published a small edition of his work with marginal plates for at 3/6, very cheap. Must get it when I go to London. Saturday 10th. Went down to the Hotel Dieu. Bechet was there very early this morning, precisely 9 o'clock. Nothing particular. At the course of bandaging, we went over those we had before applied. I think it will probably be an instructive course. Will teach us how to handle a bandage at all events. Went to the Louvre. It will be closed in a few days, so it is necessary to see as much of it as possible within a short time. It was excessively cold, I should. Think it must be one of the most splendid galleries in the world. At least I can scarcely imagine anything finer, though had Napoleon existed. And had the foreign spoils remained in Paris, there is little doubt but that all the 4 sides of the square, double a dollar, have been turned into one grand gallery. At 3 went to Lemaire's. I think I learnt something today. He extracts stumps in the front of the upper jaw by drilling a hole and introducing a screw, the projecting extremity of which he lays hold of by with the forceps. This is rather too complicated for general use, he says. That teeth, particularly incisors, are extracted when there is no necessity for it. To avoid this, it is proper to file down the decayed portion and remove it entirely with a cutting inst. The files must be very thin, having 1 smooth and 3 rough edges or surfaces. By the latter, of course, the tooth is filed. Whilst the smooth surface comes against the adjoining tooth, the file is introduced obliquely so as to remove more of the posterior than the anterior aspect. It is of the utmost consequence to press firmly with the thumb of the left hand against the root of the tooth acted on by the file, as otherwise there is a good deal of pain produced. The operator steed. Stand as nearly as possible on the right and in front of the pat, with his left arm encircling the neck, the thumb pressing on the root of the tooth, the second finger in the mouth to guard the file from coming in contact with the mucous membrane. The remaining fingers under the lower jaw. The file must be held between the thumb and index finger of the right hand, and the filing motion kept up by motion of the wrist, making the arm, as nearly as possible, a fixed point. It is of the utmost consequence to file down completely to the gum, and to separate any little tartar which may connect the unsound with the neighboring teeth. Sunday 11th. Went to the Hop La Pitié this morning. Went round with Louis and Velpo. Nothing particular there. Went to Aigle Saint Etienne to hear Grand Mass too late. It had concluded, called on Bird not at home, went to the gym. Post office, found a very interesting letter from Winkinton. Eastman writes well. He asked me how I like the French women. I answered WD. Be not at all, they are a set of indelicate, disgusting brutes. One may probably, when in the blues, laugh one's spleen for an hour in their company, but they are fit for nothing else. To know an Englishwoman, it is necessary to see her in the midst of her family by her own fireside. This is her pleasure, this the happiness of her life. The French women, on the contrary, know no such real bonheur as this. Theirs is all tinsel and ornament, and however Bulwer may exclaim against our own fair country women for their domesticity, as he calls it, their spirit of exclusion, their modesty, timidity, and reserve. I adore them for these qualities. They form the most prominent and the most beautiful objects in this picture to my mind. As to the beauty of the French women, I have not yet seen so much as I expected. I have certainly seen many more beautiful in my own country. Some time since a woman wrote in the Reformation newspaper a very talented article on the abolition of all marriage, surely a most delicate subject for a female to handle in a public journal. The sect des Simonians is increasing every day in Paris, and no wonder. When their females set such an example of barefadness and indecorum, this, forsooth, is the nation which styles itself par excellence the most civilized in the world. If civilization consists in breaking asunder all the social laws and all the ties of society which bind one man to another, then, indeed, I acknowledge they have reached a pitch of refinement which I hope and trust is still very, very far distant from the English. Heard a most excellent sermon from Mr. Newstead. He has such an admirable method of preaching. Very eloquent, and brings forward so many admirable similes and illustrations to explain his meaning. I am more and more delighted with him. He commenced on the necessity of religion when young. He compared the righteous man to a sensitive plant, which shrunk from the pollution of the touch of the human hand. And again, in speaking of its being unnecessary to be gloomy in religion, he used the comparison of passing through a dark passage and arriving at a brilliantly lightened apartment or through a dark street. Before coming to one's home, the dark passage referred to repentance, and the chamber to the state of man's mind afterwards. These similes he followed out most admirably. When again in the evening he was on the necessity of self-examination and of employing every moment of our lives, not frittering away or killing time in common parlance. Monday 12th, went this morning to St. Louis Gibber went there earlier than usual, and had finished the visit to the wards before our arrival. He runs through the wards very rapidly. At the consultation we had several very good cases, particularly one or two of eczema and lichen of the hand, simulating very closely to the itch. The more I see of this disease, the more certain I am that if the French pathologists be correct, the English are constantly marking down cases as itch, which belong in reality to very different diseases. At 12, I went to my course of bandaging, but Monday being a lecture and not a repetition day, it was not very interesting. By the by, at the St. Louis this morning, a very amusing spectacle occurred. Dr. J. Bernard of Clifton was there, and one of the Pat Das was a German whose C.D. not speak French. Some M. Gibert inquired if any gentlemen were present whose C.D. interpret for him. Doctor immediately stepped forward and said, he C.D. speak German. Upon this, Gibert asked him to inquire the name of the man. D.B. began to hum and ha, and at last burst forth with the expression, dear me, what is name in German? C.D. Not get on, became very confused and red, and we all enjoyed a most hearty laugh at his expense. Why will persons come forward and make themselves such fools? His vanity and self-esteem must have been not a little piqued at finding himself in such a dilemma when he expected to shine and to outstrip all the persons around him. At Sichel's we had some very good cases. Particularly of keratitis and iritis, and one case of strumus ophthalmia, without much intolerance to light. Sichel says that the latter symptom is never present without sclerotitis and some affection of the retina, and hence is by no means always perceived in strumus ophthalmia. I see by today's paper that M. Bichat, the editor of the Tribune, has been fined 6,000 francs and been condemned to 6 months' imprisonment for translating an article from the Sun newspaper. Truly, this is the land of liberty. When I mentioned this to a Frenchman, his answer was, the government of July is very poor, and in order to replenish its exchequer, it is necessary to levy fines. Their motto is, we grant you liberty of the press, you may write what you please, but you must pay for it. Tuesday, 13th, went to the hop. To me this morning, there was a boy there with gonorrhea, which Rickard cured in rather an unusual manner last week. He introduced the port caustique de Aimé, Wallamand, a silver cannula, into the urethra. Through this, he introduced a stick of nip. Of silver withdrew the former so much as just to allow the caustic to protrude. He then withdrew both from the urethra, making the extremity move in such a direction that the mucous membrane was cauterized through its whole extent in a spiral line. A slight ichorous discharge came on the following morning, together with some increase of the gonorrhea. MR then used injections of solution, acetate of lead, and all dish, quickly stopped without being followed by any bad consequences. He has been for several days quite well. This is an expeditious plan of curing a terribly tedious disease, and as such, it is worth being kept in recollection. There was another pat in the ward, which MR called fra. I can't imagine for what reason. The penis was covered with the prepuce, but at this part appeared amazingly swelled out. From the point projected some very large excrescences. MR divided the prepuce back to its junction with the gland. The latter was found completely covered, as well as the inner surface of the prepuce, with excrescences of various sizes. These MR removed with the scissors and ordered a simple dressing. Did not remain to see the exposure of the women. At Ribales we continued applying the bandages of the head. At Sichel's, nothing very particular, except a cyst in the lower eyelid, which he opened at the inner side and touched with caustic. Limer was ill, and consequently did not give any lecture. Velpo tied the carotid artery about 8 days ago for aneurysm by anastomosis in the temple. The ligatures have come away, and secondary hemorrhage has occurred 3 times. If you don't take care, the pat will slip through his hands. It is very shameful practice to perform the operation in such a case as that. The tumor was very small, had not increased for a 12-month, and MV did not try any of the usual methods adopted in England. The more I see of French surgery, the more I'm disgusted with it. Wednesday 14th, went to the Hoppel, St. Louis this morning, went to M. Lugal's ward, but he sent out word that he was poorly in CD. Not go round, this is the second time he has served us this trick and found him. There is more to this than meets the eye. He was no more ill than I was, for soon after having thus sent us away, he went round the wards with his clerks. I am determined I will shift out this. I will come every Wednesday morning till he allows me to go around. Is he alone to domineer over the students? He must be taught better, a scrofulous quack, ignorant of cutaneous diseases. Went through the salves at Emory. They are entirely devoted to Pat, affected with the itch and prurigo. For the latter affection, his remedy was a pomade of escarb. Sode Exung. There are several pomades of similar kind in Edward's formulae. Went to Alibert's consultation and lecture. There were some capital cases, one of syphilitic lichen, one of elephantiasis of the Greeks, one a miserable example of psychosis, a splendid case of scrofula in the cheek nearly cured by iodine, internally and externally, another of prurigo and itch mixed together, and one of prurigo, which had existed for 50 years. Not much chance of being able to cure it now. At the lecture today, there were 4 Spaniards who were traveling through France. One of them brought his wife, and they all remained to hear the lecture. Very bad taste, I think, in a lady, but these foreign females are all alike. There is no sense of modesty or decency in them. Went to Rabales today. He practiced several bandages. At Sichel's, had some very good cases. Received a letter from Clifton this afternoon. It contained a little election intelligence and an account of an interesting case of toxicology, which occurred in Bristol. A woman who died 15 months ago, and was buried privately in St. Augustine's chapter yard, was suspected to have been unfairly dealt with. Her body was exhumed. The stomach was in an extraordinary state of preservation. Whilst the body was turned into adipocere, the stomach was examined by surgeons. There was a good deal of sulfate of arsenic, apparently. This was subjected to various tests, that of reduction, reoxidation, and 3 liquid tests: Ammon L Nit E of silver, Ammon L Sulf T of copper, and Sulf T Hydin. These all proving satisfactory. The woman of the lodging house was arrested and sent to prison on the coroner's warrant of willful murder. By the by, 2 more hemorrhages have occurred in that unfortunate Pat, on whom Velpo operated. He will die, I fear. And I am sure Velpo, if he thinks for one moment, cannot have a very quiet conscience. He will have most assuredly caused his death, either from his ignorance, his unskillfulness, or his unjustifiable boldness. Went to à la Pitié today. Louis commenced his clinical lectures on medicine. I like him very well as a lecturer. At Edinburgh, Bales went over a few of the bandages. At Sichel's, some good cases. Lemaire gave us a lecture on stopping teeth. He said that in France common tinfoil was almost invariably used, because they charged so little, only 3 for teeth. But in England, where the price was higher, they employed gold leaf. The method consists in thrusting in the tinfoil by a kind of bent probe, after having cut out the carious portion first by a hook and then by a sharp-pointed knife. If there be much pain, stopping should not be had recourse to, because fresh inflam will be induced. Teeth may also be stopped by the following composition: 8 pts of bismuth, 3 tin, 10 mercury, 5 lead. This alloy melts at a very low temperature. It may be obtained chez M. Quesneville, Rue de Colombier 33. A piece of this metal is placed on the hollow of the tooth. A bent probe, heated sufficiently, is placed on it, so as to melt it and cause it to run into every crevice of the tooth. The objection to this plan is that, when it grows cold, it contracts and consequently does not fill the whole hollow. It is, of course, difficult to manage in the upper row. When it is properly melted, the finger must be rubbed on the part so as to wipe off every particle which projects beyond the neighboring portion of the tooth. Previously to stopping it, the cavity must be well wiped out by cotton. This being the anniversary of Molière's birth, it is a great day at all the theaters, hence I have determined to go to the Théâtre Français to see 2 of Molière's plays performed. Went to the theater. The plays were Le Misanthrope and Malade Imaginaire, 2 excellent pieces. I had a volume of Molière before me, and I found it very easy to follow the actors. The house will contain 15 persons. It was well filled. It is neat, but not so handsome, I think, as the Academy of Musique, and not nearly so large. We obtained very good seats, nearly in the middle of the parterre. I saw some very pretty girls in the boxes, particularly one who, I am convinced, was an English beauty from her appearance, her dress, and above all from the gentlemanly appearance and deportment of an elderly man, her father most probably. With her face was exceedingly sweet, pleasing, intelligent. Her forehead in particular was much superior to that of most females, either in our own or other countries. In the misanthrope, Mademoiselle Mars. In the character of Silliman was the great attracti. On she is considered the first actress of genteel comedy in France. She is, they say, 56 year old, but when on the stage she does not look more than 25. She is a very fine woman, with a regular, well-proportioned face, not certainly what W. Dolby Tickle, but her smile and method of speaking were absolutely enchanting. I might have looked at her the whole evening without understanding the language, and come away perfectly satisfied with the night's entertainment. The play, I think, was poor. I know I am displaying bad taste in speaking thus of one of Molière's plays, but it was so different from an English comedy of the same class that without M. Mars, it doubled. There was no change of scenery during the whole piece, not even between the acts. I do not mean to say, but that in England the scenes may be changed too frequently. But that fault is certainly preferable to having one unvarying scene during the whole piece. One becomes soon tired of seeing the same house, the same unvarying dresses. One requires some novelty. The drop curtain is remarkably fine, painted so as to represent velvet, decidedly one of the handsomest I have ever seen. The second piece, Malade Imaginaire, is a trifling, laughable comedy, one which will well suit such a nation as the French, but no other in the world. The old Malade keeps talking about lavements, purgation, and sea, which seem to amuse amazingly the French ladies. There are 2 or 3 capital comic characters, in the shape of physicians, one in particular, Thomas Diaphorus, sustained by Emma Monrose, which seemed to give universal satisfaction, a most admirable caricature of our profession. The whole piece wound up with the ceremony of capping, as we term it in Edinburgh, together with a procession in honor of Molière. The curtain was raised. The stage was found turned into a church. Occupying the anterior part was seen the bust of Molière. Forms were ranged on each side, and in the back part were seen two elevated platforms, one raised above the other. The orchestra then struck up a slow march and the procession commenced coming forward. It was headed by a number of boys in black, holding up in their hands each a glister syringe, carried the same as soldiers carry a drawn sword. These boys formed two lines, one on each side of the stage, the corps dramatique. Both men and women then walked forwards, 2 by 2, each wearing a scarlet gown trimmed with fur, and carrying in their hands a crown of laurel. The latter they laid at the foot of the bust of Molière. As any particular actor was recognized, he was welcomed with loud cheers, and Mars was received with most enthusiastic cheering. As each deposited his crown of laurel, he took his seat on the side benches. Two, the doctor-elect and another, took possession of the elevated platforms. The latter pronounced a speech on the duties of physicians and sick, in the most horridly dog Latin that can be imagined. Some questions were then asked of the candidate, which he answered in the same barbarous language, and after forcing on the cap, the curtain dropped, and so ended the piece. Quite a burlesque on our examination. I am quite satisfied that the proper method of learning the French language is, after becoming acquainted with it to a certain extent, to attend the theater regularly. Nothing will so soon or so well teach the pronunciation. In particular, I never heard the language spoken so purely and so distinctly as by M. Mars. I could follow her much better than any of the others. Friday 16th. Went this morning to the Hotel Dieu. Sanson performed amputation of the leg in a man for fracture and medley, above the ankle, followed by infiltration of pus between the muscles and into the joint. Rechet had several very good cases, one of infiltration of urine, I don't know from what cause, but he made a very extensive and deep incision into the scrotum, extending it a considerable distance between the testicles. He removed the catheter, which was in the bladder, and endeavored to introduce another, but did not succeed. He passed it into an abscess, from which a small quantity of pus of bad nature, mixed with sanies, was expelled. In the woman's ward was a case of very violent bruise of the leg, followed by sloughing of the integuments and formation of an abscess in the calf, which be opened today. He was keeping up constant irrigation. The woman with compound fracture. Almost well, he kept up constant irrigation for 55 days, and 4 different times, when he applied dry dressings, inflam came on. The heel has been very bad. A small slough formed there, but by an ingenious method of supporting it on tapes, this ulcer is nearly healed. At Sichel's we had some good cases. Yesterday he performed the operation of removing a fungus from the conjunctiva, but by some misfortune the knife slipped through the cornea and procedentia of the iris occurred. Today a rare case appeared of staphyloma of the ciliary body, a most peculiar appearance the eye had. At Rebales we repeated several very good bandages. Saturday 17th went down to Hospice Necker to see Embel. Civiale performed the operation of lithotripsy, but the pat was ill, and consequently it was postponed. I very much admired C's method of introducing a catheter. I never saw anything done better. He showed us his method also of washing out the bladder by means of a catheter with a compartment or division extending through the middle. One of the sides was connected with a pipe coming from a cistern of water much higher than the pelvis of the pat. The other connected with a pipe which terminated over an empty bucket. A stream of cold water passed from the former through the former and escaped through the latter. This is Civiale's treatment of catarrh of the bladder and paralysis, and he says very successful. Went to Cherrieres today with a friend to buy catheters, exceedingly cheap, only 8 a dozen elastic gum and bogies, 6 and 4 F38, 38 the cagat and wax. In England, the lowest price of elastic gum catheters is 3/6 apiece. Went to the Louvre. This is the latest day, except Tuesday. It will be open. A confounded annoyance, for I'm now just beginning to find out beauties. Must go there again, Tuesday. At Lemaire's almost nothing. spoke of cauterization of the tooth with a hot iron and also with various solutions, then of stopping bleeding after extraction of the teeth, which he manages by filling the hole with lint and applying a piece of cork above this, maintained in its place by means of the other teeth. He then said a few words, but not much of cleaning teeth, nothing of any consequence, only one lecture more. By the by, he broke off the tooth of a rabbit today to show us that it would sprout out again. This is the case with all rodentia. Sunday 18th. À la pitié, nothing particular. Went to the Yard de Blois, Newstead, made a most happy simile. As, says he, the Oriental husbandman plants his rice and then waters it. And when the blade springs up, he keeps it constantly covered with water to prevent the sun from scorching it up. So ought we continually to watch and nurture any slight tendency to repentance and see in our own hearts, lest the world should annihilate it. Monday 19. Went this morning to St. Louis. Some very excellent cases, particularly at the consultation gratuite. One, which I not properly understand, a case of what Gibert called syphilitic rosula. The spots appeared to me too brown, not the rose red, which I believe is the characteristic of at least the pure rosula. At Sichel's, some very excellent cases of cataract and keratitis. Got a child today at Clamart. Shall commence dissections tomorrow. Dio Volante. Tuesday 20th. Went to the venereal hospital this morning. There were some excellent cases under Rickard. I hope to learn a good deal from my attendance on his practice during the time I spend in Paris. Syphilis is quite a new subject to me. I had never yet studied it. The first case which I saw was one of stricture. The treatment pursued was division with a cutting inst, invented by Amusat. From the description which I have seen, I conceive it a much less dangerous and consequently much superior inst. To that of Mr. Stafford, the case of gonorrhea treated by the application of nitrate of silver is going on very well. There is an exceedingly little discharge. There was a case in the ward of B which has almost entirely disappeared under the employment of tartar emetic ointment, which has only been used since Thursday last. I saw a fine example this morning of true Hunterian chancre, the hardened base, and excavated PN edges. Rickard endeavored to explain it by supposing the formation of a kind of abscess which bursting left a portion of its periates, and certainly when the excavated borders were raised upon the probe, they had just the appearance which would have been presented by the walls of an abscess. I saw today a most extraordinary kind of chancre, exceedingly deep. It was situated on the superior surface of the glands. The base was covered with a thick yellow slough. Its borders were not very determinate, and Rickard considered that the destructive process was not at an end. There is great danger of its extending, even into the urethra. The local treatment adopted in all these cases was the application of nitrate of silver in substance. To the latter case was also applied a strong solution of opium. The person with the Hunterian chancre was taking mercury. The protozidide was the form employed. With respect to this medicine, mercury, M. Rickard laid it down as a maxim, that when the base was hardened, with much effusion of lymph into the cellular tissue, it was almost invariably proper. He did not consider it in the light of a specific, but as producing absorption of the lymph, and thereby having a tendency to cicatrization. When on the contrary, the ulcer is phagocytic, mercury is almost invariably injurious, for by its tendency to increase absorption, it must assist in extending the ulceration. To almost every case of chancre, and in every stage he applied the nitrate of silver, without the previous administration of mercury, which is considered indispensable by many practitioners in England. There was one fine example of syphilitic eruption of a popular form, which MRR seemed to consider merely the commencement of syphilitic crusts. MR performed the operation of circumcision more dexterously than ICD. Have conceived possible, he first marked out with ink what was necessary to be removed. He then drew the foreskin as forward as possible, grasped it by a pair of forceps, and with one rapid cut sliced off all the skin above them. He then allowed it to be retracted. The gland still remained covered with the mucous membrane. This he divided and removed, making altogether a beautiful and not particularly painful operation. In several cases of nodes, MR has employed very successfully the local application of a strong solution of iodine in from ETI to ATI of the solvent. I have since been informed by a friend who has studied in the London hospitals that he has seen the remedy had recourse to there with advantage, and even the internal administration of hydriodato potass has appeared useful. I dissected a little at Clemhart, and then went to my bandaging, applied the spica of the groin and one or two more. At Sitchel's, scarcely any cases, so I went off to the Louvre. Today, the museum closes till March. Went to Lee Mayer's. This was the last lecture. He showed us how to fasten in a tooth, which was loose, by means of silk, catgut, or wire, then to fasten in a single tooth when the root of the other remains, by boring a hole in the latter and fixing a wire coming from the artificial tooth into it. He showed us how to take the impression of the teeth in sealing wax, by making the latter by heat sufficiently soft, molding it on the part and covering it with softened sulfate of lime. The latter is easily taken off by heating it slightly. After it has set and we have left a complete mold of the teeth, irregularity in the teeth is cured in this way. If the under teeth project forward in front of the upper, a small layer of gold or some other metal must be obtained, which fits the neighboring teeth and is fastened around the most posterior on each side. Opposite the rest of the irregular teeth, there is a hinge joint, and the piece of metal ascends in this manner, the straight portion passing in front of the teeth, and the band or upper portion or inclined plane comes on the top, so that the teeth of the upper jaw resting on this latter have a constant tendency to force the lower ones inwards. The same treatment must be employed for the forcing of the upper teeth outwards. This treatment, W. Dow, have a tendency to bring them forwards. When the deformity is not great, it may be remedied by applying a piece of metal on the molars, thus preventing the front teeth from ever coming together. Nature alone will then produce the cure. Opposite the irregular teeth there stood E2 holes bored to enable us to fix the inst. By means of silk, this inst is easily made by sending the cast of the jaw in plaster of Paris to any working jeweler. The cure requires 15 days. Melpo's case is dead. A downright murder for which he ought to be prosecuted in V's ward today. There was, I understand, a person whose bowels had not been opened for a month. Melpo had forgotten to ask this necessary question, yet the pact was laboring under head affection. Is it any wonder? Wednesday 21st, went this morning to the St. Louis, first followed MBA round 2 of his wards, some very good cases, new and old, then went round with Lugal. Scrofula is a most extraordinary disease. I had no idea of the numerous forms it assumes. The practice is very successful of combining the external and internal administration of iodine with constant exercise. Lugal said that he considered it necessary to keep up the action of mercury at least a month after the symptoms in syphilis have entirely disappeared, or they will almost infallibly return. They seem not to be much afraid of the action of mercury and syphilis combined with scrofula in this hosp, but in such cases they prefer the iodurate of mercury to produce mercurialism. At Alibert's clinic there were a few good cases, but not many, one of purpura hemorrhagica. The solution of iodine which he uses for outward application is iodine iodate, potass to LQ pura in solutio MF solutio M. Rickards was thrice as strong, using the same quantity of iodine, but only SCIOR. At Rebales, we went over some of M. Maynard's bandages. At Sickles, we had a capital case of dropsy of the eye with protrusion of the choroid membrane and core cilia. The appearance of the eye was very extraordinary, projecting very much forward, and on the outer side almost square, the eyelids seemed to be scarcely closed. Today I paid Madame Lecomte for my second month's lodging and boarding, postage, and candles, 69/50. The month terminated yesterday, Thursday 22nd. Went to Lewis' clinical lecture. Velpo examined today the head and neck of the man he killed the other day. There was so great a crowd around that I could not see anything, but I heard a rumor that it was uncertain whether the disease were or were not aneurysm. I suppose he will lecture on the case tomorrow morning. Called on Bird. He told me that he met the 2 Jekylls in the Art de la Paix. I think I saw them in the Louvre on Tuesday last. At Rebels, we were shown some very good bandages for the extremities. At Sichel's, some capital cases, particularly of cataract, the different kinds, and amaurosis, there is considerable difficulty in distinguishing between these different diseases in many cases. There was a person at the clinique today with an appearance in his eyes which all the students considered cataract, but which Sichel declared to be amaurosis. Friday 23rd. Went down to Sanson's this morning. There was a very interesting case, gangrene of the toes produced by popliteal aneurysm. MS acknowledged he did not know what to do. If he operated, the gangrene would certainly extend. If he did not, the gangrene double would not, etho be cured. There was a case of amputation of the leg, rather a case in which amputation had been performed. Apparently about 10 days ago, MS appeared exceedingly anxious to prevent union by the first intention. He had not only introduced a large QTI of Charpie between the edges of the wound, but fearing lest there may be some strands of lymph, he passed his finger all round to rupture them, if any should exist, went into Brichette's ward. He had a case, the very opposite of that of Sanson's. He had dressed a stump along lays, and had procured almost complete union by the first intention. Saw 2 or 3 cases of erysipelas treated with the constant application of cold water, particularly one of erysipelas faciae, according to the opinion of most English pathologists. This is a dangerous practice, but I question whether this opinion be well founded. Lawrence recommends warm or cold applications, according to the feelings of the patients. Velpeau the other day had a case of erysipe, phlegmon, of the thigh under his care. The first day he applied a blister to the part. The second, he cauterized it several times with a hot iron. The third day he made several incisions through the integuments. Considerable flow of pus took place, and the man was amazingly relieved. But being old and worn out with irritation, he died this morning. Now I should very much like to know why, in the name of common sense, he trifled with the life of the man in this way. It is very probable that the Pat who died at all events, but this practice destroyed the only remaining chance the man had, neglecting for 3 days to make incisions in phlegmon, erysipe. It is sufficient of itself, without the additional irritation produced by a blister and actual cautery, to cut short the life of even a young healthy man. At the consultation of M.E. Breschet, there was a fine example of malignant cancerous sore at the side of the cheek, with hardened, ragged edges and malignant-looking center. It had existed for 2 years. At Sickles there were several fine cases, particularly one of cataract in the right eye. There was central capsular, and in the left a most extraordinary kind radiated, commencing from the circumference. However S. consid, it was lenticular. Began dissecting today, and a foetus had very tolerable view of the brain, and exit of the nerves from the cranium. Indeed, I never saw the spinal accessory so plainly before. Ascending into the cranium and emerging through the foramen laterum posterius. Afterwards dissected the orbit, Saturday 24th. Went to La Pitié, followed Velpeau, nothing particular there. In the dead house, the poor erysipelatous Pat Velpeau did not come down himself, but sent one of his externes to examine the body, and a more slovenly dissection it was never my misfortune to witness. The cranium was opened, the brain cut away in pieces 2 inches at least thick. No particular examination of the ventricles. Some fluid escaped, which was presumed to come from these cavities. No collection of this to ascertain whether the quantity were preternatural or otherwise. It is true. There were no signs of affection of the head during life, and the extern might consider this a justification of his superficial examination. But why in that case open the head at all and destroy the brain is to do the dissection no good, anatomically speaking, and it is nonsense to pretend that he discover any disease which might have existed by such an exceedingly superficial examination. Chest was not opened. Abdomen was open, and of course the muscles destroyed for the dissection. But none of the viscera examined. Surely one W.D. I have imagined that in Paris where Brousset's ideas have made so many converts. They take every opportunity of seeing whether they really are founded on fact. But here was a chance of ascertaining the truth of one of his most improbable opinions, and it was allowed to pass by unregarded. I was dreadfully annoyed to see such a sacrifice first of so valuable an autopsy, and truly of so valuable a body for dissection. The extern then dissected off the intakes. of the whole of the front of the leg, opened about an inch of the upper part of Safina vein, and then left the room quite satisfied, I presume, with having done all the injury he possibly sustained, and with having put it out of the power of everyone else to profit by the opportunity. More than himself, had rebaled some common bandages for the hand and arm, dissected the pectorales and the abdominal muscles, the reflections of the peritoneum, and the liver and the photis. Went to Lewis Ward, nothing particular, his usual vast proportion of tubercles. Went to RWI, Monday 26th. Went to St. Louis, saw some very good cases, particularly of pityriasis versicolor, of impetigo of the scalp. Herpes circinatus and zoster there was also a case of old variola. The true pustules had disappeared, but it had left in the face papules, rather large perhaps, but otherwise very similar to those of lichen. In other parts of the body, the varioloid appearance was better marked. A case of syphilitic sora also. At Sequels, some good cases. I understand that Velpo has discovered that the case in which he tied the carotid was not aneurysm, but encephaloid disease. This is still a great reason why the case need be published. It was sheer murder and does not deserve a milder name. Tuesday 27th. Went to the venereal hosp, but Rickard, having finished his visit to the men, ratted to La Pitié and went round with Velpo. He has an extraordinary case of tumor situated below the ribs of the right side. It came on suddenly after a fall. He had no pain of any kind. The tumor is soft and appears to contain fluid. Nothing can either be heard or felt there. Velpo does not know what to do. Sickle performed the operations today of depressing a cataract and opening the sac lacrymose. Dissected part of the abdomen and chest tonight, Wednesday 28th. Went to St. Louis this morning, followed M. Lugo. He appears to entertain an opinion that in many cases scrofula is the consequence of hereditary syphilis. Phthisis, he said, was to be treated by good diet and C so as to strengthen the system as much as possible. Bleeding and other evacuants injurious. I suspect in this he is not far wrong, but I question much if such an opinion were to get abroad whether it WD not do more harm than good. Bronchitis and many inflammations WD. By many be treated in this manner, mem, the quinine treatment of Mr. Mortimer, vide the art on thesis in the Cyclop of Pract, Med, by Sheen. The tumor is found in the neck of scrofulous subjects, MLL, stated to be new formations, not indeed lymphatic glands, as is generally believed, but true bona fide tubercles. Tubercles in the lungs he does not consider exactly analogous, nor does he consider they essentially are formed in scrofulous subjects. The solution of iodine, which he is nearly the same as that employed by M. Alibert, but rather stronger, in scrofulous diseases of the joints, he does not consider rest essentially necessary. M. Sickles today, he stated that the installation of belladonna was one of the best preservatives against iritis after all operations on the eye. Thursday 29th, went to Louis' lecture at Le Pitié, dissected for 2 hours. Went to Sickles, nothing particular, engaged this evening to take tea with Mr. Newstead's family, quite delighted with the appearance of cheerfulness and happiness, which every person manifested. What a contradiction to those who say that religion has a tendency to make a person gloomy, and cause him to give up all the pleasures which render life tolerable. There was singing of sacred music, reading of a chapter in the Bible, and afterwards playing somewhat different but much more rational than many parties, at which I have been present, Friday 30th. Went round with Bichette at the Hotel Dieu. No cases of any importance. Went to the Banque de France to change a note of 500. At Sichel, several good cases. Must write some letters tonight, Saturday 31st. Sat up last night, or rather this morning, till 3:30 a.m. writing letters consequently. Was not up in time to go to the hospital. Took a turn in the Jardin du Roi. Afterwards remained in all day reading and writing. Mr. King went to England today. He carried 3 letters for me to Clifton, Winkenton, and Franklin. Chapter 5, February 1835, Sunday, February 1st. Did not feel very well this morning, therefore did not go to the hospital. Went to the chapel in the Art du Boulogne to hear Mr. Newstead. Monday 2nd, went to the H. St. Louis with Biet Some admirable cases of Ichthyosa erythema papulatum pityriasis versicolor, favus on the legs and impetigo figurata. A person also exhibited a remarkable example of paralysis adjutans of the whole right side of the body, which Biet supposed to arise from disease in the opposite side of the brain. Tuesday 3rd, went to the hop, Dumidia. Saw Rickard apply some strong hydrochloric acid to the gums in a case of salivation. He stated that so far from considering petolism necessary and veneral, disease see though it generally injurious. The method by which he introduces mercury into the system is the following. He washes the part with a solution of chloride of lime and sprinkles calomel on it. Decomposition takes place and a mild corrosive sublimate is produced. Corrosive sublimate is produced. Remained but a very short time in his men's ward. I therefore left him and went to La Pitié to hear Louis lecture. I do not like him so well as Chalmel. At Rebales had 2 bandages, one for fractured olecranon and another for frac. Of radius, the latter Dupitrins, former not of much value. At Sitchell several cases, but none particular. Wednesday 4th, went this morning to St. Louis. Lugol went round, but made no observation. He opened a large abscess on the outer and upper part of the thigh, and injected the sassi with a solution containing a few drops of iodine. At M. Alibert's we were shown 2 cases of peliosis or purpura, one very good, one of lepra communis, and another of orsicosis nearly cured. At Rybales we went over the bandage for fract, condyles. At Sickles there was an excellent case of ophthalmia neonatorum quite cured. Thursday 5th went down to Hotel Dieu to Brichette's. Saw a case of strumous ophthalmia there, without any photophobia, very distinctly marked patenula. Case of erysipelas faciae. They're treating very badly, not nearly active enough. Rybale lectured today on the splints of the leg and arm, particularly Scullett's apparatus. At Sitchell's, several very good cases. Went down to the Hotel Dieu and agreed to take a course of diagnosis with the stethoscope, percussion, and C of M. Roquet, interned to M. Recamier at 15 francs par mois. Drank tea again at Mr. Newstead's with a party, Friday 6th. Went to the Hotel Dieu to the course of diagnosis. At 7 a.m., lecture on general principles, method of questioning patients, examining countenance, and C. Sanson. Did not lecture today. Erysipelas no better, ordered a bleeding. Erysipelas is very common in Paris. They employ very much the medicine expectoranti, so if a case is at all severe, the pat dies almost certainly amongst the outpat. Was one with fracture of the jaw of 2 months standing. There was deformity and preternatural motion, but not crepitus, because I presume a false joint was formed. He was admitted. An excellent case at Seychelles of complete cure of keratitis and iritis, with abscess between layers of cornea, and subsequent hypopion, only slight tash remaining. Saturday 7th, went to Roquet's course of diagnosis. Did not feel well and therefore did not remain to Brechet's understand. He had good case of luxation of the humerus, called on Bird, and then went over to root of his Augustins. Sunday 8th. Did not go to any hospital this morning. Went to the chapel in the Art de Boulois and remained to the sacrament. This is the first time I have ever been a participator in it and was very glad to have an opportunity. Monday 9th, went to the Hotel Dieu to M. Roquet's course, heard agaphony excellently in a case of effusion into the sac of the pleura, in one part exactly like the sound of a person speaking through a comb. I never heard anything so characteristic. All the rational signs of effusion were present at the same time. Went to the H. St. Louis, no very good cases, except a case of psoriasis complicated with itch. The latter was not very well marked, but I think I should have detected it. Came back to Rybale. He lectured on fractures of the leg. At Sitchell's there was a stranger today. It appears that S. has gone out of town and has left this gent in charge of his patients in the meantime. I rather like him than otherwise. He gets over the patients very quickly. He does his work in half the time, which Sitchell takes. Tuesday 10th. Went down to the Hotel Dieu this morning to the course of Emile Roquet. He desired us hereafter to come only thrice a week, and the course will continue for 2 months. As it occupies too much of the day, I think this is rather an improvement than otherwise. Heard a most extraordinary sound today, which M.H.H. Hurlitup declared he had never listened to before. It was like the grating of a cartwheel. The symptoms generally were those of pulmonary apoplexy. Went at 11 to see Dupuytren's funeral. It was very numerously attended by students, all the professors and variety of non-professionals. He was buried in Père Lachaise, did not follow the cavalcade, but took a walk in the boulevard. Wednesday 11th. Went down to Breschitz Ward D this morning. Nothing particular there. The case of erysipelas fasciae was much better. There is also a bad case of bruise followed by erysipelas of the leg and some little sloughing. The treatment is the constant application of cold water. Went down to the dead room. The intern was examining the body of a female who died of puerperal fever. The subperitoneal cellular tissue was filled with pus. The lymphatic vessels and the peritoneal cavity was an effusion of brown flocculent fluid. The peritoneum in some parts, particularly the right hypocond, was covered with a false membrane. The uterus internally was lined with a nasty brown cold coat, and at the anterior were flocculi being the debris of the placenta. The veins were much engorged with a remarkably black grumous blood. There was another examination of a person who died of an enormous carbuncle in the back. Some very good cases at Sickles today, particularly of pannus, which the physician talked of treating by means of solid caustic applied around the margin of the cornea so as to destroy the vessels going to it. He spoke also of ulcers of the cornea after variola. These, he said, should be treated by means of caustic applied in subst. If the IC'd be opened, if not, in strong solution, 3gr/3. In rheumatic ophthalmia, he stated that he considered warm very superior to cold applications. Thursday 12. Went down to the Hotel Dieu. Frechette not come in the dead room and examinati of a person who died with typhoid symptoms, in whom the lung was in the state of gray hepatization and tubercular infiltration. 1 or 2 small cavities. Frechette came late and hurried very rapidly through his wards. Nothing particular at Rebales or Sichels. Friday 13th. Went to Roquet's course at Hotel Dieu. Saw a case of spontaneous gangrene in a woman at 45 produced apparently by inflammation of the popliteal artery on either side. Case of pulmonary apoplexy, much the same. Heard the bruit of the foetal heart today. Sanson had several operations. First, extraction of a sequestrum from the tibia, removal of a fatty tumor from the axilla, amputation of the finger, and radical cure of hydrocele. Tommel gave us a good lecture. Typhus fever, he said, was more prevalent now than it had ever been before. At Sichels there was a pat with an oblique pupil from without downwards and inwards. This is opposed to the opinion of the Germans. They say in rheumatic iritis the pupil is oblong from above downwards or vertically, in arthritic transversely, in syphilitic diagonal from above downwards and outwards. What was this? Bert called this evening. Saturday 14th. Did not go to any hospital, remained at home to read. Afterwards went to the foreign reading room to see the English reviews. Dissected in the evening. Sunday 15th. Went to the chapel in the Art de Bois. Monday 16th. Attended Roquet's visit. Nothing very particular except a case of delirium tremens. Saw Sanson operate today. Amputation of the thigh by circular incision. He did it tolerably well. 45 Kommel lectured on perforation of the intestine, of which he has a case at present in the wards. At least he thinks such is the case. The Pat had been complaining for some time past, but 2 days ago she was seized with an exceedingly violent pain in the abdomen, which conned during the whole night so as entirely to prevent sleep and to produce constant moaning. He had employed leeches plentifully, but beyond that he did not mention the treatment he intended to pursue. Why not try opium according to Graves' method? Surely it is worth trying. Saw Breschet today apply a new kind of actual cautery, superior, I think, to that most frequently in use. He had 2 inst, formed like hammers with a long wooden handle and iron head. He dipped them into water kept at a boiling temper, applied one to the part to be cauterized for a few seconds, then took it off and applied the other and so kind, till he had surrounded the whole joint, the knee. This is decidedly superior to the common actual cautery because it has not so terrific an appearance. At the consultatum gratuit there was a Pat, who had broken the ulna by a fall. The accident was easily recognized by making an attempt at pronation, crepitus being distinctly felt in the situation of the fracture. A woman entered the salle Saint, come with very deep contused wound on the right leg just below the calf. A carriage knocked her down and passed over the spot. The soft parts were cut down to the bone and much bruised. MB advised her to have it amputated. But to this she would not consent. He therefore ordered cold applications. At Rebale's, M. Boyer's splint for fracture of the neck of the thigh bone and Dupuytren's double inclined plane, made with cushions, latter much superior to the former. At Sichel's, nothing. Went to Brousset's lecture for the first time for many months. Must attend regularly now, or I shall lose my certificate. By the by, heard from Clifton yesterday. My father seems to wish me to pass in London. Imagine, after getting through in Edinburgh. I shall have no particular objection, if it be necessary. I fear from his letter that I shall not be able to spend next winter in London, as I had made up my mind to do. Tuesday 17th, went to the H. Dieu was not sure whether Roquet expected us or not. He was not in his ward, so followed M. Sanson. I learned nothing ever from this man. It is really almost time thrown away. Saw a dissection of case of Recamier, Cirrus pylorus, in which there had been no vomitus, I suppose because the passage was not entirely obstructed. A most remarkable appearance presented itself in the seat of the coeliac axis, a round osseous tumor, through which the coeliac artery passed before it divided. Surely this must be an aneurysm ossified? Waited some time for Brechet, but as he did not come, I walked home after having looked at the woman with contused wound. She said it was quite well. I'm in very good spirits, rejoicing much in having refused the operation. M. Rebale lectured today on M. Mayer's method of treating fractures. Very ingenious, certainly, and many, I dare say, good, but the majority appeared to me inferior to the ordinary means. Went to the Theatre Français. A piece of Molière's was the attraction, his best comedy, I believe. Le Bourgeois Gentilhomme, the most amusing thing by far, which I have yet seen. Madame Mars appeared in it, as well as in a little farce, La Suite du Bal Masqué. She did not appear to such advantage as the last time I was at the theatre, but her voice is extremely sweet and her smile enchanting. Wednesday 18th, went to the Hotel Dieu de Chomels, the Pat. With peritonitis is not yet dead, but no hopes of recovery. There is a case of quotidian ague in the wards, but not pure, sometimes one, sometimes two fits recurring in the same day. Administered quinine, but said, from the fever being somewhat irregular, he had not so much expectation of benefit arising from its administration as if the disease were pure. Brousset was on catalepsy and animal magnetism. In the latter, he was a firm believer. Andral gave us a most excellent lecture on pneumonia, Thursday 19th. Went down to the Hotel Dieu to Recamier's ward. Heard Agaphane very distinctly, Rawl sibilant, and see case of contused wound in Brechet's ward better. Heard Louis lecture on emphysema of the lung, a subject very well treated. Rebale continued on dislocation of the upper extremity. Went to Gertie. Could not hear him, therefore returned home. This is the day for the election of Speaker of the H of Commons, Friday 20th. Went to Chomels. Elect died. On a case of typhus fever, fatal from phlebitis after bleeding, there were no marks of affection of the glands of Pierre. This is the first case of the kind which Chomel has met with in the last 4 years. He does not consider this absence to prove that the case was not one of typhus. He firmly believes it to have been such the glandular affection he imagines to be always secondary. Went to Clamart today to dissect the muscles and fasciae of the abdomen. Heard Brousset on convulsions and some other diseases, all which he thought to arise from gastroenteritis, and Drawl was on the causes and signs of pneumonia. Saturday 21st. Went to Roquet. He pretends now that we must pay him for the subjects independent of the 20. So I like therefore much to know for what we pay the 20. If he will not take us on these terms, we will leave him. Paid Madame Lecomte for a month's lodging and boarding due yesterday, and gave her notice that I quit in a month. She seemed a good deal annoyed at it. Gertie was on vesico-vaginal and recto-vesical fistulae. I don't like it at all. Sunday 22nd. Went to the Art de Boulogne this morning, good service. No letters at the poste restante. Monday 23rd. Went to the H. Dieu to Chomel's wards. Afterwards into Sanson's lecture. He was on fracture of the lower end of the fibula and Dupuytren's apparatus. Chomel lectured on a case of angina pectoris. He said he did not know what the disease really was, but in the 2 last cases he has examined, there was considerable dilatation of the 2 ventricules. He afterwards spoke of a case of pneumonia, which was rather extraordinary. The sputa were characteristic, but not the stethoscopic symptoms, and the pulse was only 56. However, thinking it pneumonia, he had the pat treated antiphlogistically. This morning he is much better, and the pulse has fallen to 240, so that it WD appear to be some idiosyncrasy in the person's constitution. Went to call on Roquette, but not being at home, left a note for him declining his terms for dissection. Though he was somewhat better than the majority of Frenchmen, but I find they are all alike. Their sole business and delight seem to consist in taking in, or endeavoring to take in the raw Englishers. Rebale gave us a lecture on nothing. Broussais lectured on. I scarcely know what. All I know is that he commenced with something about the brain, then with angina pectoris. Raved about everything depending on gastroenterite. Railed against the opposers of the physiologico-pathological school, and concluded by most emphatically and logically declaring that his opinions must and shall be correct. Andral terminated the subject of pneumonia today in a most admirable and eloquent lecture 1 hour long. The sheet anchor in the treatment, he declared, was general bleeding, and as to the use of anomalal S, he had not much faith in them. Tuesday, 24th. Went to Roquet's class, as usual, at the H2. The man with pulmonary apoplexy is very ill. He has thrown up nearly 3 wiseyi of pure blood. His face has altered very much since admission into the H. It has become very thin and sharp, and of course he is much weakened. The peculiar sound on the left side is now gone, and in its place is a loud gargouillement. Of course, a large cavity in that spot. It will be an exceedingly interesting examination if the man dies, appears most probable at present. He was bled last night, and the blood is very buffed and cupped, the corn being more than 1/4 inch thick and tough. I have not been able to detect any disease of the heart, but I suppose there is some hypertrophy of the right side. Louis lectured on a very interesting case of chest disease. There was pleuritis with effusion on the left side and on the right pleuropneumony, ICD. Not help being struck this morning with the idea how very advantageous a WD would be to a medal. Man in practice to take notes of his particular cases and reason upon them on paper, as though he were giving a clinical lecture to his class. Many valuable cases which pass under the observation of a practicing physician, unimproved WD, thus prove of inestimable advantage to him. It is not so much the recollection of these individual cases, though even that probably WD, cause thee alone cause an ample remuneration for the time bestowed upon it. But the habit of reasoning, which is invaluable to a medical man, the only thing indeed which renders him clear-headed and capable of acting on the spur of the moment. Louis appears to possess this habit to a surprising extent, and therefore makes an excellent clinical. Lecturer Roquet agreed to release us from our parole. Rebale lectured on nothing of any consequence. Returned home to read for a few hours before dinner. In the evening was engaged to a party at Mr. Newstead's. Spent an exceedingly agreeable evening there. I am more and more delighted every time I go to his house. There is something so sociable and friendly about them. There was a gentleman there from Cambridge who contributed not a little to the amusement of the company. Wednesday, 25th. Went down to Chalmers this morning. He lectured on a case of cancerous diathesis, in which there was cirrhosis of the liver, stomach, bladder, and rectum, accompanied with so much dropsy that during life no tumor CD be perceived. At Rebale's, an hour thrown away. On bleeding, Broussais on asthma, Andral eloquent, as usual on pulmonary emphysema and apoplexy of lungs. Thursday, 26th. Went to Roquet at H. Dieu had some good cases of pneumonia, chronic bronchitis, and disease of the heart. In the dead room was an extraordinary case. During life, the intelligence was perfect, and no sign of cephalic disease existed, except occasionally headache. But after death, we found an innumerable number of small abscesses in the brain, each situated in the convolutions, and surrounded by a firm membrane enclosing the pus, so that they were truly encysted. The cerebral matter was healthy in their neighborhood. In the right hemisphere, a very remarkable appearance presented itself. In the posterior lobe was an enormous abscess, extending superiorly over the lateral ventricle. Inferiorly under it, even into the anterior lobe, where it terminated in a cavity containing a black grumous fluid, the other portion of the abscess being filled with true pus. The walls of this epanchment were formed of cerebral matter in a state of ramollissement. Lateral ventricles, corpora striata, and optic thalami of either side. as well as the cerebellum healthy. Rebale was today on the application of cupping. He showed 2 or 3 convenient measures of applying the glass. One by placing one of the wicks, used in floating lamps, lighted on the part, and covering it with the glass. Another was to place a few drops of ether in the glass, set fire to it, and a medley apply to the part before the edge of the glass has become hot scarifications he made with a scalpel. The recipe for the pomade maniacal is lick aman aksan kachiopit. Friday 27th went down to Sanson this morning. As usual, learnt nothing from him. Como lectured on angina pectoris. Rebale was on Setton's, moxes, and cauteries. Brousset on necrosis of the stomach. Andral commenced the subject of phthisis today, an admirable lecture, but I cannot follow his ideas completely. Must study them in the last edition of his work. Saturday 28th. Went to Roquet this morning. Heard crepitus and subcrepitus ralls in Garguima. Man with apoplexy pulmonary not dead yet. Nothing in the dead house. Understood Sivia was to have an operation this morning. Therefore, went to hop neck. The man on whom C operated last Saturday was ill with fever. He did not consequently examine him again today. Saw him introduce several catheters, sounds in C. He does it most beautifully, most skillfully. Went into the children's H. But the visit was over and the PM examination concluded. Read to the veneral hosp. But there was such a crowd that after examining a few minutes, I came away pretty well tired with my morning's amusement, took breaks, and went to Rebale's. Nothing particular, did not go to Gertie's lecture. Chapter 6, March 1835, Sunday, March 1st. Snowed very hard all the morning and miserably cold. Went to the Art de Boulogne twice, cap sermons. The boulevards crowded with fools in masks, Monday 2nd. Went to Sanson's, saw nothing new, but I hope learned something. Saw a good case of fractured radius completely cured without deformity. He did not lecture today, nor did Chomel, I presume, on account of the carnival. On account of the carnival. Had a good case of dissection this morning, pulmonary apoplexy, pneumonia, emphysema, and a small cavity all in the same lung. Brechette was not arrived at AT, so did not wait for him. Rebale on cleaning teeth, Brousset on neuralgia. Andral, a continuation of phthisis, some excellent and most curious observations. The greasy state of the liver, he said, was most common in physical females, 4 and 5. In London and Paris, deaths from phthisis formed a 1/5 in Marseille, 1/4. In Munich, there are fewer deaths from phthisis than in any other town in Germany, because as a German meant afterwards to me, it was the most lofty town, and therefore approached in temp. In other respects, the cities farther north, such as Copenhagen, in which there is the least mortality. Tuesday 3rd, went to Roquet this morning. A case of pericarditis, rational symptoms, but not the physical present. Very bad case of peripneumonia, probably in stage of gray hepatization, most extensive. Nothing in dead house, no lecture. Case of pulmonary apoplexy dead, to be examined tomorrow. At 2 o'clock, went up on the boulevards to see the people make fools of themselves. I was very glad to see so few respectable persons mixing themselves up with such nonsense. It was almost entirely confined to the bourgeois, and to see a few stupid English, a party of whom dressed like fox hunters. I saw driving about in a carriage and 4. Lord Seymour was there also, with a coach and 6, distributing a quantity of sweetmeats to the crowd. It was altogether a miserable affair compared to what I expected. Masked balls at all the theaters, and at many private houses. Wednesday 4th went down to the Hotel Dieu. No lectures in T. He case of pulmonary. Apoplexy, a most immense cavity in the upper part of left lung, half filled with clotted blood. 49 pulmonary apoplexy at the lower part. Saw this morning the flowers peeping forth in the garden of plants, symptoms of returning spring, jovial sight. Galignani says this morning that yesterday's sports were the finest they have had here for some years. If so, I see no reason why they should boast much of their carnival. It is not worth mentioning. Thursday 5th. Went down to Roquet, pericarditis case, not much better. Evidently pleurisy with epanchment conjoined with it. Good case of pneumonia in an old woman who has at the same time chronic bronchitis, sputa not to be trusted in these cases. Seldom exhibit marks of pneumonia in old persons. Good case of emphysema, very extensive. Heard the brute to sigh. Hosps. are full of accidents which occurred during the time of the carnival. In Breschitz this morning, a man was brought in with a tremendously large wound on the left arm, exposing the bone for nearly 3 inches, which was broken at the upper condyle. Head was cut open. The surface of the body was very cold, and there is a complete absence of connaissance. Rebale terminated his course today. Saw this morning in the dead room of the H.U. the body of a man stabbed in the neck during the carnival. Friday 6th, went down to Sanson this morning. Saw nothing particular in his ward. Heard his lecture. The case I mentioned yesterday is dead. B. has rather an uncommon case under his care now. It is that of a young man who has both elbows diseased. They are swollen about twice the natural size, soft like jelly on bending the joints or moving them. A sensation of rubbing is distinctly made manifest as though the cartilage were destroyed and the denuded bones rubbed against each other. Andral still on phthisis. Saturday 7th, went down to the Hotel Dieu to Roquet's wards. Had a necrobiosis. Woman died simply with jaundice, but on examination, peritoneal inflammation. Found with considerable QTI. Of serum in the abdomen, kidney somewhat diseased. Nothing very particular in the wards. Good case of pneumonia, getting well in defiance of the opinions to the contrary of the physicians. Went to the Louvre today, but was denied admission. Must get a billet. Sunday 8th, went to the Art de Boulogne twice. Excellent sermons. And there's his beautiful language. I like him more and more. Every time I hear him, delightful evening. Quite humorous. Monday 9th. This is one of the most miserable mornings that I have since my arrival in Paris. The wind is very high, and it has been raining very hard all day. Went down to Sanson's. He had a good case of fractured fibula. Used Dupuytren's apparatus. In a case of hydrocele, returned after the employment of injection for the radical cure. He has obtained complete cure by means of blisters applied to the scrotum. Engaged to take tea with Bird this evening. Tuesday 10th. Went down to Roquet this morning. Some very good cases. Pericarditis going on very well. Went into Sanson's lecture. He said it was the last time she'd lecture. Roux takes his place tomorrow morning, or rather takes the wards of M. Dupuytren Brichette had some good cases. He performed the operation for radical cure of hydrocele twice, and cut out a nail growing into the flesh. Went to the Louvre to see the new exposition. Not nearly so good as the last. Indeed, I only saw 3 or 4 pictures above mediocrity. Wednesday 11th, went to the Hotel Dieu this morning. With Sanson, he did not lecture, and left St. Marthe and half of St. Jean for Roux, who, however, did not come at least before Chomel's lecture. Andral lectured today on lesions of innervation of pulmonary parenchyma, asthma spasmodism, which he has, in 2 cases, traced to an affection of the par vagum in the neck. He commenced lesions of secretion in the cellular tissue or oedema, and in the serous mems. He intends now to lecture for 1 hours in order to get through his course. Have been reading The Bride of Abydos this evening. It is a very powerful piece and contains some excellent passages, particularly that when Selim is surprised in the grotto, he takes himself to the shore and there falls dead. And again another passage pleased me very much, his invocation to Zuleika, commencing with thou, my Zuleika, share and bless my bark. But as a whole, I should not think this poem equal in point of sublimity of diction to the Giaour, however superior as a man the hero may be. Thursday 12th. Went down to Roquet this morning. The case in which Brute de Ci was present is dead. Died suddenly last night. Will be examined tomorrow morning. Sanson did not lecture this morning, and Roux did not visit his wards, so that I read it. Home, and after reading 2 or 3 hours, went to the Louvre. The paintings are really very poor. The engravings miserable. Sculpture not much better. And the curiosities uninteresting. Friday 13th. Went down to the H. Dewan saw Sanson's patients. He had a fracture of the lower jaw in S. Mars, which he found considerable difficulty in reducing. The jaw was broken in 2 places about 1/2 inch on either side of the symphysis. Consequently, the center portion was forcibly drawn down by the muscles, rendering it not very much unlike the small china figures one frequently sees. There was very considerable difficulty of reduction first, from the power of the muscles, and secondly from there being scarcely sufficient space between the teeth. The latter was overcome by thrusting in a spatula and thus forcibly pushing aside these obstacles. Jaw was afterwards bandaged, but not so firmly as I think it should have been. Also, a case of laceration of the perineum, not connected, I hope, with the rectum, occurred a week ago in an accouchement. Obtained today tickets to see the chapter of deputies. Went about 2 and remained some time, but it was stupid work, chill. Not well understand their speakers. Galleries are very convenient. The tribune is immediately in front of the president's chair, and the seats of deputies arranged in a semicircle around. Those who wish to speak demanded parole, and then ascend the tribune. Saturday 14th. Went down to Roquet this morning. Nothing particular. Returned home, and being a miserable day, did not go out afterwards. Sunday 15th. Attended divine service at Edinburgh. A German of the name of Muller, I believe, from Bristol preached. His accent was very bad, and I did not like him altogether much. It will be a long, very long time ere I hear anyone I like so well as Mr. Newstead, I suspect. In the evening I heard Mr. N. It was one of the best sermons I think I have ever heard him preach. Monday 16th. Went to the Hotel Dieu. Rue there for first time. Saw nothing particular. R. did not give a clinic, nor does he intend it, I believe, for some time. Saw a case in the dead house, which Kammel suspected to be arachnitis, but it turned out typhus fever from the dissection. The plaques de Peyer were enlarged, swollen, etc., as well as the mesenteric glands, which are the characteristic marks of typhus, according to the French pathologists. Androl today on pericarditis. This must be one of the most difficult diseases to discover, there being not one constant symptom. The most common is dyspnea. This, if considerable, and if no cause can be discovered in the lungs, induce us to suspect pericardite. The next most common is pain or sense of constriction. Still more frequently, the pain is in various parts, frequently under the sternum, sometimes in the left side. In other cases in the shoulder, often in the forearm or finger alone. This pain is not unlikely to be confounded with rheumatism of the respiratory muscles when in the side. Effusion into the cavity of the pericard is most easily recognized by a dull sound existing under the lower third of the sternum. But pericarditis may kill without producing much, if any, effusion of serum. The auscultatory symptoms are very various and unsatisfactory. If there be not much effusion of serum, but some of lymph, there will be heard the brute de frottement, and at other times the brute de queerness or crackling of new leather. Tuesday 17th. Went down to Roquet's this morning, 2 new cases, phthisis and bronchitis, acute and chronic, or rather acute supervening on chronic. Went round with Recamier, curious fellow, there was an autopsy today, but ICD. Not remained to see it as I had an engagement to meet a gentleman at 9. Went to the Louvre. Wednesday 18th went round with Rue this morning. Nothing particular. Saw a good case of Comedy. Fracture of the leg under Breschet's care, produced by the wheel of an omnibus passing over it. In the case of supposed pericarditis in Recamier's ward, the following were the appearances after death. Pneumothorax. Adhesions in one spot between the pleura, forming a kind of separation of the cavity into 2 parts. A considerable effusion of puriform fluid in both compartments. An ulcerated or gangrenous opening at the bottom of the lung forming a communication between the bronchi and the cavity of the pleura. There was nothing abnormal in the heart or pericardium. The symptoms during life were excessive pain in the left side under the mamma, great agitation, dyspnea, palpitations, very high fever, dull sound on percussion over the whole of the lower part of the left side of chest, respiration loud and natural at upper part towards the lower, became almost bronchial, no resonance of the voice box several times, and pain diminished, as well as the agitation and palpitation, dyspnea and fever increased, as well as the dull sound. One morning, brute de frottement was heard, and in the upper part of the chest, an exceedingly sonorous on percussion respiration, rather less loud. The diagnosis at first was pericarditis, afterwards complicated with pleuritis. Then pericarditis seemed cured and pleuritis alone to remain, afterwards accompanied with pneumothorax. I finished today Voltaire's Peter the Great. He was certainly one of the most extraordinary characters that ever lived. Indeed, had he existed a few ages previously, Mankind, WDD, I've considered his history fabulous. Biography is probably the most interesting and the most instructive species of study. It combines all the pleasures of novel reading with that of a true history. Who can fail to rise from a perusal of this work without observing how true an example it presents of the correctness of the trite proverb, labor omnia vincit? It WD have shown not a little energy of character to beat Charles XII and the Turks, and to rise superior to every misfortune in such a country as Russia then was. But what shall we say of that man who was at the same time carrying on these wars, serving in his own army as a junior officer, and arising the same as others by his merit, founding a magnificent city in a marsh on the banks of the Neva, building ships of war, working at them himself, afterwards acting on board of them, as his own pilot or as an inferior officer, digging immense canals, superintending them himself, introduce empire casting cannon, and the last, not by any means the least of his arduous labors, causing a horde of semi-barbarians to throw aside the Asiatic and adopt the European manners. Indeed, viewing him in every light, we can scarcely bring ourselves to believe him mortal. What W. Dove? Had it been his good fortune to have been born the king of a more civilized people. Andral lectured today on Pleuritis, Thursday 19th. Went down to the Hotel Dieu with Roquet. A new case of pleuritis, very manifest. Considerable effusion, dull sound, and excessive pain on motion or on percussion, so that, as in many cases of this disease, the muscles and integuments are sympathetically affected. At Sickles today, for the first time since his return a few days since, some good cases of sclerotite, kerاتite, and C walked for an hour in the Garden of Plants, Friday 20th. Went down to Hotel Dieu this morning, first with Sanson, then Roux, and afterwards Brescia. A good spell of it saw a remarkable case under the care of the first, in which the conjunctiva was become thick, like the cuticle. The man had been blind from birth, apparently from this cause alone. Very little hope of doing him any good, I fear. MS ordered vapor douches, and Como examined the body of a woman who died of puerperal peritonitis. In the abdomen was found a large effusion of brownish-colored liquid, with false membranes floating in it. Lymph also effused on the peritoneal coat of ovaries. Uterus and liver, uterus healthy, but in one spot slight trace of purulent infiltration. Went to Robert's opening lecture on operative surgery. I like him very much, but his hour interferes with attendance on Sickles. Went down to Sickles for an hour, all old cases. Gerson gave his second lecture today. Heard him. Not so much to my taste as Robert. His hour interferes with Andral. However, that will not matter much as will have finished in 10 days. Saturday 21st. Went down to the H2 with Roquet this morning. Heard amphoric respiration, but not by myself have distinguished. Very difficult to recognize the sounds met with emphasis. It is not of so much importance to distinguish them in this disease, because there are none absolutely characteristic, only serving to support the evidence of the general symptoms. Attended Robert's lecture today, like him, more and more. Sunday 22nd. Attended the Hotel Dieu this morning, nothing particular. Went to Rue de Boulogne twice. Received a letter from Clifton. Bernard is married. I did not expect it so soon. Hope it will turn out well, but have my fears. Monday 23rd, went to the Hotel Dieu this morning with Sanson. I observed that in the case of a stricture, he covered the end of a bougie with wax, which he introduced into the urethra by pressure against the stricture. Some of the wax passed through, and on withdrawal exhibited a perfect cast of the retrocissement. This must be very advantageous sometimes, went round with Roux. Nothing particular, saw an interesting examination of a patient of Chomel's who died of typhus fever. The ulcerations extended up the intestinal canal, 8 feet above the ileocasical valve. Went to Sickles, saw a case there of conical cornea, which he was treating with P-terbinth, as has been recommended by some Germans. I can't imagine how it can possibly act. Attended Garrison's lecture. He laid particular stress on the necessity of not dressing incised wounds for an hour or two after they have been made. Also on leaving openings between the straps to allow serosity to drain out. And lastly, which I think very proper, on the necessity of examining a wound every day, Not indeed to remove the adhesive straps if we wish to produce union by first intention, but to take off the outer dressing, sponge off the dried crusts and pus, and make everything clean. It appears to me to be a practice which should invariably be followed. Tuesday, 24th. Went down to the Hotel Dieu with Roger this morning. No new cases saw him. Brechet's outpatients was particularly struck with MB's care in examining an abscess in the neighborhood of the clavicle, lest it might be an aneurysm. Called on Bird today. He was not at all well. Afraid he is going to have an attack of smallpox. Wednesday, 25th. Went round with Rue. Nothing particular. Afterwards followed Brechet. Absolutely nothing. Rue gave his introductory clinique today, but I did not hear it. The room was crowded. He speaks so indistinctly that it is an annoyance to be present. Called on Bird. He is much better. Indeed, considers himself well. He caught a slight cold a few days ago. At Sickles, we saw a beautiful and very extraordinary case of cataract, central capsular, surrounded by a black or brown ring, with numerous rays extending to the center produced, I considered by some of the coloring matter on the capsule. At Gersant's today, on ligatures miserably prosy and tedious. Thursday, 26th, went to Rogers this morning. He gave us a lecture. We have certainly learned a good deal from him. I shall be sorry when the course is finished. Went to the Rue des Neufs Augustines for the first time for many weeks. Afterwards promenaded on the boulevards for an hour where, it being my carême, we had a repetition of the same follies as occurred on the Mardi Gras. Not many very good equipages and not many very good masks. Stay beautiful. Friday, 27th, went to Hotel Dieu this morning with Rue, and afterwards to Chomel's lecture and went round with Brechet. He had some good cases. Chomel lectured on a curious case. A person came into the hospital a few days ago with jaundice. MC ordered an enema, which was given. The man complained a good deal of pain at the time, and was followed by peritonitis and death. It was found on examination that the blister pipe had been forced through the mucous membrane of the rectum and the fluid thrown up into the peritoneal cavity. Got Brousset's certificate today. He terminated his course. Summer season commences on Wednesday. I shall not attend anyone then. Gersant on application of ligatures to the radial and ulnar arteries. A useful course, I hope it will be. Had miserable dinner today. Saturday, 28th. Went down to Rogers. Had a capital case of pregnancy in which the sounds of placenta and foetal heart were most excellently heard. But the aorta woundii have probably in this case misled us as a medic. In the front, we heard a sound almost precisely similar to the loud placental souffle in one situation alone. This MR considered. At first, the placental souffle, but on listening attentively, we were enabled to discover the latter on the right side. It is possible there may be twins. The beatings of the foetal heart were most manifest in the hypogastric region. I never heard anything more distinctly, but it was necessary to listen for a considerable time and most attentively, as they were considerably masked by the sound of the aorta. About an hour afterwards, I tried to hear the placental bruit and could not. For this, there were two reasons. First, the uterus had somewhat changed its place, being much more to the left side, the woman not lying in exactly the same position as before. Secondly, there was considerable noise in the cell. This alone would probably be sufficient to account for the absence of the sound. But I think, if I remember correctly, those persons who have written on the subject have noticed this occasional absence or intermittence of the sound. Saw Brichet's outpats. Nothing particular. Saw Rue operate for fistula in ano. He did it very neatly. Went down to Richeran's. He was so tiresome that I'd not set out the form, so I read it home. Went down to Gertie's and obtained my certificate. I was at his class, I think, 3 times. Sunday, 29th. Went to R. de Boulois afterwards to R. Tapeout to hear a Darfling, or some such name. From New York, did not much like him. Went to R. de Boulois again in the evening. Monday, 30th. Went to Hotel Dieu this morning with Sanson. Nothing particular in the house, except a case of varicose veins of the leg in a young man, whom he is treating according to Brechet's plan for variocele of the cord. Among the outpats were several good eye cases, particular one, rather extraordinary, of protrusion naturally of the crystalline anteriorly into the anterior chamber and partial absorption, considerable inflammation, several cases of cataract. Saw Sanson tear out the nail of the great toe in a young man. He was some time about it, the nail being very thick and scissors bad. Employed Dupuytren's method. Went round with Brechet. He performed the same operation. Deracher Longle has adopted the same method, but with more skillfulness. Got my certificate from Sanson today. In the dead house saw an examination of a body with a most enormous heart. Never saw such an one before in my life. The beatings were very violent and distressing during life, but neither dyspnea nor edema, principally in the left ventricle. At Sichel's several excellent cases, particularly one of chronic keratitis of 18 months standing, of which he is not a little proud, having nearly cured it by antiphlogistic remedies alone. 2 or 3 good examples of yrite and sclerotite. The latter he stated to be the most common cause of intolerance of light, and especially when it was either rheumatic or scrofulous. That produced by foreign bodies, etc., produces it to a much less extent. He is certainly most thoroughly acquainted with that department of the profession which he has studied. Went to Gerson's on ligatures of the brachial, axillary, and subclavian arteries. Got my certificate from Andrel, Tuesday 31st. Went down to Rogers this morning, but he was ill and we agreed to defer our lease until Thursday. Went round with Roux. He operated on 2 women, 1 amputation of the breast for carcinomatous tumor. Very neatly performed. I was sorry to see him adopt the old method of dressing immediately. Very bad plan, I am sure, but Art was extremely particular, as indeed all the French surgeons are, in tying every artery that showed any tendency to bleed. The other operation was for laceration of the perineum after accouchement. He employed the quill suture. 3 of them were sufficient. I fear the poor creature will not recover. Chapter 7. April 1835. Wednesday, April 1st. The weather has quite changed. Very beautiful today. Quite as warm as one would ever wish. Went down to the Hotel Dieu. Followed him Chaume. I like the manner of questioning patients which physicians have at Paris. There's so much system with them. Very superior to the method of the English physicians. There can be no doubt that Paris is a most admirable school for learning both departments of the profession scientifically. Saw 2 or 3 interesting eye diseases at Sanson's consultation graduate. Brechet has nothing particular except another case of varicocele under treatment. The man who was burnt is very poorly. The head of the fibula and external condyle of femur are denuded. The poor fellow will die if they don't alter their treatment. The dressing they employ is a simple sirat, and the only diet is a little soup and half a portion of bread. This will never support his strength under a copious and long continued suppuration. Brechet seems to entertain some opinion of amputation. Today at Sichel's we were overwhelmed with cases of amaurosis, a very difficult disease to recognize in its early and curable stage, as well as to benefit by treatment. We had one exceedingly interesting case in a fine young woman. There had been 2 cataracts, and Roux some years ago operated on them, in the left eye by extraction, in the right by abasement. The former was followed by chronic iritis, effusion of lymph, and secondary capsular cataract dye. The lens in the right remounted. He then extracted it. Violent iritis followed, producing obliteration of pupil. He then formed an artificial pupil, which enabled the patient to distinguish the light, but not to see to conduct herself. A secondary capsular cataract has also formed here. M. Sichel intends trying the artificial pupil again. Having first destroyed the secondary cataract, MS said that the reason why M.E. Roux's operations were so frequently followed by this accident was that he did not break up the capsule sufficiently, confining himself solely to forming a hole large enough to allow the escape of the lens. Gerson was on the operation of tying carotid and iliacs. Obtained my certificate this morning from Camille. Thursday, April 2nd. Weather exceedingly warm. Went down to Roger this morning. Nothing new, except one case in which on left side were heard agaphony. So awful dull sound on percussion, on right natural respiration, excessively loud resonance of the voice, and at the very lowest part some agaphony. What can be the cause of the resonance, I cannot imagine. It is louder than I almost ever heard before. Sound on percussion good and respiratory brute natural. Listened again in the case of pregnancy, could not detect the pulsations of the foetal heart and the placental as well as the aortic souffle, much less than before. Roux has 2 or 3 good cases in his female wards. 1 a tumor on the breast. One, a tumor on the breast, I think fatty, and another, a tumor of considerable size on the upper lip, apparently vascular, either erectile tissue, nevus aneurysm by anastomosis, or something of the kind. No pulsation, becomes much fuller when she speaks or contracts her muscles. Brechette has nothing particular, intends amputating the leg tomorrow of the man with burns. Probably this is the best plan, as it WD. Taken immense time to fill up the space left by the falling of the sloughs. The man may sink under the discharge, or if he recovered, he'd doubly be unable to use his joint as the tendons have sloughed. At Sickles today, there were several cases of blephorite glandulus. His treatment was alteratives internally, leeches now and then to the temples, occasional purging, and red precipitate ointment twice a day. Saw an enormous spherical staphyloma today, completely preventing closure of the eyelids. S intends to operate in the course of a week, Friday, April 3rd. Went down to Hotel Dieu this morning. Nothing particular under Roux except a fracture of the radius. The case in which he performed the operation of uniting the two edges of a lacerated perineum, going on very well. Brechette performed today amputation of the leg in the case of burn. They are extremely particular in Paris to take up every, even the most trifling artery which bleeds in accordance with this plan. MB applied 6 or 7 ligatures. There was an artery of the bone which bled a little. This, of course, CD, not be tied. MB therefore introduced a small plug of wax, which had the effect of stopping the bleeding. At Sichel's all old cases. Gerson untying the artery of the leg and foot. Saturday 4th went down to Rogers today. Only one new case in which there were distinctly pneumonic sputa, but no stethoscopic sign except dullness on percussion and feeble respiration. No crepitus, râle, or resonance of the voice. Bichette's patient better this morning. Scarcely any fever. Roux reduced a dislocated elbow in a boy of 6 months standing. He also operated on the breast of a woman in his ward. There was a tumor above the mamma, half the size of an egg, integuments red, feeling rather soft than hard, and almost like demofluctuation, does not appear very adherent to the tissues underneath. It is of 3 months standing. She complains of lancinating pains. An axilla is an enlarged gland, also painful. Roux removed the tumor first with a considerable portion of skin which covered it, and some of the pectoral muscle underneath to which it was attached. After tying the arteries, he removed the gland from the axilla, dressed both wounds with strips of adhesive plaster and, as usual in Paris, covered the parts with an immense Q-tie of charpie, enveloped them with various compresses, bandages, and This appears to me the great mistake into which the French surgeons fall. They endeavor to obtain union by the first intention, and yet they induce suppuration by the warmth of their dressings. This is a point of very great importance. M.R. did not say of what species he considered the tumor. It would appear by the second tumor, appearing in the axilla, to be malignant. It's a happy cancer. It was too soft, and was not situated in the gland. Was it encephaloid? It seemed scarcely soft enough for that. I don't know what to consider it. It was of rapid growth, only 3 months since it first appeared. Sunday 5th, went down to Roux this morning at Hotel Dieu. Nothing new. Attended at R. De Boulois twice. Monday 6th, went down to Hotel Dieu this morning. M. Roux, for the first time, bandaged the case of fracture. Radius brought it on Thursday. Brechette's case of amputation going on very well. Wonder he did not dress it today. He has this morning an extraordinary case. A man has had a tumor in the back for 4 years. It commenced with a small hardened gland in the posterior part of the axilla. Since then, it has gone on increasing, occupies now a considerable portion of the axilla, more than half the scapula, and a portion of the posterior part of the thorax. It hangs down nearly to the iliac crista. At its point, it is ulcerated to about 3 times the size of a crown piece. The whole of the tumor is hard and unequal to the feel, very heavy, and numerous veins considerably enlarged and engorged with blood are scattered over the whole surface. He proposed an operation, to which the man consented, and I presume will be performed in a few days, tomorrow morning probably. At his clinical lecture today, M. Roux proposed to operate on 2 boys affected with hydrocele. The tumor in both was very small, not containing more than an ounce of liquid. I should imagine. Was it necessary in these cases to perform the radical operation? It not have been much better to try the power of nature in producing absorption Aided perhaps by counter-irritants in C, applied locally, MR introduced the trocar, withdrew the liquid, and injected in C. Very well in the first case, but in the second, he completely failed from some reason or other. I don't know. He introduced or tried to introduce the trocar, but no liquid followed, and the boy was sent back to his bed. 2 or 3 very good cases at Sitchel's, particularly one of cataract, in which there was some doubt as to whether the opacity was situated in the lens or in the posterior capsule. On account of adhesion of the iris to the cornea and consequent increase in the size of T, he posterior chamber. Guessrant was on absolutely nothing of consequence today. I do not like him much. I wish Robert had lectured at the same hour. IWD. Have taken him. However, I suppose I shall have what I entered for, operational surgery. I am sorry to find today that the English ministers are beaten on some question relating to the Irish Church. It is a pity, I think, that they still keep office. They are only making their party appear weak and contemptible, and affording their adversaries more opportunities of triumphing over them. They cannot do the things they want to relieve the country on account of the factious opposition they meet with. Hence, surely it will be better to give up the reins of government and wait patiently in retirement till times are changed. We are in a most critical situation. I don't know what to think of the portentous aspect of affairs. I only hope that Providence will watch over us and defend us from our numerous enemies. Ireland is certainly doomed to be a perpetual torment to us. Went down to the Hotel Dieu with Roux. Nothing in his words, but a number of operations today. Sanson first removed the testicle in a case of sarcocele. He did it very neatly and cautiously. Commenced the incision a little above the abdomen ring and contied it down to the bottom of the scrotum. He then enucleated the testicle and cut the cord very slowly and gradually, tying every small artery as he went along. He applied 6 or 7 ligatures. This is not the most showy, but I think decidedly the safest method of managing. The cord cannot then slip into the canal, as has occasionally happened. Roux then performed the operation for reducing the gland in paraphymosis by cutting in 2 or 3 places the bridle of skin, and afterwards making 3 or 4 incisions in the swollen mucous mem. The gland was then easily reduced. After this R removed a cancerous breast in an old woman upwards of 50 years old there. This tumor was of 3 years growth. At its summit was a deep, nasty, foul ulcer, and in the axilla was an enlarged gland. Taking all things into consideration, I do not think it was a proper case for operation. However, he thought otherwise and performed it. I hope it will turn out well. After this, he operated on 4 cataracts, all by extraction, in one case on both eyes. He is the nicest, the most dexterous operator on the eye I've ever seen. At Sitchel's were some admirable cases, particularly one in which there was a varicose state of the toroid with some irritants and commencing glaucoma in the right eye. The left was already destroyed by the same disease. In the latter, it had existed 15 YYG. In the former, 7 antiphlogistic. Wednesday 8. Went down to Roux this morning. He dressed the woman whose breast he removed on Saturday last. He stuffed the wound full of charpy, covered it afterwards with several layers of charpy, and over all this placed 3 compresses double, and upon these a bandage de corps also doubled. Heaven defend me from coming under the hands of such surgeons during the dog days. Sanson had it. 3 operations for cataract by abasement was close behind him when he performed one. Saw every motion of the needle, first time I have seen this operation near. He has a case of stone in the bladder. In a boy, he's covered it today. There is a case in the wards of diffuse phlegmon of the arm from bleeding. 50 leeches were applied last night, and this morning the arm was kept in a constant warm bath. Much better. The case of varix of the leg, in which Sanson made use of B's inst, applied to the vena saphina just below its entrance into the femoral, is quite cured. Tomorrow S applies the same method to the treatment of another case of same kind. At his consultation was a young cheeky. With nevus of the cheek, he did not say what he intended to do. Saw a curious treatment of diseases of the eye, particularly amaurosis and cataract. It consisted in applying to the 2 temples and forehead a little ointment of ammonia, and then injecting cold water from a powerful syringe on the face generally. I can easily imagine the use of the cold water, but I cannot think what is the use of the pomade, as it does not remain on 2 minutes. At Sichel's today, an interesting case of cervical varicose state of the vessels of the choroid, simula, if not really producing staphyloma of the choroid. The cause was disappearance of hemorrhoids. Treatment, application of leeches to the anus, purgatives, and C. Gerson on amputation, Thursday night. Went down to the Hotel Dieu this morning, very glad, though I did not at first intend to do so, as I felt very poorly. Sanson had one of the best operations that I have seen since I have been in the profession, as there were but very few students present. I managed to get a good position and observed all the processes of the operation for the cure of deformity of the face. Considerable portions of the cheek, lip, and nose were gone, felt poorly all day, sore throat, and little cough. So after breakfasting in a cafe, I returned home and did not go out again. Very hot. Sat all day with my window open and CD. Scarcely bear the heat even then. Friday 10th. Went down to Hotel Dieu with Roux. The case in which he united the laceration of perineum nearly well. The two edges at present entirely adherent. Went round afterwards with Sanson. He did not examine the little girl on whom he operated. Used the actual cautery in a malignant ulcer of the arm which has been in the wards a long time. Bréchet removed the larger tumor which I met some time since it extended from the hollow of the axilla back to within a finger's breadth below the spine of the scapula to the 8th rib, and from within 2 inches of the vertebral column nearly to the mamma. N.B. Considered it a fungus hematodes. He removed it very well. Not much blood lost, except from the large veins divided. Breakfasted for the first time at the Shakespeare Tavern. Good fare and cheap. At Sickles, all old cases. Gerson amputation. Saturday 11th. Went down to Hotel Dieu this morning. Went round with Roux, and afterwards saw Sanson's outpats. Amphitheater crowded. Therefore did not wait to see Roux's operations on cataracts and C, but took my breft. At Café Voltaire, went today to the Musée d'Artillerie. It is an interesting sight, but not much in my way. However, I shall go again next Saturday probably. Sunday 12th, went to Hotel Dieu this morning, and afterwards twice to R. de Boulois. We are about to remove next Sunday to N degrees. 6 R. d'Anjou and de Saint-Honoré, Monday 13th. Went down this morning to Hotel Dieu, saw Sanson dress the little girl's face. It is going on very well, but I question whether dressed it properly. One needle came out this morning, I don't think so. Introduced sufficient number of sutures. Bréchet also dressed today the back of the man from whom he removed the tumor Friday. Wonder he did not examine it before, at WD. Have afforded the patient much comfort to examine and clean it before there is no necessity. Why the plasters should be removed? The edges of the wound were not brought near together, but they were much more approached by the dressing this morning. Sanson performed operation of lithotomy this morning on a little boy. Stone was small. He used Dupuytren's lithotome cachet. Sichel had a few good cases. Gerson did not lecture. Tuesday 14th. Went to the Hotel Dieu this morning with M. Roux. The case of suture in the perineum going on very well. Sanson's case also doing well. Removed 2 of the pins this morning. Roux excised a tumor from the temple this morning. Performed the operation of lithotomy very dexterously. Bilateral. Went to the Louvre today. Wednesday 15th. Went down to the Hotel Dieu this morning. Sanson removed by excision the hemorrhoids in a man. Some internal. Others external, very little bleeding. He introduced afterwards a large mesh of charpie. He employed a pair of very strong curved scissors with a pair of dissecting forceps with 2 hooks, but he did not use them. Little sheet going on very well. Bréchet's case doing very well. He dressed it today at his consulting. A man came with the disease described by Dupuytren. Hydatid tumor above and below the annular ring of the wrist. Feeling is very peculiar. He had also the case of a man who applied to him with an exostosis of the olecranon. The produce of a blow would have appeared at first a dislocatum, but that the joint was otherwise perfectly formed. He performed M. Dupuytren's operation for fistula lacrimalis. It would appear an improvement, but experience, they say, is against it. Nothing appears outside. Also another extraordinary case. The 4th metatarsal bone was depressed into the sole of the foot by the treading of a horse. Gerson on amputations at the lower extremity. Thursday 16th. Went to the Hop L. de Cliniques. Much room lost here in court staircases, etc. Wards very narrow, badly built altogether. Went to the Louvre and after that to the Promenade de Longchamp. Very cold in Tansuki. Few persons there. Friday 17th. Went to Hotel Dieu. Saw a new improvement in M. Brachet's forceps for varicocele. Vas deferens is separated before their application. Walked to the Art d'Etoile today. Gerson on amputations dined at Luce's English restaurant as today is your maigre, Saturday 18th. Went down to Hotel Dieu, went round with Roux. His cases of laceration of perineum are doing very well. He operated today, removed fatty tumor from the head, and amputated a leg. He had another operation, but what it was I did not see. Today is your maigre again, confound them. Did not know it till dinner time, otherwise would have dined out again Sunday 19th. Went down to the Hotel Dieu. The last case, on whom Roux operated for laceration of perineum, is very ill. Vomits. And there is some erysipelas. Went to the chapel in the Rue d'Anjou to hear Mr. Newstead, one of the most impressive sermons I ever heard. The chapel is really very neat and comfortable. I remained to the sacrament. In the evening went into the Église de Saint-Sulpice to hear the music, and there met Berg, with whom I went home to take tea, Monday 20th. Went down to the Hotel Dieu. Rous's case is dead. Brachet did not operate this morning on the tumor. Cautery was not ready, intends to do it tomorrow. I am very much pleased with him. He is so exceedingly cautious and careful, not so brilliant as Roux, but as far as I can observe, much more cautious. Indeed, were I to require the assistance of a surgeon whilst in Paris, there is no one that I have yet seen whom I should so willingly call in as Brachet. I observed him open 2 abscesses today, one in the palm of the hand and the other in the trachea of the brachial artery, Gerson on dressing of stumps and a few general observations on lithotomy. Tuesday 21st. Went down to Hotel Dieu this morning. Absolutely nothing under the 3 surgeons, except a case of compound fracture of MD. Sanson's, the woman with the tumor under Brachet's care, will not now submit to the operation. Went to Gersin's but had nothing to do. It is necessary, I find, to provide myself with a bistoury and directive. Wednesday 22nd. Went down to the Hotel Dieu this morning. Nothing in Roux's female ward. Sanson has a good case of compound fracture of the leg about 3 inches above the ankle. The woman came in on Monday evening. Yesterday the limb wound was dressed as usual, with adhesive plaster and the limb enveloped in the many-tailed bandages, etc., commonly employed at the Parisian Haas. This morning, MS determined on employing Mayer splint, which is extremely convenient for compound fractures. The splint is suspended by 4 cords, covered with a cushion, on which the limb is laid. M.F. Mayer uses this method in all cases, even a fracture of the femur, but it certainly cannot be a convenient apparatus in the latter, as too much mobility is allowed to the limb. One considerable advantage attending the employment of this method is the ease with which the patient can be moved. Nothing more is necessary than to make an assistant support the 4 cords, and the fractured limb is as securely fixed as though the pat were quietly laid in bed. This, too, is an advantage, which is probably equally obtained from the employment of Scalte's apparatus. I am amazingly pleased with this splint of M. Mayer's, I think. I will buy it before leaving Paris. As well as his book, he, of course, as everybody else, carries his ideas too far, but his observations on bandages, etc., are particularly ingenious and very serviceable to a medical man in the country, who has not at all times everything he requires ready at hand. The girl who was operated on has had a little attack of erysipelas, but she is immensely improved. A very considerable portion of the wound has united. Brachet had nothing particular, except opening 2 abscesses, one deeply situated under the latissimus dorsi with slight ulceration of the rib, the other in the posterior part of the thigh. What an exceeding difference between M. Brachet and M. Roux in their methods of opening abscesses. The latter does it so quickly that one can scarcely see the knife enter. The other seems always to have blunt bistouries, and is a very long time in performing the operation. Gerson, on lateral operation of lithotomy, did not go to the maneuvers, as I had a miserable headache and did not feel at all well. Thursday 23rd, went down to Hotel Dieu this morning. Roux has not a single case of importance in the wards. His cases of amputation are going on extremely One is almost entirely healed, though operated on only Saturday last, only at the two extremities small portions not quite cicatrized. Erysipelas is, and has been very common for a long time past. Most of Rue's cases of operations have been affected more or less gravely with this disease. Sanson's case of COMD. Fracture going on very favorably at Cursance today. I performed the operations of tying the arteries of the upper extremity. I had no idea of the difficulty. If this course be of no other service to me, it will serve to show what difficulties I shall hereafter meet with in performing what to me appeared very simple previously. Friday 24th. Went down to Hotel Dieu this morning. Nothing in Sanson's ward. Saw Rue dress a phlegmonous erysipelas of the arm in a curious way, by applying round the limb a roller bound very firmly. I presume he means it to act in the same way as compression in burns. Sanson's case of COMD. Cracked. In St. Jean going on very well. He is applying cold constantly, kept up by a constant stream of water passing through a glass siphon. Not so good as Breschitz, as being more liable to break and not being provided with a stopcock. A great convenience, I should imagine. Gerson on performance of operation for fistula lacrimalis. As usual, not one word said about anything English. We are not mentioned at all, but everything French detailed with the greatest minuteness. Even the most childish theories and insts, if invented by Frenchmen, found a place in his lecture. This either shows ignorance or jealousy. Saturday, 25th. Went down to Hotel Dieu. Nothing there, Brochette's Pat. Not going on very well. Went to Gerson's, but did not maneuver. Today I understand there was a great concourse of students at the lecture of M. Roger Collard, who afterwards accompanied him to his house hooting and hissing. Sunday, 26th. Went down to the Hotel Dieu. Miserable day. Did not stir out afterwards till the evening, when I took a turn in the Luxembourg G. Monday, 27th. Went down to the Hotel Dieu. Nothing either with Rue or Brochet. B's case not doing at all well. At Gerson's today, took up the arteries of lower extremity. G's lecture on cataract, Tuesday 28th. Went down to the Hotel Dieu with Rue. He has a case of strangulated hernia, on which he operated after the visit. I found it impossible to get at all near the table. I therefore did not wait for it. Nothing else either with Rue or Brochet. Rained hard all day. Did not therefore go down to Gerson's maneuvers. Wednesday 29th, went down to Hotel Dieu with Rue Pat, with hernia going on very well. Nothing but common cases besides. Thursday dear. Went down to the Hotel Dieu. Nothing with Rue, his hernia case going on remarkably well. His amputation cases also, the boy with erysipelas after removal of tumor from temple, better. A man on whom he operated for tumor in the head was affected with erysipelas yesterday, and is this morning very ill. Brochette's case of tumor died the evening of 28th. Sanson's case of COMD. Fracture not going on well at all. He opened 2 large collections of matter surrounding the seat of fracture, and this morning he proposed and obtained the woman's consent to amputate, and the operation was performed in Medley. Went over today at Gerson's lateral operation of lithotomy. Chapter 8. May 1835, Friday, May 1st. Went down to Hotel Dieu this morning. Sanson's case of operation going on very well. Rue has several cases of strumous affections of the carpus. He has also a carcinomatous affection of the lower lip under his care. This is an awkward case. He will operate tomorrow morning. The tumor is broad at the inferior, as at the superior. Edge, hence a V-shaped incision, cannot be practiced. The tumor besides is of considerable size, and under the jaw is an enlarged gland. R is evidently himself at fault. There must be considerable deformity. This is the Grand Fête du Roi Saint Philip's Day, and a day of national rejoicing. In the Champs-Élysées were erected theaters, orchestras, etc., etc., for the performance of trifling pieces for concerts, dancing, and sea. This commenced at 2 p.m. in the morning. LP held a levee as miserable an affair as was ever dignified with such a name in this world. The Champs-Élysées exhibited a most extraordinary sight today, covered with crowds of persons, mostly well-dressed and well-behaved. Sports of all kinds, gratuitous as well as those for which one paid, were going forward. In one part one may observe a pair of scales erected to weigh any person who chose to pay a couple sous. In another, a measure to take higher. Height. Here a mountebank with a very powerful electrical machine amusing the gaping crowd by some of the extraordinary experiments of electricity. Here a man with a lottery for gingerbread. Jugglers, mountebanks, shooting with pistols and crossbows at marks, throwing the quoits, a kind of bowl and ninepins, swings of all kinds, some very ingenious, beer, sous a glace, etc., forming the most extraordinary and the most motley assembly I ever saw. The pieces represented at the theaters were very stupid, military, and the theaters themselves were decorated with the names of Napoleon's most celebrated victories. As it was somewhat warm and I was tired, I did not wait to see the dancing. Hear the concerts or view the boys climb a greasy pole with other such feats. After dinner, I went up to the Tuileries again. An orchestra had been erected opposite the Pavilion d'Horloge, from which at 7 p.m. the military band commenced playing. But no sooner had they begun than there was a general cry of Marseillaise, which completely drowned the music, and soon after the mob struck up the hymn, to the infinite annoyance of myself and others, who had been attracted thither by expectations of music, and no doubt to the no little dissatisfaction of Louis Philippe and the courtiers. I soon left this noisy scene. By this time the illumination had commenced. The Tuileries was not very well illuminated, but the garden was beautiful. Lamps hanging in beautiful festoons from trees throughout all the walks, the pond surrounded by the same, some houses in the Arry, de Rivoli also lighted up. On coming down into the Place de la Concorde, we came to the most beautiful part. The magnificent hotel of the Minister of the Marine was very tastefully decorated with lamps, disposed along the whole front of the building on the top of the colonnades. The Chamber of Deputies did not show itself so well. As the lamps were not quite close enough together, behind we had a view of the Chateau of the Tuileries, and the gardens, and in front the magnificent promenade leading from the Place de la Concorde to the Barrière d'Étoile. The whole of this alley was brilliantly illuminated with lamps and festoons hung between the trees. Soon they commenced the jeu de feu on the Pont de la Concorde. Some of the fireworks were magnificent, but did not continue as long as I expected. Only about 20 minutes. I then walked up into the Champs-Élysées. This was probably the most amusing scene of all. The whole Champs lighted up splendidly. The motley crowd, the various peeps of the Tuileries, the Hôtel des Invalides, handsomely illuminated, and see in the grand square, they were still going on with the scenic representations, with bands, etc., but the concert was over. In the opposite side of the Champs, we stumbled on some dancing places, open to the public at 5 sous par tête. We entered here and looked on a little at the dancing. It was rather too crowded to be much enjoyed. The men appeared to me most ill-faved, creatures, and very awkward. They might possibly by the French be admired, but to my mind there was nothing more wretched than their display. I question whether our clowns in England WD not dance better, but the females amply made up for this defect on the part of the lords of creation. They exhibited an immense deal of grace, more than is generally shown by the best circles in the English ballrooms. I was exceedingly pleased. With their appearance I made here the same observation which, as I have remarked several times before, that the French women are by no means as a body pretty. Not nearly so generally as the English ladies, but their figures are trees jolies and their feet and ankles above all praise. There is something also in their face which is very attractive. It is full of expression, vivacity, d'esprit. Their smile also is very arch and somewhat libidinous. As usual, plenty of English of both sexes everywhere. Read, took cup of coffee, and got to bed about 12, Saturday 2nd. Could not get to sleep last night till very late on account of taking coffee just before going to bed. Did not in consequence get to the hospital this morning, observed at the Tribune, in allusion to the fête yesterday. Gave a long extract from the Moniteur of 1794, giving an account of the deputation of the different authorities, and from the Club of the Jacobins to the Natal Convention. The first anniversary of the death of the king, it introduced the subject with very great naivete and adroitness, wishing to insinuate that there was some degree of parallelism between them, or that there ought to be the other papers of the Liberal or Revoluti. Cider also very violent and insinuating, particularly the Charivari, attended at Gerson's today, got over the amputation of lower extremity, Sunday 3rd. As I was going to church this morning, met two friends who were going to St. Cloud to see the fete. I therefore accompanied them. St. Cloud is at the distance of 2 leagues from Paris. The road by which we went lies through the Bois de Boulogne, is a wood of considerable extent. The trees are now of very small size, as the old ones were all destroyed to make firewood for the Allied. At least, so say the Parisians, but I can scarcely imagine this as the Allies' MTD. Paris during the summer, when there was not much necessity for firing. The chateau is delightfully situated not far from the road, commanding an extensive view, though not what I should call exactly beautiful. The Seine can be seen. It does not preserve a sufficiently meandering course, but runs in almost a straight line, except the curve it makes. As it passes along the foot of the terrace, the remainder of the view is composed of a dull, flat amphitheater, surrounded on every side by slight elevations termed hills. In these flat countries, in the middle, or rather at one extremity of which lies Paris and its faubourgs, there is not a single tree in the whole view except in one spot near the river. At 3 o'clock, the company began to assemble. Since I left England, I have not seen so many English collected together. More than every second person belonged to our isles. I think I may say that never have I seen so fine an assemblage of beauty. As in this place, indeed, there were 2 or 3 splendid creatures. I was particularly amused with an old fat English dowager walking about with her 3 daughters. Very fine creatures, but fortunately too well aware of it, and too much accustomed to command admiration. The old mother kept parading them up and down in front of the company, as much as to say, "Come, who will buy?" At 4, the waters began to play. These were remarkably fine, though not so magnificent, it is said, as those at Versailles. Exceedingly expensive, about 20 minutes. On one side, there was a single spout from which water issued, ascending considerably higher than the neighboring trees. After the waters had ceased, we walked through the grounds. These are pleasant, but not so agreeable as those of many gent. In England, because less natural, from the highest spot was a town used by Napoleon as a telegraph to communicate with Paris. This is the favorite residence of the present king in summer, probably because of its contiguity to Paris, for he dares not remain long out of sight of this town. Afterwards went to one of the restaurants, had a miserable dinner, paid dear, and walked home in the cool of the evening quite tired. Monday 4th. Did not go to the hospital this morning, but went round to inquire the price of watches in order to be able to communicate with Mr. G on the subject. Tuesday 5th, got a subject today at Clamart for 58C. Commenced operations. Tie all the arteries, I expect. I shall learn more from one such subject than from Gerson's whole course. Wish I had not taken it. But fool and his money are soon parted. Robert's course would be, I want the money. Wednesday 6th. Went down to Clamart operating all day. Cut myself, unfortunately. Trials commenced yesterday morning. Already some row, I believe. Thursday 7th. Went down to Clamart again this morning. Finished my subject. Read it. Home at 5:10. Found a note from Mr. Newstead inviting me to tea. Hastened to get ready. Finished 2 letters to be sent to England. Took them down to Dr. Morris, found he was gone. Jumped in a cab. Got up to Faubourg St. Honoré in very good time. A very pleasant evening as usual. Several Wesleyan preachers. It appears to be a conference now. Friday 8th. Great row yesterday, Chamber of Peers. They don't know what to do. Why not pardon the prisoners? DLP's most politic measure. I am happy to find from Galignani's messenger that there are no hopes of Lord J. Russell's election for Devonshire. This will teach him that the conservative interest n'est pas encore tout à fait détruit. Gerson was today on Paris and Tesses and removal of O.S.U. Terry. Did not operate today because my hand is not well. It is considerably swollen, inflamed, and painful. Saturday night. Went down to the Hotel Dieu. Roux had several cases of cataract to operate on. Rechet has good case of dislocation of shoulder, forwards of 3 months standing. He has ordered the man to be bled and poulticed, and intends in 2 or 3 days to attempt reduction. Walked about all day with a friend who is going to England. Do not feel at all well today. Very feverish, axilla painful, hand and finger swollen. Sunday 10th. All my feverish symptoms have disappeared, but my hand and axilla are much worse. Lymphatics inflamed all the way to the shoulder. Went to Rue d'Anjou. Heard a very good sermon from Mr. Court. My arm very painful determined when I repeat. To employ Higginbottom's plan, applied caustic along the red lines formed by inflamed lymphatics, I think with good effect. Monday 11th, feels certainly better today. Axilla not too painful, and several lymphatics intercepted, inflamed. Is evidently stopped for the present. Do not know how long it will remain so. At Gerson's today, of course, did not operate. Tuesday 12th. My arm is considerably better. Indeed, there is but little the matter with it now except the blisters which the nitrate of silver raised. These annoy me, and of course will for some time to come. I hope tomorrow to be able to operate at Gerson's. Again, I see by the papers that the Tribune was sued yesterday for a nth time. It has now ceased to appear, the editor not being able to support so many actions. Its different editors have at one time and another been imprisoned for 39 years altogether. A most miserable day today. I do not know what they mean by praising so highly the Parisian climate. To my mind, this you each stow. It has not been at all better than the same months in England. They have probably here not so many full. Wednesday, 13th. My arm is quite well now, but the lines produced by the caustic are still raw and threaten to be so for some time to come. I have been exceedingly fortunate to escape without even an abscess in the axilla. Went down to Hotel Dieu this morning. Rochette had some good cases, two of fistula and ano, in one of which he made several incisions, there being no less than 4 different fistulae. The other case was one of abscess in the cellular tissue, which he opened yesterday. This morning he readily discovered communication with the rectum. In all of these 5 fistulae, the opening occurred in the intestine immediately above the sphincter, showing the correctness of the opinion maintained by Syme. Gerson was today on operation for strangulated hernia and artificial anus. His lectures are very superficial. Thursday 14th. Went down to the Hotel Dieu this morning, followed Rue. No very good cases. One of gonorrheal ophthalmia. Afterwards came back to La Pitié to see a man, on whom the operation of tracheotomy had been performed yesterday evening. He was much better. Nothing in Galignani today. At Gerson's tied the arteries of the upper and lower extremities. I must go some Thursday to the Hotel des Invalides to see Baron Lowry. He commences his visit at 7 a.m. Friday 15th. Went down to Hotel Dieu. Saw a very large goitre under Rue's care. I think from R's observations he has some intention of removing it by the knife. A foolish plan, I think. But he will do anything for the sake of an operation. Brechet had a case this morning of fracture of the fibula. Gersant on lithotrity. Saturday 16th, went down to Hotel Dieu this morning. Nothing in Rue's ward. Rue operated on a boy with stone. At Gerson's today, performed resection of lower jaw. Very tired today. Sunday 17th. Went to the Rue d'Anjou this morning. Monday 18th. Went to the Hôpital des Enfants to get a certificate for Carnegie. Did not succeed. On my return, found a letter from home with an order on Lafitte at 7 days after 8. However, he paid me immediately. A miserable headache today. Obliged to go to bed immediately after dinner. Tuesday 19th. Feel quite well this morning. Went to Hotel Dieu. Got a certificate from Rue for Carnegie. Performed at Gerson's amputations of upper extremes. Anti-D. The Mad. La Chapelle's course of midwifery this evening, Wednesday 20th. Paid Mr. Lecomte this morning, and gave notice of my intention of leaving in a month. Very hot today. Gerson gave today an interesting lecture on stricture of the urethra, with the various methods of treatment, as usual in those diseases, which are the most difficult of cure. There is the greatest number of methods in it. Thus is it for strictures. J. Syme is the most successful practitioner I have ever seen. Mayer has lately introduced a method of treating stricture by introduction of very large sound, which he introduced by a kind of rotation of its point, he says. In the most narrow strictures as this inst, can be engaged more easily than a small bougie, they say. He has been several times successful since his arrival in Paris, but Dupuytren's is considered the best. Thursday 21st, went to Hop. St. Louis today. Lugol commenced his lectures on scrofula. He divided this disease into 5 species: the tuberculous, cutaneous, of cellular tissue, and of the bones. He traced to scrofula an immense number of secondary affections, probably correctly so. Worms in majority of cases, convulsions, alopecia, deficiency of growth, rickets, and curvature. A very little WA into a subject when I leave Paris. Most disgusting objects his patients are. At Gerson's performed amputations of the lower extremity. Friday 22nd. Went to Hotel Dieu this morning. Nothing particular under Rue except a urinary abscess. I have seen him make several openings in different parts of perineum. Scrotum. Today he made an incision from the right groin, mainly to the lumbilicus and transversally across to the opposite ingid. The whole of these parts were undermined by fistulae. I fear he intends operating tomorrow morning on the case of bronchocele. Gerson today on nothing worth listening to. At me. La Chapelle's maneuvered and toucheed. Saturday 23rd. Went down to Hotel Dieu. I understood that Rue intended to operate on his case of goitre this morning. He, however, deferred it till Tuesday next. He had better let it alone. Went to Gerson's operations. He had no upper extremity. So had not much to do, wasn't me. La Chapelle's maneuvers in the evening. Sunday 24th. Went to Rue d'Anjou twice today. A long walk. Heard 2 excellent sermons. Monday 25th. Went to Hotel Dieu this morning. Heard Clinel. Lecture from Chomel. Afterwards went into Brechet's wards and to his consultation. He intends shortly to commence giving Clinel. Lectures was at me. La Chapelle's toucher and maneuvers in evening. Tuesday 26th. Went to Hotel Dieu this morning. M. Rue performed the operation on the man with bronchocele. He extirpated the right half of the tumor in the middle portion, but the left he allowed to remain in statu quo. He was an hour and 10 minutes in the performance of it, and applied 37 ligatures. I presume he applied them on veins and arteries both. He was close to, but I believe did not injure the right carotid. I am astonished he attempted such an operation, but I believe he will try at anything, no matter however hazardous. The poor patient seems exceedingly faint and ill, vomited during the operation, and see Einstein. Not be at all surprised if he die a few hours after. Went down to Gerson's today. Removed the arm, and see at Moral La Chapelle's. We commenced the maneuvers des accouchements contre nature. These I hope to learn a great deal from. At all events, it ought to give me some confidence. Wednesday 27th, went to Hospital St. Louis morning to hear him. Alibert, he is a most original genius. He lectures on Melitopa and Dartarujol. He is a good practitioner. I have no doubt his names are exceedingly puzzling. At Mar, La Chapelle's Candide. The maneuvers contre nature. Thursday 28th. Went to Hotel Dieu this morning. Intended to go on to H. St. Louis, but it was so cold and appeared so likely to rain that I did not do so. This is the Grand Fête de l'Ascension. Went to the École Pratique, but found everything closed. No operations going on. The man on whom Rue operated on Tuesday appeared very poorly. Friday 29th. Miserable weather. Went to Hotel Dieu. Went round with Brechet and attended his consultation. He had nothing particular there. Went to Marie La Chapelle's again this evening. It takes up immense time. I am there nearly 3 hours, still on turning. Saturday 30th. Miserably cold. Went down to H. Dieu with Rue, his case dead. He had a few operations on cataract today. Did not stay to see them. Went into Brechet's wards. Nothing particular except 2 or 3 cases of varicocele. At his consultation, he removed an enlarged tonsil with the pinces de Moujon and a probe-pointed bisturi. At Gerson's performed operation of Trypan. At me. La Chapelle still turning. Sunday 31st. Weather somewhat improved today. Went twice to the R. D'Anjou. In the morning. Sermon on the Ascension. In the afternoon on Noah. Chapter 9. June 18. 35 Monday, June 1st. Come to the last month of my stay in Paris. Went to the Hotel Dieu. Rue has a case of pistol wound in a young man. Ball entered anterior to the tendon Achilles and passed out at the outer ankle, breaking the malleolus. Tapiris! The treatment is the constant application of cold. He has a case of tumor in the internal aspect of thigh 3 or 4 inches above knee. He intends operating tomorrow morning. Went on to H. St. Louis was too late for Biet. He has commenced now, making his visit at 9 o'clock. Went round with Alibert. He had nothing of any importance. He is treating all his cases by local applications. He lectures on Wednesday on the dermatus. He invences. Very interesting and difficult division to treat. At M.D. La Chapelle's tonight. Had very easy maneuvers. Seizing feet of ineft when there is breech presentation. Supposing that anything should require such an operation. Tuesday, June 2nd, went down to Hotel Dieu this morning. Went round with Brechet. Nothing very particular. Rue performed extirpation of the tumor this morning. It was osteosarcoma, and attached by means of an osseous peduncle to the femur. This he was forced to cut away with a saw. Mott from New York was at the operation. A very gentlemanly-looking man with something of the precise manners of a Quaker about him. Tonight at D. La Chapelle's we applied the crochet in presentations of lower extremes and hips. Wednesday 3rd. Went this morning to Salpêtrière with Perard. I like him much. He takes great pains with the students. I saw today several cataracts which had been operated on, a compiti fracture, and many other cases at NDE. La Chapelle's commenced the turning and presentation of shoulders. Her maxim, whenever left shoulder presents, introduce left hand when right, pass in right hand. They make everything very complicated in Paris. She has 4 presentations of each shoulder. Thursday 4th. Went to Hotel Dieu. Nothing particular. Full wound. Going on extremely well. A very violent case of burn in a woman. Rue made 3 incisions to take off the tension, I presume. Intended to have gone on to Hôpital Saint Louis, but did not feel well, and in consequence returned to my room. Found a letter from my father dated Boulogne. He was on his way to Paris, and intended arriving here this evening. Went to the coach office. Ard de Ciel Saint Thomas at 7 o'clock, and met them all, my father, the 2 girls, and John, quite a load. Had horrid plague about lodgings, etc. At last obtained some in Hotel Byron, Rue Lafitte. Took coffee and walked about, till I was quite tired, redded. Home here completely fagged. Friday 5th. Slept very little last night. Did not get to Ar Lafitte this morning till past 9. After BKFD, we sallied forth to the Louvre, Tuileries, and sea. Did as much as we sealed deer, but the weather was too hot to do much. Dined in the Palais Royal at Two Franc Place. Miserable stuff. Saturday 6th. Went with my father to Hotel Dieu this morning. Followed Rue. He slashed away as usual. He introduced a seton into the thick part of the thigh, and opened one of the large branches of the femoral artery. He plugged the wound after having enlarged it considerably. With a branch of a bullet forceps surrounded by linen, the other branch of the forceps was kept pressed on the skin. This stopped the hemorrhage for the time being, but I dare say he will be obliged to take up the femoral hereafter. He removed 3 cataracts by incision, and operated on a rectovaginal fistula, laying both cavities into one. This was extraordinary treatment. Surely after this we went about sightseeing, than which there is nothing more tiresome. Had capital dinner today with champagne. And La Chapelle did not lecture tonight, as she was with a woman in labor. Sunday 7th, went to Hop. La Charité with my father this morning to show him Velpeau. His are certainly good wards. He had a case of varicocele, which he had treated by an apparatus different from, but on the same principle as that of Breches. Velpeau introduces a pin through the scrotum, posterior to the varicose veins and winds around the 2 extremities, a piece of cotton or silk in the same manner as in Harelip operation. The string thus pressing on the veins gradually cut them through, and they are thus obliterated. Probably this is more simple, and consequently superior to the plan of Breschitz. Breakfasted at the Café Anglais, afterwards went to the Église de Saint Eustache to see High Mass. This is a fine old church. For the first time I saw the sacrament administered according to the rites of the Church of Rome. Such a mockery of religion, I think, I never before beheld. We went to the Chapel Marbeuf. This I was not before aware was a church in which the English Episcopalian service was performed. It is exceedingly neat and does great credit to the taste of the reverend clergyman who superintended its erection. We dined in the Palais Royal at the Café Perigord, had a good dinner with champagne, walked in the Tuileries Gardens, read to Palais Royal, took lemonade, and I read. Home in the midst of tremendous lightning. I, however, escaped the rain. Monday 8th. Went to Rue Lafitte this morning. Found Mr. Cassidy there, who is about to accompany us to Versailles today. We all went with Bird to breakfast in the Café Anglais, and afterwards started for Versailles in the diligence. We walked round the grounds, saw the waterworks, the Grand Le Petit Trianon, and the gardens. To the restaurants to dinner, after some little trouble, succeeded in getting a cuckoo to take us all home. Diligence is all full. Had glorious fun returning. Tuesday night. Went down to Hotel Dieu this morning. Roux endeavored to reduce a dislocation of 2 months standing, failed, did not employ pulleys. The man, whose artery he opened, is looking miserably blanched. He will die of hemorrhage in all probability. Went into the grand gallery. My father went to the waxworks through Montesquieu. Afterwards, all went off to the Père Lachaise, dined at the café, to Paris on the boulevards, and visited the gardens of the Tivoli. Illuminations, bands, fireworks, etc., constituted the amusements. Wednesday 10th. My father came to call on me this morning, and we went together to La Pitié. Lisfranc did not come to the hospital. We saw Blandon remove the thigh in a case of white swelling of the knee. I do not think he performed it very well. He seemed to hack it, not a little breakfasted. Met the girls in the garden of plants. Unfortunately, no museums open. I and my father went off to British Ambassador's CD. Take no places to have her. Obliged to go by way of Boulogne. Ret D. to Garden of Plants at 4 instead of 2. C all D. Not consequently go to Gobelins as we had intended. Saw the Pantheon, Église d'Est Geneviève, and walked after dinner in Garden of Luxembourg. I went to Matty La Chapelle's in the evening. Applied forceps in case of head presentation. When it has descended low. Thursday 11th. Went this morning to Rue Lafitte, breakfasted. Went shopping. Afterwards to Hotel des Invalides and Ret D. To the exhibition of Sèvres porcelain Rue Rivoli. Nothing more than a miserable shop here, instead of a magnificent exhibition. Dined at my father and sister's. Left at 6 in the evening. Heartily tired of France, Paris. Everything and everybody French. I walked about the Garden of Tuileries for some time, and afterwards took cup of tea with Bird. Friday 12th. Went this morning to Hotel Dieu. The man whose artery Roux opened died of hemorrhage, pure murder, Ret D, and went over some of the bones of trunk at Amiens. La Chapelle's this evening had application of forceps in case of head presentation before passing the brim of pelvis. Saturday 13th. Was at Rous's this morning, operation for fistula in ano and for popliteal aneurysm CLT. Not see either on account of crowding in of students. Emile La Chapelle still application of forceps. Sunday 14th. Engaged to breakfast with J. Bird this morning, went down at 9. Afterwards called on Mr. Cassidy, went to the temple. Unfortunately too late, went on to St. Denis. Arrived at the church at 1 o'clock, obliged to wait till 3 before the old vergers did. Show us round and take us to the tombs. They were not very well worth seeing, but I did not wish to leave Paris without visiting them. Walked across the country from St. Denis to the Bois de Boulogne behind Montmartre. Ret. Home late in the evening, somewhat fatigued. Monday 15th. Went down to the Hotel Dieu this morning. Followed Brichet, no case of much importance. He intends now to give lectures on the cases in the wards 4 times a week. I wish he had commenced this plan earlier in the season. I might then have been more favorably situated for learning surgery, studied some of the bones. M. La Chapelle on the application of the forceps, Tuesday 16th. Went to the Hôpital du Midi. Mr. Mott of New York was there. M. Rickard explained to him all the plans and experiments he had made in reference to the venereal disease, proving that the matter of chancres and gonorrhea was altogether different in nature. His treatment, the effects of inoculation, etc. Mott was very much pleased and said he would visit him again. Went to the Louvre and made Messrs. Cassidy and Bird. Afterwards took my place to Boulogne from Rue des Messageries Royales. To dinner, M. La Chapelle's in the evening. Wednesday 17th. Went down to the Hotel Dieu M. Brechet had some very good cases, one particularly a fracture of one leg and considerable bruise of the other. He was treating the case by the constant application of a stream of cold water. He gave me a certificate of attendance on his visits. And Clinique, since November last, breakfasted with Bird. Went to the Conservatoire des Arts at Métiers. This we said not see being closed. Walked around the boulevards, took a cuckoo for Vincian CD. Not see the castle without permission of governor. Walked across the park to Alfred and Charrington. Saw the veterinary school and the bridge so hotly contested by the students in 1815 against the Allies. Dined en route to Paris. Mr. La Chapelle did not lecture this evening. I therefore accepted Bird's invitation to take a cup of tea with him. Thursday 18th, the anniversary of Waterloo, went down to Hotel Dieu. Met Cassidy at a café to breakfast. Saw the paintings in the Luxembourg. Went to the Hospice des Enfants. Trouvé, this is an exceedingly curious institution. It seems so strange to see cradles arranged around long wards in double rows. Any person can gain admittance for a child by merely ringing a bell and placing the little one in a basket place which is turned around on its axis. The person placing the child there is not seen. Nor is it known whose the child is. We saw afterwards the Église de Val-de-Grâce. This is one of the most splendid churches I have seen. The ceiling is particularly magnificent. Went to the Museum d'Histoire Naturelle. This is exceedingly extensive. Obliged to hurry over it very much. Saw also the Galerie and the École de Botanique. Friday 19th. Went to Hotel Dieu, the poor man, from whose thigh the osteosarcoma was removed. Is a little better, but tremendous suppuration. The aneurysm case going on very bad. Something like gangrene of toe. After breakfast, went across to Mr. Cassidy, called at Ambassador's with passport, took leave of Mr. Newstead's family, went to Prefecture of Police, had everything properly arranged, finished the forceps with Mr. Lachapelle this evening. Saturday 20th. My time is now becoming very short. Went out before breakfast to buy some portraits and views of Paris, afterwards called on Prudy. Bought a watch for $224. Cheap if good, went to the Gobelins, R74, called at Dr. Woodhouse's. Has changed his lodgings, went to M. Lachapelle's. Finished with her this evening, received all my books from the binder. Paid very little, only 28 for 2. Wish I had had all done in the same manner. Packed up a few things. My skeleton box with case holds all my books. Very convenient.